most exciting events in Geometry Dash history was occurring. It was a race to beat what would be considered at the time to be the most difficult level. Hello, you absolute legends. The month is October of 2021, and one of the most exciting events in Geometry Dash history was occurring. It was a race to beat what would be considered at the time to be the most difficult level in Geometry Dash history. Several of the world's best players were going head-to-head to be the first to beat the level Slaughterhouse. Being the first person to beat a level in Geometry Dash is one of its highest honors, especially when the level is seen as particularly difficult. So this would be a historical achievement for the person who eventually was successful. And while other players in the past had made decent progress, there was one player who by far showed the most promise. In late October, the player Space UK uploaded a video showing him getting through 92% of the level, just shy of the end. This was easily the furthest anyone had ever gotten and showed that getting to the very end was imminent. But after Space UK uploaded his 92% video, there was one player who noticed that something wasn't quite right. So they downloaded the video and studied it in finer detail. Then on the 23rd of October 2021, the player Colo uploaded his findings to YouTube. And his findings were shocking. According to Colo, Space UK's 92% run was hacked. His reasoning was that the mouse clicks you could hear over his footage didn't match what was actually happening in the game. It was subtle, but enough for Colo to accuse Space UK of cheating. Colo's vid was sent to the moderators of the Demon List, which I'll explain later, but the response from the moderators was as short as it was definitive. The response was just 3 words. You are wrong. And so Colo's video was ignored and lost to the sands of time. And several days after Space UK's 92% run, he would become the first person to beat Slaughterhouse. This was arguably the greatest achievement in the game's history, and would place Space UK as the top-ranked Geometry Dash player in the world, a title that he would hold for well over a year. By many accounts, Space UK was the greatest player ever, beating all of the hardest levels and achieving things that only a couple of other people have ever done in the game's history. He wasn't just any player, he was the player. But in April of 2023, something unexpected happened. One of the current moderators named Zoe was watching some of Space UK's recent achievements and noticed that something wasn't quite right. So she studied them in finer detail. Then on April 26, 2023, Zoe uploaded her findings to YouTube, and her findings were shocking. According to Zoe, Space UK's recent achievements were hacked. Her reasoning was that the mouse clicks you could hear in his footage didn't match what was actually happening in the game. It was subtle, but enough for Zoe to accuse Space UK of cheating. And if this is sounding eerily familiar, it's because I said these exact same words just over a minute ago. Zoe had spotted what Colo had spotted over a year and a half ago, but this time the moderators took it seriously. And after Zoe's findings were made public, Space UK was banned from the ranks.
Hey, hello, Sun Demon. What is up?
Confessing that
on
his
the
main
streaming time. That's
completions
good.
after May 8th,
Happy to hear. I actually started a little bit earlier too than usual.
But of course, Space UK was
not by
simply
much,
doing
but
what many cheaters do when they are
So,
caught, which is to confess
wasting no time,
to
let's get
some
into
of what
it.
they did, but not everything. Because after this, new evidence emerged. And as it turns out, Space UK had cheated in every single major completion he had done in the game since 2020. He has faked everything he's done for almost the past 3 years. This is easily one of the most prolific and shocking cheating scandals I've ever seen, and there are many questions that need to be answered. Why did it take a year and a half after being initially exposed by Colo before he was ultimately banned? How did he get away with this for so long, when in hindsight, the answers were so obvious? What was the new evidence that confirmed he faked everything? And where does the community go from here? In this video, we will answer all of those questions. I really hope you enjoy.
So, wired up, baby.
Now, legends, look at this bag. Inside this bag contains the best tasting meal replacement shake I've ever had in my entire life.
Let's do this.
Now, obviously, I'm not huge, but I do work out, and I've been into fitness for about 20 years. And in that entire time, I've never found a protein shake that I genuinely enjoyed. I'll drink them out of convenience, but I've never found one that I actually liked. That is until I tried Drink Control.
Get the wires
which is
I
the sponsor
bought.
of this video.
Bought some
Drink
wires
Control
finally.
Is a meal replacement shake that has everything
proper
you
wires.
need. It
Yeah,
has a
buddy.
good amount of protein, carbs, fiber, vitamins, minerals, probiotics, and more. Drink Control is perfect right in the morning if you don't like eating a heavy breakfast,
wires.
I have mine, or directly after exercise for the protein and nutrients you need to rebuild. But honestly, more than anything, I drink these because they taste amazing.
Let's see here.
Even if you disregard all of the protein
Where's
and
the
health
scissors?
benefits, just having a Drink Control shake is a pleasure in of itself. So I definitely recommend you give Drink Control a taste by clicking the link in the description and trying out their bundle builder, where you can pick some flavors and save up to 30% off. Plus, if you use my code KyleJobs, you'll get an extra 10% off the best tasting shakes you'll ever have in your life.
Oh yeah, there's more than enough here for
Again,
for
just click the link in the description.
Okay.
Geometry Dash, while looking fancy, especially on the harder levels, is an incredibly simple game. It's a platforming game where the icon automatically moves from left to right, and the idea is to avoid obstacles and reach the end of the level. The simplicity arises from the fact that the game utilizes only a single button, and the game only registers if the button has been clicked, held, or released. And that's the only control over the icon the player has. The icon can be turned into several different vehicles, all showcasing different mechanics. But again, they are all controlled with a single input. For example, the cube will jump when the input is pressed, and when controlling the ship, pressing and holding the button will cause it to fly upwards, and releasing the button will cause it to gradually descend. Players change vehicles throughout the level by going through portals. There are also other types of portals that change various mechanics, like flipping gravity, making the icon smaller, or creating two simultaneous icons. Generally, levels are designed to align with a musical track, so inputs feel like they are played to the music. Though often the connection between gameplay and music, especially on the harder levels, is rather loose, and players don't rely on music to time button presses. The game was released with 21 levels, though the original levels aren't where the competitive side of Geometry Dash is utilized, as they became far too easy relatively quickly. So custom levels became the mechanism that pushed the game forward. These custom levels are created by people not affiliated with the original developer.
Hello, Sean. What's up? Doing good?
Mario Maker works.
Trying to hopefully get a good amount of progress on this Proton pack, because I really need to start getting to work on the other elements, like the Ghost Trap, PK meter, Ecto Goggles, some belt gizmos, and all that.
Once verified, the level can then be submitted to the developer to be given an official rating of difficulty, with the highest difficulty rank being Demon. And this is where the Demon list comes in. The Demon List is a website that ranks the hardest levels the game has to offer. But to be on this list, the level has to be verified and rated. In simple terms, to be ranked on the Demon List, a level has to actually have been beaten by somebody. The Demon List doesn't just rank levels, it also ranks players. Each level is given a score. The higher the rank, the higher the score. And players get
I'm happy to hear that.
Getting through
Sick.
a certain percentage.
You nailed the end of it. That's awesome.
You can only get a
I still gotta
maximum
make a
of
speech
50%
though for
of the level's total score if you haven't gotten to the very end. So to get all the points, you really need to beat
speeches are definitely.
And this is why
that's definitely something.
are so important.
I'm not. Unfortunately, I can't help you too much in that regard.
Of the players and ranks them
I've never given a speech before. I'm thankful I haven't, but I'm pretty sure one day I'll to learn such a trait. I'm happy to hear that you you got it. That's awesome.
And the reason
I'm happy for you, man.
Far ahead is because of the top 75
I can definitely
the main
say
list,
that at least I know firsthand how it's like to speak in front of people,
while second place has only completed
school project or something. So it's definitely nerve-wracking. Sure,
but
there's
after
no doubt
that,
about
the
it.
score you get for completing each level drops dramatically. So it's the main list completions that really make the biggest difference. The top-ranked levels on the demon list
well, yeah, wishing the best
hard.
of luck for you, man. That's awesome to hear.
Really hard. Of any game I've
so
ever seen, when
it
comes to requiring pure precision in the timing of inputs, Geometry Dash probably stands.
How long is this gonna take to be finished? It depends on how long it takes me to wire up everything and
to avoid death. Players will need to spend
get everything assembled right now. I already got the cyclotron done.
I need to
upload my
work in
progress.
At this level, players are no longer reacting to the obstacles visually, but rather trying to memorize different clicking patterns and practicing them over and over again in order to.
I got a new tip for my soldering iron.
Personally, I don't understand how people can be this precise for an entire level. You really need to have
so many. I really wish these.
Even on
these Arduino boards came without
the
freaking
tin solder. I start to get nervous and everything goes to hell.
Right?
But the top players, after many attempts, can achieve a perfect run that lasts up to a minute and beyond. Most top players use a mouse, some use a keyboard, but either way, being able to click with such precision
Miss Universe questions? Yeah, that's my worst fear.
And it's
like, oh, what do you think of this? I'm like, I'm afraid if I answer honestly how I personally feel, it might get me booted. It's such a competition. So I get you, man. I definitely get your well-founded, carefully founded fear.
His skills would quickly develop, though.
But I guess you just gotta answer honestly, otherwise it's just not gonna be genuine.
Big break
I guess that's just some of the.
He beat the level Wazareta in August of 2020. This was the first time he had completed a level that was ranked on the main demon list. At the time, it was 20th, which was a massive achievement. However, while this Wazareta completion appears to be legitimate with everything we now know, it would be the last time Space UK would submit a completion that was
crap, you know, I forgot to get
for the next 3 years.
Forgot to get my scour pen.
Cheat his way to the very top of the world. So let's find out exactly just how he did it. Space UK's next big completion would be a level called Golden.
Look at this, guys. I got a new I got a new
this was
copper pad, so I don't have to keep beating on my
was ranked number 2.
What's it called? My soldering iron like a caveman.
This run was not legitimate, as Space UK was using a cheat called No Clip, which means he would pass through obstacles.
Also, I've been on a tinge of Carl Jobs.
According to a later confession,
you're gonna have to forgive me, but I freaking love this content.
He didn't even realize he was using No Clip.
I sometimes purposely. Is it weird to not purposely watch Creator for a while, just so their backlog of videos build, and then you just binge watch like 5 or 6 at once? Is that just me? Is that weird? Because I do that with a lot of people I follow.
The reason it was not spotted at the time is because Space UK was legitimately good at the level, having reached 96% of the way through without cheats. And in this particular run, there are only 2 instances where
in the Mighting D events.
Questions were raised at the time about these instances, but there was no way to prove for sure he would have died. Nowadays, however, moderators do have the tools to see the exact hitboxes and can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt.
What is exactly the Mighting D advance?
But at the time,
you're gonna have to forgive me. I legitimately have no idea
After Space UK's completion was accepted, much to his own surprise, he decided to go full force and cheat intentionally for the rest of his career. Throughout 2021, he would complete many of the hardest levels on the demon list, including the #1 ranked at the time, Tartarus. His method was to use a hack called ZBot. ZBot allows you, among other things, to program a macro that would hit the inputs at the correct times. Essentially, it lets you create a TAS, a pre-programmed run. Space would play the game normally for a few minutes before activating the macro. Then, while the macro was running, he would pretend to play, still trying to hit the mouse clicks at all the right times. The reason it was important to try and recreate the mouse clicks is that the demon list requires 2 specific things as part of their proof policy. One is the raw, unedited recording of the gameplay, including the entire session. However, this only includes game sounds and not the sounds recorded by the microphone. So the second thing they need is a video that includes all of the mouse clicks, so they could listen to them and make sure they were legit. Space UK, similar to almost every
Hello,
other
Trey.
cheater
What's
who
up,
had been
man?
caught after
It's been a while.
their game,
It's
was
odd.
still
I'm happy
a
to
very
hear that
good
you managed to
player.
catch the
So his
stream
clicks
because I actually
seemed
started at a reasonable
legitimate,
time for
at
once.
least when listening to them by ear.
Been watching part. Yo, the paper clock and the deagles, man. You're taking me back now. Holy moly. Yeah, I remember that build. That was a build I built out of boredom. If I'm gonna be straight honest.
Listening to a novice player trying to fake mouse clicks,
yeah, I'm happy
would
to
give
hear.
them away instantly. But
managed to
Space
catch
UK
me again.
was good enough to fool everyone, including the moderators. But then the slaughterhouse race happened, which I mentioned at the beginning of the video. Several of the top players were trying to beat the most difficult level yet, and Space UK was way out in front. In October, Space UK posted a video showing him getting through 92% of the level, and this is where Colo makes their appearance. Colo downloaded the 92% video and really studied the footage in detail. He found that many of the mouse clicks did not sync up exactly with what was happening in the game.
Okay, so my question is, if I'm gonna do, okay, I gotta think of this carefully. So if I'm going down up, that means if I'm gonna. Oh, okay, that's easy to remember.
In this face spam, every click is like 2 frames later. This is really strange.
Sometimes the clicks would happen on the same frame, but other times they would be multiple.
Well, hey man, I hope you. I do wish you the best of luck on that, though, for real. I really do hope that you
now,
do.
In certain cases, it can be understandable for clicks not to match the footage. But if that does happen, it needs to be consistent. For example, if there is an audio delay, yes, you might find that every single
Proton back is going great.
2 frames late.
I'll give you a quick.
Again,
it's just,
it has to
you
be
know, I got you.
consistent.
Give me 1 second. I'll show you actually.
And there was just no technical reason to explain this. This is called click variance. And now we know for a fact that a
as you can see here, this
is proof that a run is hacked. Though at
Proton pack
time,
at the moment,
necessarily
I'm currently wiring up the power cell that goes onto the upper left, and then later on I'm going to adjust the speed so it matches like the movies a little bit faster than what you were seeing earlier on the other stream. But pretty much it's good to go. I got some proper size tubing now. I actually found some forms that tell you exactly which tubings, and it turns out the ones I was using was way too big, like it was oversized. I needed right here this exact size for some of the tubing right here, and then the one that goes from the top right from the hydrogen infuser unit or whatever it's called that goes down to here, I have that proper tubing as well. And then the vacuum hose is actually like 1 inch in diameter, or 5/4 or 4/5 of an inch. So I got the proper tubing now, and I obviously did not make it too bad, actually, so that's good.
I also mentioned at the beginning of the video that
I'm excited, and that's what you see me doing right now is the power cell. I'm wiring it up to the Arduino I programmed. I had to dig out the Arduino kit that I hardly touched in years since my last build, which was the Metro Watch, which I really wish I uploaded because I lost it, and I cannot find them for the life of me. But yeah, broke out the Arduinos because there's 2 Arduinos. Arduino, unfortunately, is not a multi. It's not capable of doing processes at once. It's only good at doing one, compared to like a Raspberry Pi, which can do multiple ones at once. So I might look into that later. But yeah, so I got to run 2 Arduinos, which aren't really the most energy efficient, especially when I intend to run it off a power bank. 5 volts. I'm not doing math right now.
Next to the original song. However, it's common knowledge that
let me switch my camera
levels desyncs all the time.
Thank you.
Due to various reasons.
Do I do engineering? I do not do engineering. I have been told many times by friends and family and relatives to go into engineering, but engineering properly requires a lot of math, and I am not here for that right now. I'm not doing math personally. I am not a fan of math, so I'm gonna just be a little lazy and not do math.
For that reason. though moderators today will openly say that this kind of response was still unacceptable.
Crap, was this the bottom again?
This information should have been passed on to the rest of the team. All of the moderators I asked said they didn't even know that Colo's video existed until after Space UK was exposed, which meant that whoever responded to this
that means I gotta
message
put it this way.
simply rejected it on their own accord and didn't tell anyone else.
That's fine.
In a recent community announcement, the Demon List moderators apologized for this and stated that at the time they were getting a lot of incorrect exposal attempts, so they were very quick to dismiss them. So with Colo's video rejected, Space UK was free to continue to run his macros and pretend to click over the top. I assume that even Space UK didn't know Colo's video existed, because he himself changed nothing and continued to cheat in the same way, which seems really bizarre if he knew a video existed, literally saying he cheated and correctly identifying the way he was doing it. After Space UK verified Slaughterhouse, being the first to beat it a few days later, he solidified his position as the top-ranked Geometry Dash player in the world. Slaughterhouse was by far the hardest level ever completed.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna need my box cutter. I cannot
for the next year.
Yeah, for the life of me.
Now, I'm not going to go through every single fake level Space UK claimed to beat because it was all of them. But to give you an idea about how much of a big deal Space UK was, I will mention two things. Each year, the community hosts an awards show, and one of the awards is Best Player of the Year. In 2021, Space UK won this award with over 70% of the vote, and there were over 21,000 voters. He also won Best Player of 2022. And in May of 2022, Space did something that only one other person had ever done before. He completed all 75 of the main Demon List levels. The Demon List admin tweeted out this achievement, saying, "This is not a feat of luck, but of pure skill and determination
I got a wire stripper
others have." A message that is definitely not aged well. The first player to ever do this legitimately was a player named N-Switch back in 2020, and it was recently done again by the current top player, Zoink, in 2023. It's hard to overstate how much of an impact Space UK had. Beating Slaughterhouse pushed the game further ahead than perhaps any other level in the game's history. He really was seen as the greatest player of all time. But as I have always said, and will continue to say, being good doesn't make you any less likely to cheat. Aside from the click variance that Colo had already detected in 2021, there were other red flags that, while not proof at the time, make total sense in hindsight. For example, Space UK would regularly stream his gameplay, and he would do quite well, though he would never seem to get an actual completion live. His completions were always offline. But there was one time where he did complete the level Rust live on Twitch, though of course the stream was muted. However, after the completion, he unmuted himself and kept repeating the fact that finally he had completed something on stream.
I beat something on stream. Finally, I beat something on stream. Beat something on stream, bro.
Obviously,
and answer the last part of your question. No, this is just something I picked up through years of trial and error and watching like how to do it on YouTube of all things. So a lot of the stuff you're seeing me do is pretty much self-taught in a way.
And again, she picked up on the click variance. For example, on Space UK's completion of Acheron, the current #1 ranked level, his clicks were anywhere from being 2 frames early to 6 frames late. That's a variance of 8 frames. And by this stage, the moderators knew that click variance was actually a big deal, and almost certainly meant that a run was fake. Massive click variance was present in basically all of Space UK's footage. Zoe then released a video exposing Space on the 26th of April, and just 20 minutes later, Space confessed to cheating everything since May 2022. Honestly, it was hard to verify much before that time, seeing as a lot of old footage that moderators used back then had been deleted by this point. However, then a bombshell hit. In his messages to the moderators, Space admitted to using Zbot to program his macros, and someone in the moderation team called Kapamari remembered that the developer of Zbot put a watermark on the completion screen, which you could use to show that Zbot was used. The watermark was that the level complete message was slightly smaller than it should be, going from 1004 pixels down to 940. This watermark was originally inserted to detect hackers, but it never actually did catch anyone, and by this point in time had all but been forgotten about. No one had even looked for this watermark in years, but going through Space UK's completion, the watermark was present in every single one, going all the way back to 2020.
And back at it with the...
I be Akron! I just 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 be Akron!
Okay. Now, here comes the fun part of soldering crap. I need to get it like a theme extractor, like for real. It's just so, you know, soldering stuff actually, for those who don't know, it's actually very risky for your health and your lungs in the long run.
The first run that actually seems
legitimate
is
onto the Rockstar,
achieved in August of 2020. After the Zbot watermark confirmed that everything was faked, Space UK would wipe his entire YouTube channel and social media, though he would ultimately reinstate his Twitter with a twit-longer apology, basically confirming that everything since and including the Golden back in 2020 was hacked. To this day, I don't know why players just don't fully admit to all of their cheating when they are caught. Because once you've been caught for one thing, now every single investigative eye is on you, and if you've cheated more, it's going to come out. What's interesting is that both of the click variants and the Zbot watermark were obvious signs of cheating that could have been spotted at any time and yet weren't, save for a single person, Colo, all the way back in 2021. The evidence was literally staring everyone in the face the entire time, and yet it took years before he was exposed. Oh, and remember that Rust completion he completed live that I mentioned earlier? That was using Zbot 2, which explains why his stream was muted. In a community post, the moderators did not hold back and did take total responsibility, stating, "Allowing Space to slip through our systems this whole time is a major fuck-up. There is no ignoring that. Regardless of the circumstances that allowed him to get by easier than other hackers that the list routinely bans, we really messed up." Ultimately, in my opinion, this came down to a matter of trust. Trusting too much that a player would never cheat.
Oh crap,
Thus,
come on.
they weren't as stringent when it came to proof detection. Players just assumed that Space UK was legit, and that was that. They didn't make all the checks they should have. But what I find even more fascinating is that the community was shocked that this happened. Obviously, if you're a fan of my channel, you've heard this story many times before. Whether it's Riolu in Trackmania, Shmooey in Guitar Hero, or Minecravenger in Minecraft, the world's best players often get caught faking everything. So it's not really a shock at all.
Please don't ever do that. Don't ever put a hot
communities need to do
iron
is
on your
start learning
mouth
from
trying
the
to do that.
mistakes
Only
that other
crazy
communities
people
have
do that,
made,
like
or
me.
at least be aware of them.
No, but
Don't
seriously, don't do
wait
that,
until it
please.
happens to you. Ensure
It's one of those don't try
beforehand
at home
that it
things.
never does. And for those wondering if
you didn't see it,
suspicious
then I
click
just-
variance is common amongst other top
GG.
players, I can tell you that the moderation team have since checked a ton of other players, and not a single one of them show the same signs.
What am I doing right now, Sean? I am currently wiring up the final version of the Proton Pac's power cell. The little blue lights on the upper left that flash upwards. I'm trying to isolate it now so I can finally finish up the Proton Pack and get everything wired up.
Since Space UK was exposed.
Oh, I'm also excited because I got a sound card thingy, and this thing is amazing. So I got one for the startup, if you can hear it.
The last thing I wanted to touch on is the subtle theft that cheating includes.
Oh wait, that's the firing.
Greatest gaming achievement, which was beating the first level of GoldenEye in 52 seconds.
Here we go. I got one for the startup. When I wire it, I'm gonna wire this up when you turn on the Proton Pack through the neural one.
Big deal. There were even news articles written about it plastered all over the internet. But all
that's
of those
the startup card,
and
then the other one
pale in
is the
comparison
firing.
to the pride that I feel within myself for going after such a difficult challenge, putting in the time and the effort and research.
These things are so cool, 12 bucks each, and I bought like 3 of them.
Before.
So.
It really means a lot to me, and it always will. And no one can ever take that away from me. Someone has already matched my record, and I'm sure that many more will in the future, but when I achieved it first, it was special in a way that can't be replicated. When Space UK cheated his way into beating Slaughterhouse for the first time, he stole that unique specialness from the person who would have actually beat it first legitimately, which in this case was a player named Doggy. Doggy can look back now and say that he was the first to beat it for real, but the moment is long gone, and it can't be recreated. The attention, the accolades, the pride that Doggy would have felt at the time is long gone. It was robbed from him forever. And this is something that I think a lot of people don't truly grasp, because Space UK is still uploading his Geometry Dash runs to YouTube, and if you read the comments, it seems like no one even cares that he literally cheated and lied to everyone for 3 years. Personally, I don't understand how people could still act so positively towards him, especially so soon. In my opinion, if you disgrace yourself and disrespect and hurt a community this badly, you should probably just leave and not come back for a pretty long time. The impact from these types of cheating scandals can never be fully comprehended because they touch so many people. To finish this video, I'll leave you with the words of Doggy, the real first person to beat one of the hardest levels in Geometry Dash history, Slaughterhouse. And I'll also leave a couple of videos in the description from players who fully give credit to the other people that Space UK robbed of their own special moments.
I've always been a bit regretful of myself for not verifying Slaughterhouse initially, because I hold the level dear to me, at least more than any other Geometry Dash level. This level's like it's like my little brother, alright? Missing out on being engraved in the story of Slaughterhouse has always disappointed me. And cut to today, it turns out I verified Slaughterhouse without even knowing it. Definitely an interesting way to gain the title I thought I had long lost the opportunity to ever have. It's also crazy to look back at how much we were all manipulated into praising this absolute fraud as the pinnacle of GD skill. Lying to the community and his friends through multiple years is something I have no idea how he woke up every day and did. I'm really disappointed though that Space ended up being someone completely different than what I thought. He seemed like a chill guy, like a nice dude, but it doesn't seem like that anymore, obviously. So I was pretty bummed out about the whole thing. I'm sure this will have a huge impact on the community forever. I don't think we'll ever look at players the same way, especially the ones who provide the bare minimum evidence. But yeah, I just wanted to leave you guys with a few comments from me on this situation.
Of course.
For anyone out there that thinks they can take shortcuts for success and praise, just know it'll catch up with you eventually.
Thank you so much for watching, you legends. A big thanks to the people listed on screen for helping me learn about Geometry Dash and what happened. I hope you're having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
No.
Hello, you absolute legends. In 2022, GoldenEye 007 celebrated its 25th birthday. In that quarter of a century, the speedrunning community has discovered and created a plethora of surprising and sometimes downright genius strategies in order to beat the game quickly. Almost every level has some kind of interesting strategy or technique that the standard player would simply never think of. Sometimes speedrunners throw objects through closed doors, warp through invisible gaps, and complete objectives during the opening cinema. But there is one level that has been played more or less exactly the same since the beginning of time. Dam, the first level of the game on the Secret Agent difficulty, has 2 objectives: destroy 4 alarms and bungee jump off the dam. The first alarm is placed conveniently on your way to the dam, and the final 3 are placed individually just inside of 3 towers along the dam itself. the world record strategy for destroying the final 3 alarms has been the same for 25 years. Run to a tower, open the door, destroy the alarm, and then repeat 2 more times. It was a simple level using a simple plan, and those that came out on top were simply the ones that could do it better than anyone else. In 2011, the player Mark Rutsu beat Dam on Secret Agent in 1 minute and 16 seconds. This run was undoubtedly one of the greatest speedruns in the game's history. It was near perfect, and it was so good that it would go on to become the longest lasting world record left standing in the game, as of November 2022. But in the back of everyone's minds was a different strategy that was both known to be possible and known to be faster. It's called the window strat. The principle is simple, and the name kind of gives it away.
How do you use a
stripper?
stripper?
Is to shoot the alarms through a window and blow them up from further away. This means you don't have to stop moving or open the door. The strategy has been known about since at least the mid-2000s, but interestingly, only a few people have even attempted it. The window strat is simple in principle, but exceedingly difficult and improbable in practice. To pull off the technique would require a miracle, and that is why, despite the strategy being known about for almost 2 decades, it wasn't until just this month that it was finally used to achieve a brand new world record. On the 14th of November, after a grind spanning nearly half a year, the player Carl Magnus Wall achieved a time of 1:15 using the window strat, finally beating GoldenEye's oldest current standing record after 11 years. In this video, we will take a brief look at the history of Dam's Secret Agent and learn why this infamous window strat was so difficult to pull off. Why is it that it took almost 20 years for this fairly simple strategy to be used to achieve a new world record, even though it was known to be faster the entire time? Let's find out. I really hope you enjoy. A big thanks to Ridge for sponsoring this video, and I have to say, if you are still using one of those big, bulky, oversized wallets, it's time to move on. In fact, people are probably laughing at you behind your back when you pull it out in public. What you need is a Ridge wallet, which is not only sleek and looks cool, but is also extremely durable as well. Ridge are so confident in the quality of their wallets that they provide a lifetime warranty. Ridge doesn't just sell wallets either. Check out this really cool key case, which feels much better in your pocket than a bunch of random keys stabbing your leg. Honestly, Ridge products are just cool, and they always have been. Christmas is just 1 month away, and a Ridge wallet or key case is probably the easiest choice of gift you could ever have. And if you go to ridge.com/KyleJobst or click the link in the description, you'll receive up to 40% off until December 22nd. So click the link and pick up one of these bad boys today. Let's go back in time 21 years. In May of 2001, Bukima beat Dam on the Secret Agent difficulty in 1 minute and 20 seconds. This is the oldest world record video we have of this stage, and the strategy would basically remain the same for the next 2 decades. The first of the 4 alarms is easy to destroy. It's directly in the player's path on their way to the dam. The next 3 are a bit more complicated. There are 3 towers along the dam, and each tower houses a single alarm that's visible as soon as you open the door. So players would go to each of the 3 towers in the order they encountered them, open the door, quickly destroy the alarm,
until September
and then move
1st.
on to the next. Between 2001
or basically,
and
I have until that
the world record
September
will be
1st,
lowered
essentially next
times.
month's
Brian Bossart
September of Friday
achieved 119 in
of next
2003.
month to finish everything for the Ghostbusters.
In 2005,
for my cosplay.
Larry
As for the
Picalla
Proton pack, I
achieved
want to at least
117
finish
in
it now.
2006, and then Mark
Impossible,
Rutsu
please.
managed to beat the stage in 1 minute and 16 seconds in 2011. The record wasn't lowered due to a new strategy or new technique, it was purely from an increase in skill. Players learned to play the level far better and started to pay attention to the finer details. For example, previously, players would break strafe to shoot the lock off the gate before the dam. But then players started doing it in full strafe, which is slightly faster. The speed at which players destroyed alarms was also a big factor. In older runs, players would wait a long time before they started shooting after they opened the door. This was so they could fix their aim and make sure they are on target before shooting. But as time went on, people started shooting the moment the alarm became visible. Every single frame that the alarm is visible that you're not shooting is lost potential. Alarms take 5 bullets to destroy, and the speed at which you shoot your gun also plays a large part. One of the things that makes shooting speed a bit more complicated in GoldenEye is the inconsistent frame rate. And because the game can randomly slow down sometimes, the game will eat your inputs if you press the trigger too fast before the weapon has a chance to reset. Shooting at the optimal speed on Damn Secret Agent is incredibly difficult, and when I was playing it, it was by far the hardest thing about the run. You could never tell just by looking at it. It's really something that can only be understood when you play it for yourself. You would be pressing the trigger button at the speed of light, and the bullets will slowly trickle out at a snail's pace. Mark Rutu's 116 is undoubtedly one of the greatest world records in the game's history. The way he lined himself up when opening each of the tower doors allowed him to start shooting immediately, and his shots were incredibly fast. It would take 5 years before anyone would match it, with Rayan Isran getting 116 in 2016. Since then, only 2 more players tied 116, but by this time, it was slightly easier because we had found out how to get consistently fast double gates earlier in the level. If you watched my earlier video on Damn for the Agent difficulty, you'll know what I mean. In any case, it seemed like 116 was probably as low as a human could feasibly go. As far as I know, no one has achieved a fully legit 115 fail, and the 116s that exist were likely very high. Without something new, the record would probably remain 116 for a very long time. But there was in fact something new, or rather, something old. An ancient, theoretical strategy that appeared to be the only way to lower this time. All it needed was a hero, a champion that would take on the task of completing the long-fabled window strat.
Window strat?
Beside the door on each of the 3 towers is a window. At a tight enough angle, it's possible to shoot through these windows to destroy the alarms inside, without having to open the door. So why then do players open the door instead of just going up to the window? In theory, this might be faster because you don't have to wait for the door to open. Well, in practice, it ends up being slightly slower for a couple of reasons. First, it's a bit more out of the way, and it's much harder to get into position. And second, you have to stay in that spot until the alarm is destroyed, while with the door strategy, you can back up as you shoot it. So it turns out that just running up to the window and destroying the alarm would be slower than simply using the door. But there is another way we can utilize the window that does end up being faster. The angle of the alarm through the window is such that it's possible to see it and shoot it from fairly far down the dam. One of the biggest time losses in the original strategy is that we have to stop to wait for the door to open and also to destroy the alarm. But if we destroyed the alarm while we ran towards the tower, we could avoid stopping entirely. This would be faster, and if done well, it should save around 1 second for each alarm. This isn't news to anyone who plays the game. This strategy has been known about for a long time. All the way back in 2007, there was even a tool-assisted speedrun created using this strategy, which achieved a 112. The obvious question becomes, why wasn't this used to get a new world record, given that it's been known about for at least 15 years? For the window strat, we need to aim at a small target 50 meters away. At this distance, the subtle sway and inconsistency of Bond's aim will make you miss most of the time, even if you are aiming directly at the alarm. Thus, as is the case with many strategies in speedrunning, we must rely on the dreaded variable known as luck. Aiming at small, faraway objects has always been a frustrating challenge in GoldenEye. From shooting faraway cameras on Surface 2 or trying to hit Baron Samedi on Egypt. However, with these examples, you only need 1 shot to be on target. You can destroy a camera with 1 bullet, and you can kill Baron with 1 headshot. On Dam, you needed 5 bullets to destroy an alarm, which made the strategy exponentially more difficult. But then it gets even worse, because when you are further away from the tower, your bullets won't go through the window and hit the alarm inside. This is because, until you get right up to the tower, the inside isn't loaded. The only way to load the inside of the tower early is by destroying the window, which takes 4 bullets. So in total, at minimum, you need 9 bullets to destroy the alarm. And to make matters even worse, the PP7 only holds 7 rounds per clip, so you need to reload. You might ask if you can use the KF7, but unfortunately, it is far too inaccurate to be of any use. This is why no one even tried to use it in a run, but it was used in other ways for fun. For example, in 2011, David Clemens used the strategy to get a time of 1:14. This was using the gold PP7 cheat, however, which lets you destroy alarms with one bullet. It did show, though, at the very least, people were aware of the strategy and knew how it worked in theory. David Clemens would go on to test the strategy for real in 2018. He was able to show that it was possible, demonstrating the first example of an alarm being destroyed through the window. But it wouldn't be Clemens that would be the first to use the strategy to get a new personal best. In August of 2019, Fernando Almeida used the window strategy to achieve a 117. This is the first time someone successfully used the strategy. Fernando's run was still slower than Mark's world record of 116 though, and one of the reasons for this is that Fernando used what's called the single window strat. Based on the layout of the towers, there are 2 windows that can be used. These are located on the first and second towers of the dam. The layout of the final tower is reversed, so the strategy can't be used there. As mentioned before, the strategy is about 1 second faster for each alarm, which means you can save up to 2 seconds. But you can also just choose to only use the strategy for a single alarm, and not both. This is far more consistent, allowing you to get the 1 second time save, but it's still very difficult and it's not optimal. In November of 2022, David Clemens would become the second person to successfully use the strategy, achieving a 116.
Yeah, buddy.
This tied
It's
Mark's record,
dim,
but
though.
again,
I might bypass
used the single window strat. David's 116 with the single window was an extremely good run, and while it may have been theoretically possible to get 115 with that strategy, it would likely require both windows to beat Mark's classic record. And if there was one person who was going to do it had to be the damn master himself, Carl Magnus Wall. Back in May, I released a video talking about my greatest world record ever, which was a time of 52 seconds on Damn Agent. I also spoke about how Carl Magnus Wall had been trying to match that time for half a year. Well, shortly afterwards, he did achieve 52, and as a quick side note, this was his reaction.
We're waiting the cutscene. Yo, Sterling, what's up?
Where is the... Oh.
Dude! What? No fucking way, dude!
So I think, that looks about right.
I don't know what to do.
Yeah.
After tying the Agent world record, Carl then tied the 00 Agent record.
6, I think.
Alright, so that's that.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Oh, I can't believe it. What the fuck?
At this point, he had all 3 records, but they were all tied, and he wanted to leave his mark on the level forever by setting a new world record. And the double window strat was the perfect opportunity. Carl began his grind in July, and it would take an entire month before he would get both alarms in a single run.
Okay. That's gone. Alrighty.
You can see by his tally that he had destroyed the first alarm 47 times and the second alarm 30 times before he was able to destroy them both in a single run. But even if you do destroy both alarms, the run is far from over. You still need to destroy the final alarm, which is extremely difficult to do fast. In the ancient strategy, the final alarm was by far the hardest. The alarm is just hard in general, but to do it on a run like this makes it 100 times harder. It took Carl 1 month to get his first chance. The pressure would have been crazy, which made his inevitable choke understandable.
Okay, let's see here.
I got both alarms, guys.
Over the next several months, Carl would get a total of 30 runs, taking out both alarms, and every single time he couldn't destroy the final alarm. whether it be from bad bullet spread, low FPS, or just choking and missing the alarm completely. But on the 14th of November, on the 31st potential attempt, Carl Magnus Wall finally achieved this run.
Okay. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. There we go. Come here. Please.
Come on. That was slow, but... Come on. It might be good enough. Nope, it's not. I was so far away from the door. Yeah, no. Cool last alarm, though. I missed the B press. Never mind. Boom. There we go. No fucking way. Holy shit, I missed the B press. Oh, thank you. Thank you, GoldenEye. Thank you. We are done with Damn for now. Oh, that was it. Oh, thank you. 52% accuracy. Thank you.
Oh my gosh.
Thank you. Oh, beautiful. 115. Thank you. Wow. Goodbye, Damn.
After 25 years, the damn secret agent world record has finally said goodbye to its archaic past and has entered the modern era. Almost 2 decades after the double window strat was created, someone actually did it. Sometimes it's new discoveries that lead to amazing new records, but sometimes all it takes is a player having the will and the confidence to take something that was considered too difficult and make it a reality. A huge congratulations to Carl Magnus Wall. Thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video. Hello, you absolute legends. For the past 3 years, I've covered some amazing world records that speedrunners have achieved on this channel. I simply love learning about different games and the players that are able to do incredible things. But today, we are going to do something a little bit different. Today, we will be talking about a world record that I achieved myself. In fact, we will be talking about the greatest world record that I personally set in my entire speedrunning career, which spanned over 20 years. Normally, I don't really like going into detail about my own achievements. I'd much rather focus on the accomplishments of others. But in this case, I'm going to make an exception, and I think I have a pretty good reason. In my lifetime, I've achieved 343 world records, with 135 of them being untied. Out of those 135 new world records, the choice of which is the greatest is an easy one. It's not even close. Of all of the untied world records I've set in both GoldenEye and Perfect Dark, only a single one remains that has yet to be matched by another player. On the 2nd of December 2017, I achieved a time of 52 seconds on Damn Agent, the first level in GoldenEye on the easiest difficulty setting. Recently, it became the longest lasting untied world record currently on the ranks, and also entered the top 10 longest lasting untied world records of all time. Whenever this happens, a world record becomes a target, as people look to become the first to tie a well-known and prestigious record. And in the case of Damn 52, that's exactly what's happened.
Heck? What happened
One of
now?
the best GoldenEye players in the world, a player by the name of Carl Magnus Wall, has made it his mission to tie Damn 52. He is already well known for setting some of the best world records in the game, and if anyone was to go after a time like this, it's definitely him. Over the past 5 months, he has already spent 400 hours in his quest, and he still hasn't managed to match the record I set in 2017. But the inevitable is coming, and so long as he keeps playing, he will do it eventually. When Damn 52 is tied, the last of my untied records will be slayed. I honestly don't know if I will ever set another world record again, so this really might be the last time we see my initials standing alone on the rankings. In celebration of this imminent event, and to shine a light on Carl Magnus Wall's efforts, we will take a look at the history of Damn Agent and to learn why this record is not only very special to me on a personal level, but also why it's just so damn hard to achieve. I really hope you enjoy. Now, legends, I need you to settle down and be serious for a moment because April is Testicular Cancer Awareness Month. Now, if you know me well, you know that I'm always going on about how you should make your balls look as neat and tidy as possible in order to impress any potential suitors. But you should also make sure they are healthy as well. And that is why today's video sponsor Manscaped has partnered with the Testicular Cancer Society to help you take care down there. So here's the drill. Step 1, use the Lawnmower 4.0 to trim away the disgusting tropical forest you have down there. It's waterproof, so I use it in the shower, and it really only takes around 2 minutes to make everything look good. Then, at least once a month, you should check yourself for testicular cancer, and you can find out how at manscaped.com/TCS. So get yourself a lawnmower today and go to manscaped.com/TCS to learn how to do some checks that every man must do. And of course, if you use the code TCSJobs, you'll also get 20% off plus free shipping. Damn on the Agent difficulty is likely the first experience we all had when we played GoldenEye for the first time. The most memorable part of that experience for me was picking up the sniper rifle in the tower near the beginning and summarily taking out every guard in the level from a distance. The level teaches us everything we need to know about how the game works, from how to press buttons and shoot locks to how guards behave, including running for alarms. It even has a moving vehicle, which is a strange anomaly that serves no purpose and only appears on this one level. On Agent, there is but one objective: bungee jump from platform. All you need to do is reach the center of the dam and take that leap of faith. The level design, at least the parts we actually need to get through on the Agent difficulty, is relatively simple. Since the game's release up until today, the basic path that players take to reach the end has remained exactly the same. Videos of the most ancient records are extremely rare. Back then, not only was it difficult and expensive to attain capture cards, but even if you did make videos, most internet connections were far too slow to allow for larger file types. So the videos that we do have are of very poor quality. Ow! The oldest world record video we have available is a run of 56 seconds by the player Wes McKinney. Wes was not only a world-class runner who sat at around second place for most of his short career, but he also ran and maintained the official world rankings. Everything was done manually, so we would need to email Wes our times and often wait months for them to be uploaded. This was well before the GoldenEye and Perfect Dark speedrunning community became known as the Elite. In the oldest days, the rankings were hosted on a website called GoldenEye Extreme. For those immersed in the world of software development, the name Wes McKinney might sound familiar. After moving on from GoldenEye in the early 2000s, Wes devoted himself to programming and created the world-renowned Python Pandas project. Nowadays, Wes is a highly successful programmer, entrepreneur, and author. But back then, he was just a 13-year-old kid playing Nintendo, as most of us were. The video of Wes's run of 56 seconds from 1998 is pretty poor quality, so I'm going to reenact it for the purpose of us learning the level. As I mentioned before, Damn Agent is very basic. For most of the run, we are simply concerned with tight corners and accurate lines without straying off the shortest path. After the starting section and heading through a tunnel, we make our way into a large opening before the level's first obstacle, the double gate. A button controls each of the gates, and usually in order for one of the gates to open, the other must be closed. However, the developers programmed a guard into the game that walks through these gates, and when this guard attempts to open one of them, it can bypass the need for the other to be closed. The timing of the guard's path makes it so that he opens the gate more or less as we get there. So when this guard opens the second gate, the first is still open, which allows us to run through. That being said, one oddity that was known about since right from the beginning is that if you press the button to open the gate yourself, the gate opens a little bit quicker. The reason for this wouldn't be known for another 20 years, but in practice, players always hit the button before going through. Once through the double gates, we make our way to the second obstacle. On the way, we pass a guard who, upon seeing us, runs for an alarm. If the alarm is activated, it alerts a couple of guards inside the building. But by the time the guard reaches the alarm, we are long gone, so it doesn't really impact anything. Once through a small gate next to the alarm, we come to another gate with a lock. This lock must be shot or the gate won't open. Thankfully, it only takes one bullet to remove it. Beyond the locked gate is a simple run to the final platform where we jump off the dam to finish the level. All in all, this is a very basic speed run, and really not much has changed over the past 20 years. In 1999, a time of 55 seconds would be achieved by multiple players, though we don't have an accurate record of who the first person was. We also don't have any videos from 1999. The first recorded runs of 55 show up in the year 2000, including one from yours truly, though unfortunately, this video has been lost. In early 2001, the world record was still sitting at 55 seconds, and was tied by around 30 people. Surprisingly, at the time, people considered 55 seconds to be as low as the record could go. One of the oldest traditions on the GoldenEye speedrunning forums is for players to try and predict what the best possible times are on each stage. In one topic from late 2000, every single person said that 55 was the best that one could do. But on the 14th of May 2001, Nintendo legend Steven Schwartz shocked the community by claiming a time of 54 seconds. In typical Steven fashion, he had no video of his claim, which is an interesting thing to note about this particular person. He was celebrated as one of the greatest GoldenEye players ever and claimed 37 untied world records in his career, but never had video proof for a single one of them. At the end of his career in 2002, he was caught lying about multiple times, and he left the community forever. However, he did know a lot about the game, and in his forum post announcing his new world record, he outlined an optimization that made it possible. The main improvement centered around the lock shot. The lock is really small and admittedly hard to hit while running, so previously what players would do is switch from right strafe to left strafe at the small gate before the lock in order to get a better angle on their approach. They would then momentarily break strafe to make the lock shot easier, and switch back to right strafe as they went through. The problem with this is that switching strafe directions is really slow, and loses about 0.2 seconds every time you do it. When you combine these strafe changes with an overly safe lock shot, players were losing at least half a second in this section alone. In his post, Steven explained that this should all be done in right strafe, stating, "Here is where most of you go wrong. Keep strafing right C to lock gate. Hold a straight line to the lock itself and aim up. Now close to the gate, press hard right and shoot lock off and press B in one fluid motion. You should strafe out of the gate as if the gate wasn't even there. This is the most important thing for getting a 54. Even with the lack of video proof, Steven's explanation was enough to create an avalanche of new personal bests, with at least 10 people tying the world record with their own runs of 54 seconds within a week, and I was among them. 54 turned out to be a rather easy record, and within a year, a total of 36 had achieved it. One funny thing to note about Steven's post, however, is that he also mentioned he was switching weapons throughout his run. He thought this might have made him run faster, as the game was noticeably slowing down when he was doing so. Ironically, we later learned that slowing the game down like this is actually slower. But it's pretty funny to look at runs from this time trying to mimic Steven's strategy by switching weapons throughout their run. 2002 would prove to be an incredibly influential year for GoldenEye speedrunning, and in my opinion, marked a split between the ancient players who were resistant to change and the modern generations who were much more open to new ideas. Personally, I was definitely in the former category. Late 2001 was my peak in GoldenEye speedrunning. At one point in August, I was ranked first in total time in every category, and came within 20 points of overall champion. To this day, my biggest regret in speedrunning was not knuckling down and doing what I had to do to become champion. I had the skill, I had the potential, but what I lacked was self-belief. And looking back, I don't really understand why. In 2002, I switched over to Perfect Dark and became world champion relatively easily. I never had any confidence issues in that game, but with GoldenEye, I always considered myself to be a second-rate player. This led me to not even try to get world records on certain levels because I never thought I even had a chance. It seemed like players such as Wouter Jansen and Randy Bukima could do anything, but I was more of a specialist who shied away from certain challenges. Though as good as Wouter and Randy were, nothing could prepare me for the behemoth that was Brian Bossart. Two things happened in 2002 that changed GoldenEye speedrunning forever. The first is the discovery of lookdown, the realization that looking at the ground produces slightly faster times. And the second thing was the entrance of Brian Bossart to the GoldenEye community. I didn't like either of these occurrences. I didn't like lookdown because after playing the game for years the standard way, the idea of looking at the ground was really unappealing. And I resented Brian Bossart because from my immature, insecure perspective, he was a new player that was simply taking advantage of new strategies like lookdown in order to beat world records that was set legitimately. A perfect example was Surface 1 on the Secret Agent difficulty.
Oh my gosh,
as part
finally
of the strategy,
gluing
we
down.
collect a grenade launcher so that we can quickly destroy 4 locks at the end of the level. Without the grenade launcher, we'd have to shoot out each lock individually, which is much slower. But in the past, no one had utilized the grenade launcher for anything else. That was until July 2001 when I pioneered a technique to give yourself boosts. This was a lot more difficult, but also much faster. With this technique, I achieved a new world record of 1 minute and 53 seconds, which was a really strong record at the time and wouldn't be matched for over a year. But as soon as lookdown was discovered, Brian Bossart used it to beat my record with a time of 1:52. And the worst part is that he didn't even need to use grenade boosts, which increases the difficulty substantially. Lookdown essentially allowed him to get a faster time with less effort, which upset me, and it would take almost 15 years before my style of grenade boosting would be fully utilized on that level to get a new world record. Eventually, my attitude did change, but lookdown almost single-handedly made me lose interest in the game, and I wouldn't seriously speedrun the game again for over 10 years. Brian posted about his new Surface 1 world record on the 27th of September 2002, which is a date that will go down in GoldenEye history as one of the most important. But not because of his Surface 1 time, it was another record that he achieved on the same day that would blow everyone away. It was a time of 53 seconds on Damn Agent. While it could be argued that Brian's Surface 1 record was weak and simply a product of a new strategy, the same could certainly not be said about Damn Agent 53 seconds. This record was a monster. Not only did it take over 2 years before anyone else could match it, but it went on to become the longest lasting world record in GoldenEye history. Brian wouldn't become GoldenEye champion for at least another year, but his Damn Agent record was well ahead of its time and was a precursor to his later domination. In fact, I still remember exactly where I was when I heard the news. That's how big of a deal it was. Before Brian's 53, I don't even remember anyone else considering the possibility. Brian did use lookdown for most of the level, but there was some nuance to its implementation. For example, in the tunnel near the beginning of the stage, Brian stopped using lookdown at the corner before the double gate. This is necessary because if you keep looking down, the guard opens the gate extremely late.
Seriously, now it's burnt out?
The guard that opens the gate is loaded and starts walking along his path when you reach the corner in the tunnel. However, if you look down, he gets loaded much later. Another thing to note about this guard is that the speed at which he opens the gate is dependent on RNG. So sometimes he will open it very quickly, and sometimes it will be half a second slower. The variation isn't huge,
don't tell me,
but
please
when
do
going
not
for
tell me.
53, these
thing.
small discrepancies were really starting to matter. And in Brian's case, his gate was extremely quick. To match the old world record of 54, you really didn't need much luck. You would essentially be guaranteed the time if you played well. But with 53, everything became important, even things like getting boosted by guards. On Damn Agent, there are 3 primary locations that one could hope to get shot by a guard from behind in order to gain a small boost in speed. The first is at the very beginning from this guard here. The second is in the large area before the double gate,
and
the third is from this guard here on the way to the lock shot after the double gate. Not every boost is equal, however. A great example is the second boost towards the double gate. If you watch any run of 53 seconds before 2017, you'll notice that in almost every case, the player has to wait for a brief moment before they can get through. If your line to the gate is good, you will be able to get there before the guard has a chance to open it. So in all of these cases, if you get boosted on your way to the gate, you won't save any time because you'll have to wait anyway. The first and third boosts are a different story. You definitely can gain some time here, but it's not as much as one might think. Generally, a boost from a guard will save approximately 0.3 seconds, but this only applies if you are getting boosted perfectly in the same direction you are running. Guards can shoot you from the side, from the front, or at any angle, and the amount of time you'll save depends on where the guard is standing when they hit you. Unfortunately, the first and third boosts aren't perfect, and the guards are hitting you from an angle of around 45 degrees, or possibly even worse depending on when they shoot you. This ultimately works out to a time save of around 0.2 seconds on average at best. On his run, Brian got the very first boost, and almost every 53 after his had at least one boost. 53 ended up being so tight that it was almost impossible to get without a boost.
Oh my gosh. Okay, that's why.
Years, a couple of players
that's fine.
to do it. The most
accidentally somehow soldered to the vent pin,
in
which you don't want to do.
This run was seen as the pinnacle of Damn Agent play.
Right.
The lines were fantastic, the gate was fast.
Now, are you going to work with this?
After the lock shot, he looked up instead of down. This is because if we look down here, we don't just see the ground, we end up loading the entire dam below. So the game runs a bit smoother if we look up. Dan's boostless run was definitely a very high 53, likely a 53.9. If we add in the two potential boosts, his run could have theoretically been a mid-53. But with no other known time saves to include, this is still light years away from 52. And it's for this reason that 53 seconds was basically considered the max, the lowest the level would ever go. However, over the next 15 years, there were two breakthroughs that gave hope that lower may indeed one day happen. The first breakthrough was in 2010, when it was discovered that by using two controllers and the 2.2 or 2.4 control styles, which we simply call 2.x, you can start levels in full speed. Normally it takes Bond around 3 seconds to reach his max speed, but with 2.x, you can start with max speed immediately. This ends up being a lot more difficult because it means you have to play the entire level with two controllers, but if you can do it, it saves around 0.35 seconds. Some players did continue to go for 53 seconds using one controller, but slowly over time, more and more people began to realize how much easier 53 seconds was using two. With 2.x, 53 seconds became very easy, and it was one of the first times that I achieved when I came back to GoldenEye speedrunning in 2012 after my 10-year hiatus. I had moved over to Perfect Dark exclusively, where lookdown was a less of an impactful strategy. But 10 years later in 2012, I realized that I still loved the game and I really wanted to give speedrunning GoldenEye another go. By this stage, I had dropped all the way down to 39th on the ranks, and I would spend the next 2 years clawing my way back up to a respectable position.
Oh my gosh, thank goodness.
But as was the case over a decade ago, I still didn't consider myself a top-tier player, and neither did anyone else. I did achieve a couple of new untied world records after coming back, like 35 seconds on Cradle 00 Agent in 2014 and Streets Agent 111 in 2016, but these times weren't particularly difficult or memorable. Cradle 35 was extremely overdue, and Streets 111 was a product of a new strategy that was quickly tied by other players within days. Perfect Dark was always a different story. I was world champion multiple times and definitely had records that I could look back on and be proud of. The best example being 25 seconds on War Agent, which is still by far the longest lasting record in the game's history. But with GoldenEye, I really didn't have anything that stood out, which just fed into my already existing self-doubt. What I couldn't have predicted is that in 2017, 18 years after first speedrunning GoldenEye, my best records were yet to come. And the final piece of the puzzle that was needed was the second breakthrough that was made on Damn Agent. The discovery of 2.x essentially made 53 seconds on Damn Agent a trivial time to achieve, and by 2017, a total of 87 people had achieved it. However, just because 53 was easy, that didn't mean 52 seconds was realistic or even possible. If you took the best case scenario of using 2.x, getting a boost at the start, getting the fastest gate, and getting a boost after the gate, that still only added up to a very, very low 53. There was only one person crazy enough to even attempt to go for 52, which was the player Illu, who in January of 2016 did a 24-hour stream of purely Damn Agent 52 attempts. Needless to say, he wasn't successful. Looking back, he never really stood a chance. The strategy he was using just wasn't fast enough. On the positive side, Illu's attempts did go a long way in bringing more awareness to the discussion though, and later in the year, the player Luke Scalaz created a forum post announcing a $500 bounty for anyone that could get 52. In this topic, there was some discussion about possible optimizations, like alerting extra guards to try and get more boosts, though nothing really panned out. There was one very interesting post, however, by the player Typosaur, who realized that the speed at which the guard that opens the double gate is loaded will differ depending on the line you take inside of the tunnel. Obviously, the quicker the guard is loaded, the sooner he will open the gate. Typosaur discovered that if you were to take a wider line and go to the left of the guard before the corner where the gate guard is loaded, he will on average load around 0.2 seconds quicker than if you were to take a tight line and go on the inside of the guard. He even programmed a Proton emulator to simulate 300 runs to collect data. This works because if you take a wider line, you can see around the corner sooner, thus loading the guard. While the speed at which the guard opens the gate is always random, this was still an important discovery because it showed that we have at least some control over how fast the gate could potentially open. In practice, however, this didn't have much of an impact as many players were already taking a wider line in the tunnel, including Brian's original 53 and Chervoni's boostless 53. So this was a good thing to know, but didn't save any extra time. But then in 2017, something impactful was found, a way to load the gate guard even faster. In a topic created in early 2017 called Damn 52 Discussion, several players were investigating the potential of getting another guard behind the double gates to come and open them. This would theoretically be done by shooting through walls that were unloaded in order to alert him.
So it seems that I was overloading it.
Spearheaded by Aaron Morgan, who tested a wide variety of different variables to try and make it work. Ultimately, he failed in producing a viable strategy, but several months later in May, he noticed something else. He realized that the gate guard loaded slightly earlier if you were looking up at an angle when you reached the corner in the tunnel. He found that the perfect lookup angle was 40 degrees, and you needed to go out wide instead of hugging the corner. Using this technique, you can load the guard approximately 0.23 seconds quicker than with no lookup at all. There was just one catch. Because you have to go out wide for the turn, you actually end up getting to the gate much slower. So in the event that you do get the fastest gate, you can't take full advantage of it. The only way to get the full 0.23 time save was to get a boost towards the gate. This wasn't seen as a big problem though. What was most important is that now we could confidently say that Damn 52 was possible if everything went our way. With the first and third boost saving around 0.4 seconds, 2.x saving 0.35 seconds, and the new guard load saving 0.23 seconds, this all added up to a full second of potential time save. With Damn Agent 53 now almost 15 years old, beating it would be a huge deal. And with this new strategy, you would think that everyone was rushing out to be the one to make history. But this didn't happen. There was only a single player that actually put real effort into going for 52, and that player was me. I saw Damn 52 as an opportunity to finally achieve something in this game that everyone could be proud of, and would leave a lasting mark on the community. I still remembered how important Damn 53 was when Brian achieved it 15 years ago, and this was my chance to truly become a part of GoldenEye history. But this was easier said than done. To really understand why no one else went for 52, even though it was clearly possible, we have to understand the odds of everything falling into place. The harsh reality is that in order to get Damn 52, I would need the luckiest run that has ever happened in the history of the game. Let's start with the boosts. Getting a boost depends on several factors: the animation a guard chooses, the speed at which he reacts, and the length of time he decides to shoot at you. It's very hard to calculate exact odds for a boost because there are multiple things at play and is even affected by your angle of movement in relation to the guard. All that being said, it's safe to say that the chance of getting a specific boost is around 1 in 10. A run of 52 seconds would likely require 3 boosts, so the chances of getting all 3 is approximately 1 in 1,000. Then we need to consider how fast the double gate will be opened by the guard. As stated before, this is completely random. For a long time, we had no real clue why it was random, but last year the player White Ted was able to produce an explanation. To put it simply, the guard will only open the gate when his tick counter reaches a multiple of 10. This tick counter increases by 1 every frame, and its initial value is random. This ultimately means that when he reaches the gate, it could take 1 frame or 10 frames before he opens it. The reason that pressing the button makes the gate open earlier is because the guard actually does 2 things. The first thing he does is start closing the other gate. Then, once that gate is closing, he can open the second gate. When we press the button, this closes the other gate, which means that the guard no longer needs to do that. In the double gate section, the game runs at around 20 frames per second, so every single extra frame costs 0.05 seconds. A time of 52 almost certainly requires the fastest gate, which at 1 in 10 gives us an overall chance of 1 in 10,000 if you want the fastest gate plus 3 boosts. 1 in 10,000 odds are already pretty bad, but it gets even worse. Remember way back near the beginning of the video I mentioned there was a guard after the double gates that runs for an alarm? I also said that this didn't really affect anything, which it doesn't if you want a time of 53 seconds or higher. But when it comes to a time of 52 seconds, suddenly he becomes more annoying than ever. Around 2 years ago, I made a video talking about Runway Agent and the new record of 21 seconds. This occurred after a breakthrough realizing that killing 2 guards with a grenade ended up saving around 0.15 seconds. The time of 21 seconds was largely thought to be impossible, but this slight optimization ultimately made it possible. Killing these guards saved time because the game has to keep track of guard movements, and with more guards chasing Bond, more processing power is required, thus slowing down the game. On Dam, the exact same thing can happen, but it depends on how fast the guard running to the alarm reacts to you and starts running. If he is slow, then by the time he activates the alarm, you are already past the lockshot gate. If that's the case, the guards inside the building are not activated and do not chase Bond. But if he reacts quickly and the alarm goes off before you're through the gate, the guards are alerted and start chasing you. If the guards do chase you, by the time you reach the end of the level, you've already lost at least 1/10 of a second. And that's not the only issue with a fast alarm either. When the alarm is activated and the guards are alerted, there is a large momentary drop in the frame rate. The lockshot itself is a frame-perfect trick, so any disruption to the frame rate can make it impossible to time correctly. Though realistically, even if you do manage to hit the lock, you are probably going to lose too much time to get 52 anyway. In my experience, the chance of getting a late alarm is approximately 1 in 3. Now, our odds of everything coming together is around 1 in 30,000. Then we have to factor in the chance of bad luck happening as well, like getting back boosted by a guard or having a particularly bad frame rate which can randomly cost you 1/10 of a second for no discernible reason. In the end, the chance of having everything go your way is probably somewhere between 1 in 50,000 to 1 in 100,000. The luck required is unbelievable. 52 would be the luckiest GoldenEye speedrun ever by far.
Crap, hold on.
It's for this reason that no one wanted to even try because they knew how ridiculous it was. And it's also for this reason that I knew I had to go for it. This was my chance to finally cement myself in GoldenEye lore forever, and to make up for the fact that I was too lazy and too scared to get GoldenEye Champion back in 2001. For the very first time in my GoldenEye career, I was really going to try and put in my full effort. I studied the level meticulously, making sure my movement was perfect. When a speedrun requires this much luck, you need to be able to play perfectly every single time. You could play for 1,000 hours and only get a single chance, so you need to be damn sure that you can do it right when the time comes. As fate would have it, I got particularly lucky. It only took me 250 hours over 6 months before I had my first chance. Between May and December of 2017, I would spend most of that time grinding and researching Damn Agent, but I would never have everything come together until near the end of the year. Entering December, Damn Agent was now by far the most tied record in the game's history, with 127 people holding it. And on the 2nd of December 2017, this happened.
You were good anyway. I'm only joking around, man. I'm not like being serious. There was another Greg. Greg, one more. Oh my god.
Okay. Working on the one? No, unfortunately, I burnt out the power cell battery, so I need to go and remake a new one. I mean, it works, but the Arduino gets super hot, and I am not going to be risking that, you know. I'm not really fond of that idea, so.
I'll just be happy knowing that I clutched that. Oh. What a run. Fuck. I can't even play anymore tonight after that. I don't know. Oh! Fuck! Fuck! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh, oh fuck! Man, what the fuck? Oh my god!
Piece of crap. I'm gonna do this again. Where is it?
This run is, for
Yeah.
all intents and purposes, perfect. You
Wasn't
really
expecting
couldn't
that
ask
to
for
happen,
anything
but-
better. I had 3 boosts, the fastest gate, and a late alarm, combined with very low lag throughout the run. I can't even describe the feeling I had when going for the lock shot, because I immediately knew that it was never going to get any better than this. And if I missed, there was a real chance I would never get the opportunity again. After the 3rd boost, I basically lost the ability to think or have conscious control over what I was doing. I was basically a deer in headlights, running completely on autopilot. And shockingly, I did the lock shot perfectly, which admittedly was a fluke. I had done it a million times before, but there was no way I should have been able to do it this time with so much pressure. I was extremely lucky. My reaction was insane and caught the attention of gaming journalists everywhere, and it even appeared in mainstream news articles. I had people at work who I'd never told about my speedrunning come and congratulate me because they'd heard it on the news or the radio. However, my reaction wasn't just about getting a good time. This was the result of loving and playing a game for almost 2 decades, and for the first time achieving something that I was truly proud of. And what made it even more intense is the fact that even with a seemingly perfect run, 52 was never guaranteed. I really didn't know what the final time would be, and to see 52 come up on screen was truly jarring. Achieving 52 seconds on Damn Agent gave me a sense of confidence in the game that I'd never had before, and it's directly responsible for me going on to set the best world records of my career in the following year. I ultimately beat 4 out of the 5 longest lasting records in the game, something I'd never thought I would be able to do. The records I would end
Power
up
cell,
achieving
you know,
afterwards
the
were good,
little
but
blue
they are
lights
still nothing compared to
on the
Damn
Proton
52.
pack.
They've all been tied by other players, but Damn remains unmatched. And it's now the longest lasting untied world record currently on the ranks, and the 9th longest lasting of all time. It's also the final world record that I've personally set that remains untied. Of course, this means that now Dam 52 is a massive target, and in November of last year, there was one player who decided to take up the challenge. Carl Magnus Wall is one of the strongest speedrunners currently playing the game. He has the second most number of world records and has set some of the strongest records currently on the ranks, including an untied sweep on Surface 1. Carl had teased the idea of going for Dam 52 for years, but in November, his attempt became official. Carl certainly has the skill, but Dam Agent requires a lot more than that. It needs consistency and a whole lot of patience. 170 hours into his grind on January 3rd of this year, he had his first potential run. He got the first boost, the second boost, and a fast gate. And then this happened. Okay. Okay.
Oh no.
The alarm went off just as he was about to take the lock shot, causing him to miss. Though even if he did hit the lock, the early alarm probably cost him 52 anyway, but it would still have been very close. 3 months later, on the 14th of April, after
no, I don't
180
personally.
hours
It's
of
not
grinding,
my thing.
he would get his second potential run. By this stage, he had duped 53 seconds, well over 1,000 times, and at 350 hours total, it was now officially his longest grind ever. And then, this happened.
There we go. Come on. Come on. Early alarm. I got fucked by the early alarm again. I wasn't even nervous. Dude, I got lagged out of a 52. I swear to God.
An early alarm cost him his chance. As of today, Carl has spent 400 hours playing for this time, and it's impossible to say how much longer it will take. But I want you all to do me a favor. Please go and follow him on Twitch and watch his attempts. When he does finally get 52, it's going to be a very special moment, and I want as many people to witness it as possible. When Carl or someone else does get 52, it's going to be a very bittersweet moment for me. I will be extremely happy for them because I know how special the record is, but I will also be a bit sad because having an untied world record in one of my favorite games of all time is a pretty cool feeling. But hey, who knows? Maybe in another 15 years, I will achieve my greatest world record yet. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Yeah, I know that feel. I really don't.
Quake, done, quick. In the late 90s, these three words were almost synonymous with the word speedrunning. While id Software's predecessor Doom may have given birth to speedrunning as we know it today, it was Quake that thrust it into the mainstream. But what was once the shining star of speedrunning, Quake eventually faded from popularity. With franchises such as Mario and Zelda becoming the big names in town, Quake took a back seat.
Go for it.
Recently, I found myself asking, what happened to Quake speedrunning? I set out to discover what became of arguably the most influential speedrunning game of all time. What I found was a game that facilitates some of the most complex and difficult movement in all of speedrunning. And to my delight, there is still a community of dedicated runners keeping the torch alight. In fact, in July of 2019, a speedrun was performed that may very well be the greatest Quake speedrun of all time. In order to fully appreciate this amazing new record, we are going to learn about the rich history leading up to this moment. Along the way, we will uncover and begin to understand the techniques that make this achievement so insanely difficult. So sit back and relax as we examine the world record progression of Quake's very first level, the Slipgate Complex.
It hurt.
The Slipgate Complex, or E1M1 as called by Quake speedrunners. E1 referring to Episode 1, and M1 referring to Map 1. Both Quake and Doom players use this shorthand to describe levels. Before we jump into this iconic stage, I want to explain to you why Quake was so instrumental in building the popularity of speedrunning. By 1996, Doom had already established a pretty active speedrunning community. Naturally, with Quake being the next release from id Software, people were already excited about continuing that tradition and pushing the new game to its limits. Quake carried over a couple of very important features from Doom. The first was the end screen that showed the time in which the level was completed. This made real-time score tracking a breeze, and begged for competition to see who could complete each level in the lowest time. The second was the ability to immortalize runs by capturing inputs and storing them in the form of demos. These demos could be sent quickly over the internet and played back on any computer with Quake installed. Demos are amazing, and it's pretty awesome to be able to watch runs that are over 20 years old with such clarity. In the 90s, capturing videos from consoles was actually pretty difficult and usually resulted in poor quality. Video files are much larger than demo files, and because most internet users were on dial-up and wanted to keep file sizes small, videos were compressed to such an extent that their quality suffered tremendously. For example, take a look at this speedrunning footage of GoldenEye 007 from 1999. Now, take a look at a Quake speedrun from 1997, 2 years earlier. In early 1997, a few of the Quake speedrunners decided to work together.
Yeah, it's okay. I'm okay. It's
of the entire game.
When you start working with a really small project like this, it's bound to happen.
A person will play a game from start to finish in a single attempt. In a segmented speedrun, a person, or even several people, will replay each level many times to get the optimal run and then piece them all together. The first segmented speedrun completed Quake in a time of 19 minutes and 49 seconds. The demo for this speedrun was converted into a video file and released under the title Quake Done Quick in June of 1997. Quake Done Quick would garner massive popularity and widespread attention. Anyone who was a gamer in the late 90s knew of Quake speedrunning. Even if they had no idea what speedrunning was, or what it was even called, and to be perfectly honest, at that time hardly anyone did, they at least knew that people out there were working hard to complete Quake as quickly as possible. Quake Done Quick showcased crazy techniques such as rocket jumping, which blew everyone away and created a lot of excitement. Quake speedrunners used several different websites to store the many demo files that were being created, but in 1998 these were merged into a single website under the banner Speed Demos Archive. Speed Demos Archive, or SDA for short, was instrumental in bringing together and cultivating a community of speedrunners. It was originally only a hub for Quake speedrunning, but in the mid-2000s it started hosting videos and forums for speedruns of other games as well. If you were looking for videos of speedruns of your favorite games between the years of 2005 to around 2012, chances are your search would lead you to Speed Demos Archive. In 2010, users of SDA organized the first charity speedrunning marathon that would bear the name Games Done Quick, aptly named in honor of the game that started it all. A marathon that would go on to be watched by hundreds of thousands of people each year and has raised millions for charity. Quake's influence on speedrunning can't be overstated, but its popularity in the community has waned dramatically over the years. Among the younger generation of gamers, not much is known about Quake's history and impact. So let's get to it. Now that we've briefly covered the importance of Quake speedrunning, we can get into the history of Quake's first level, the Slipgate Complex. In order to get familiar with the level, we are going to complete it casually first, and I'll explain each of the different components as we go. One thing I do have to mention is that we will be playing on the easy difficulty. If you've watched my previous Doom videos, you'll remember that Doom speedrunners speedrun on the harder difficulties. Quake is a bit different in that regard, as the most popular categories are run on the easy difficulty. This is because monsters introduce a ton of luck into the run, and as we will see, Quake movement is extremely technical and mapped out, so the least amount of luck required, the better. Also, we'll be looking at the category where the only objective is to reach the end of the stage as quickly as possible. Therefore, we'll be ignoring secrets and monsters where possible. Once starting the level and heading down the first hallway, we encounter our first door on the left. It's important to point out that there is no activate button in Quake. Doors are activated by proximity, and buttons are activated by making physical contact with them. This means there is no need to time frame perfect inputs in order to open doors and press buttons as soon as possible, as you would in Doom. After a short elevator ride, we encounter our first enemies as well as a bridge. Through the next door lies a T-junction with a dead end on the right. There's an explosive crate here that will explode when shot. Heading around the next few corners, we find a pit of slime blocking access to the rest of the level. A button on the right will extend a ledge once activated, allowing us to cross. The next section contains a spiraling ramp housing 3 buttons. All 3 of these buttons will need to be activated in order to open a door lying at the base of the ramp.
Okay, there we
Once
go.
through the opened door, a short hallway is all that separates us from the final room that houses the slipgate we use to complete the stage. The slipgate is activated via contact, so timing a final button push is not a requirement. The first recorded world record dates back to the 20th of August, 1997. The runner Gunnar Andre Mo set a time of 30 seconds.
Oh my gosh, there we go.
This is the one demo that appears to have been lost forever, so we won't be able to look at the run. But it wasn't long before this was made obsolete by Gunnar when he achieved a run of 29 seconds on the 19th of September, 1997. This run is extremely primitive. None of the future techniques had been discovered, so Gunnar simply ran forward in straight lines trying to cover the least amount of distance possible. There was one thing to note though, which is a jump Gunnar executes on the ramp section. I actually haven't mentioned
no overheating. We're good.
Yes,
we're good.
you can jump in Quake, a mechanic that completely separates it from its predecessor Doom.
Okay.
I'm going to add a display at the bottom of the screen for each run that will show a number. Pay very close attention to this number as it represents the current speed of Quake Guy in units per second. When running in a straight line, the speed that Quake Guy will reach is 320 units per second. So with that number as a benchmark, you'll be able to identify what movements or techniques create more speed. On the 26th of January 1998, a player going by the name Burn and Son managed to complete the level in 28 seconds.
That's hot.
Here, we see the first implementation of a genuine speed technique, wall running. By strafing along a wall, you can achieve quite a large boost in speed, all the way up to 480 units per second. The design in Quake's levels are pretty complex, but you can see how Burn and Son takes every small opportunity to use wall running to his advantage. The 24th of April 1998 saw the player Will Marsh take the record to 27 seconds. Will took advantage of a very primitive technique known as zigzagging. By rapidly alternating strafe buttons, you can achieve speeds of over 400 units per second. Will used this technique as much as possible, but he still tried to incorporate some wall running when possible. By this time, Quake's speedrunning was still incredibly basic, but a technique was about to be discovered that would drastically change the Quake landscape forever. On the 30th of May 1998, the speedrunner Ilkka Kirkala would achieve this run.
Oh gosh, come on. Thank goodness. Alright, that's what I wanted to see. It's good now. We're good. We're good. So what happened is on the previous board, I accidentally shorted it out. So whenever you turn it on, little processor here would get smoking hot, and I didn't want to have that in a literally Kindle backpack of Kindle. I'm literally wearing. So I took that extra 30 minutes. Yeah.
It was already known since at least 1997
just for the sake of
that
safety,
you can
right?
build speed by both strafing and turning the mouse in the direction of the strafe. But this wasn't necessarily all that helpful.
It's good. We're good.
As soon as you stopped turning, your speed
we're
would
good.
immediately drop
So,
back
you know,
to 320 units per second due to the friction created by running along the ground. But you can abuse this mechanic by jumping at the end of the turn.
Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I'm just going to super glue some crap to it.
Quake Guy, meaning that he will keep the entirety of his speed at the moment he jumped. That is, of course, until his feet hit the ground. It's also possible to maintain some more of this speed gain by buffering the jump command, causing the player to jump as soon as he lands. There will definitely be a small speed loss from the brief moment that Quake Guy touches the ground, but it's only minimal, so it's still possible to keep some of the speed gain. This act of jumping to preserve speed is known as bunny hopping, and is one of the most famous techniques to spring from the Quake engine. Even though at this point the technique has not yet reached maturity, players are definitely starting to understand what needs to be done in order to maximize speed. On the 26th of June 1998, Peter Horvath would incorporate more bunny hops and achieve a time of 25 seconds. Peter would implement what is known as a slope boost at the very start of the level. You can gain a pretty significant amount of speed by bunny hopping off of a downward slope. The inverse is also true. If you bunny hop from an upward slope, you'll lose a bunch of speed. This mechanic is actually pretty impactful, as there are a ton of slopes on Quake, and figuring out where you can and can't jump from is a big part of the strategy. Peter's record would stand for 5 months. On the 11th of November 1998, Ilkka Kirkkala would do this.
Okay. Testing it again.
The movement in this run is a level beyond what we had previously seen, and for the first time we saw the implementation of a technique known as air strafing. We already know that turning while strafing can produce a gain in speed, and we know that as long as we are in the air, there is no friction to slow us down. But the one thing that isn't obvious is the fact that we can use turning and strafing to gain speed even while we are mid-air. If it's possible to gain speed while airborne, this should offset the drop in speed we encounter when we make brief contact with the ground, thereby continuously gaining speed through multiple jumps. In Ilkka's run of 24 seconds, he used air strafing around corners. This is the most intuitive place to execute this maneuver, as we are turning anyway. What isn't intuitive is being able to build speed with air strafing while traveling in straight lines. By using very precise timing, we can gain speed by alternating air strafes between left and right. One thing that can't be overstated is just how much skill is needed to perform air strafing optimally. Sure, it's reasonably easy to learn how to bunny hop and gain a decent amount of speed. It took me around 20 hours of practice to get to this point, but to get the maximum amount of speed takes extreme precision. I have to be honest and say that before making this video, I had never learned Quake speedrunning techniques. When I watched speedruns of Quake, the jumping mechanic didn't seem that complex. But you really can't appreciate just how difficult good bunny hopping is until you try it, and I certainly did not have a grasp of what it truly takes. Attempting to do it in a straight line without any obstacles was already incredibly frustrating. Once I had become comfortable with that, I thought it would be pretty simple to apply it to E1M1 and start speedrunning. I was in for a very rude awakening though. When I began attempts, it seemed impossible to do anything within these small corridors, and a slight touch to a wall or an enemy results in a massive loss of speed. Speaking of enemies, I haven't yet pointed out the fact that they will ruin your runs a lot. Enemy pathing is random, and some of them move very quickly. They are large and blocky. If they get in your way, you're screwed. They also possess a high level of accuracy. It didn't seem to matter how good my movement was. Getting shot seemed inevitable much of the time. Damage from enemies has incredible knockback, so getting a shot from the front will destroy your run. Ilkka's run of 24 seconds would remain the record for 7 months. During this period, skills were steadily improving. On the 14th of June, 1999, Marcus Taipale would set a new benchmark with this run. At the top levels, Quake speedrunning involves a lot of planning. Because the level designs are so complex, the amount of different combinations of jumping patterns becomes astronomically large. The goal is to find the perfect pattern, a way to maneuver around levels while still keeping the maximum amount of speed. This process of discovery takes years, but you can see how far players had come by as early as 1999. Marcus's time of 23 seconds would stand for almost 2 years, a testament to the strength of the run. But during this time, Marcus had been practicing an entirely new strategy.
There we go.
And this,
so now,
in my opinion, is where things
last thing I gotta do is figure out, it's basically install the little power cell.
Marcus Taipale achieved this
go.
run.
Right now, I'm gonna let this thing run. Actually, no, I can't let it run. Do its thing. I gotta. Alright. Alright, now we're switching gears a little. Now we gotta start doing our cardboard craft, right? About freaking time. Hardest part was just trying to get that working.
Earlier in the video, when we were first introducing ourselves to this level, I mentioned that there was an explosive crate that would explode when shot. The explosion from this box can be used to create tremendous speed. Quake's most flashy technique, rocket jumping, also owes itself to this same mechanic. The box boost is extremely precise. You have to be the perfect distance away when the box explodes. Too close and you die. Too far away and you won't gain enough speed. Players are required to do a quick 180 spin once past the box. Shoot the box at the perfect moment and then perform another 180 spin while simultaneously performing bunny hops to maintain speed. Marcus's run was good, but you can see how he lost a lot of speed during the button sequence due to an imperfect bunny hop pattern. So it did seem as though the run was not yet optimized. Marcus did add a slope boost at the base of the ramp after the button sequence, which provides a huge speed increase for the final section. Marcus wasn't the only player who had been busy mastering this strategy. Peter Horvath, who had previously set a new record on this stage almost 3 years ago, was still playing. He had also been attempting to use the box boost to attain a new record when he had learned that Marcus had already achieved 22 seconds. Peter did manage to tie 22, but felt that it was improvable, as both his and Marcus's runs didn't seem perfect. So Peter kept playing, and on the 25th of March 2001, he would perform this run.
Oh, EMF reader. Ghosts.
Peter's run of 21 seconds is absolutely incredible for the time it was set. His box boost was executed a lot better than the previous 22, allowing him to attain and maintain a much higher speed throughout the next section of the stage. The button sequence was performed a lot smoother as well. All in all, this run is pretty amazing. In fact, it was so good that it would remain the record for over 17 years. Players would definitely go on to tie it though, with the first being in 2006 by the player Mandel. Mandel would go on to achieve a 21.63 in 2009. In 2007, the Navigator would be the first to beat Peter's decimal, getting a 21.786. In his notes, he states, "Actually, come to think of it, I think 20 is possible." But possible is one thing, realistic is another. No real progress would be made on E1M1 until 2016.
Let's see here, I'm going to do a test now, stress test for
power
all
bunny
the
hopping,
lights.
or power bunnies for short. The knowledge of power bunnies had been around since at least the mid-2000s, but there is a reason it took a while for them to be implemented into the strategy.
That's
they are basically
controller
a much more
for
precise
power
and
cell.
difficult version of the standard bunny hop.
And then
with normal bunny
Cyclotron
hopping,
also
there
has
is
its
lots of
own
speed
Arduino
each
in
time
here.
the player touches the
So,
ground. This speed loss creates a soft cap of just over 500 units per second. At this speed, the gain from air strafing is not more than the loss from friction. With power bunny hopping, you can negate a lot of this speed loss from friction by tapping the forward button at the moment Quake Guy hits the ground. This enables speeds of upwards of 600 units per second. With standard bunny hopping, the forward key is not held, as this makes it impossible to air strafe properly, making changes in direction difficult.
no, I'm essentially just
The fact that power bunnies incorporate some use of the forward key means that air strafing is indeed more difficult. So it's better used for straight passages. In fact, its use is comparable to SR50 in Doom. It offers a modest speed increase, but is difficult to implement into complex moving patterns. In 2016, the player Danu would show what was possible with power bunny hopping. He managed to tie the record of 21 seconds without using the barrel boost at all. This heavily hinted at the feasibility of the record going lower, if both pieces could fit together into a single run. Several more players would go on to match the 21 without the use of the explosive box. One of these players was a man by the name of Connie Wernerson, who goes by the pseudonym Jukebox. Connie was already pretty experienced with E1M1, and after attaining the 21 without the boost,
we're testing it,
he
boys.
knew he could push it lower.
Now I just want to stress test one of the power banks I want to use to power this for the whole entire con. So let's see how long.
Jukebox achieved this run.
So go for it. All while doing that. Alrighty. I even drew out the plants too. Where is it? So this is the new. I got the new right here. Yeah, okay.
There is a lot to this run that I could cover. If I were to explain every single detail going on in this record, this video would be 2 hours long. There are very subtle maneuvers being executed at every step. At the very beginning of the level, the slope boost is particularly precise. If you land where the flat ground and the slope meet, you can reap the benefits of the speed increase while also retaining the ability to do a jump at full height. Normally, when bunny hopping from a slope, some of the vertical momentum of the jump is transferred into horizontal speed, so some height is sacrificed. If this beginning jump is not executed perfectly, this will cause you to have to perform an extra jump in the sequence, meaning that more speed is lost due to friction.
So this thing is 4 inches tall,
This maneuver only saves around 0.2 of a second, but in runs this optimized, it's a big deal. The low ceiling makes this jump really difficult to do. Near the end of the stage, he lands as close to the final ramp as possible. This is so that the next jump will hit the ramp at a much shallower angle, minimizing the speed loss. This is because the angle at which you hit the ramp will affect how great of an impact an upward or downward slope will have on your speed.
Oh, so it looks like I actually am on the right track for the hose. So, got the new hose. This is actually a lot bigger, or smaller. And actually, it turns out you can either use slotted or non-slotted thing, which helps me a lot because I thought it was incorrect, but no. Turns out it's actually not that incorrect as I thought it was. Yeah, there we go.
Jukebox's run of 20 seconds is really good, but it's
So,
still not
first thing is
perfect.
first,
He knew almost
or the plans I
immediately there were
sketched
still
out.
areas that screamed for improvement. In an ideal run, bunny hopping will remain continuous for the entire stage. Bunny hopping is how we can take full advantage of the speed we have created through various techniques. As soon as you stop jumping, you'll lose all of the extra speed you have accumulated. In the 20-second run, there were 3 places where the bunny hopping sequence was disrupted. The first was in the elevator at the start of the level. It's pretty
No, you're
safe
good.
to say that
Welcome back.
failure is unavoidable, as we need to
So,
wait for the lift
drew up
to lower
I
enough to
sketched
exit.
out a loose layout
The
of
second instance was
the
before
box while I was at
boost.
work, at least. So that's how
This
big the
helps
box
enough
will
to
be
boost
sticking out the
correctly to take
proton
full
pack.
advantage of it.
It
Given
looks
that you
like
need to be a
the
specific
proton
distance
pack,
away from the
at least
explosion,
the
and you
gearbox.
also need to be in midair, it makes it difficult to execute
Yeah, okay,
during
it's actually
a bunny
that's
hop sequence.
far out
If
sticking.
a single jump is off before
Alrighty.
or the speed isn't right, the entire sequence would be different, meaning that you couldn't be in the correct position to do the boost properly. So up until this point, players had stopped the sequence at the box, and then started it again so it was easier to jump from the same location each time. The third halt in the jumping pattern was at the final button of the 3-button ramp.
Alright,
Once
I'll be
this button
right
is
back.
activated, the
Huh?
player must do an almost completely 180
Yeah, it's my camera
turn.
does that.
This makes it seemingly impossible
Once you
to
look at
keep
it
the sequence
frontly
going,
on the
but it
front,
might be doable if you
it's
could
actually
keep
brown
enough
or
speed
blue,
and
but
swing out
my
wide
camera
over the
it
railing before coming back in
it
towards the button.
saturates it to
Similar how
white. So
Jukebox handled the first button on
Alright,
his
give me a
record
second.
run.
Be right back.
Because you need a ton of speed to pull this off. Everything before the final button needs to be perfect, or you just won't be going fast enough. Jukebox studied the level meticulously, and realized that in theory, it was indeed possible to keep a single bunny hop sequence from the elevator to the end. He did some initial testing and calculated that a 19.9 was achievable. Every single jump was carefully planned and mapped out. He knew exactly where he needed to land each time to keep the sequence going. He officially began attempts to make 19 a reality. And on the 23rd of June 2019, after 70,000 attempts, Connie Wernerson achieved this run. This run is simply amazing. A single bunny hop sequence was maintained from the elevator until the very end of the stage. It is just mind-blowing how much precision is needed to be able to keep a bunny hop sequence going, while at the same time spinning 180 degrees to shoot the explosive crate, and keep everything together while being boosted to insane speeds. The button sequence was executed flawlessly, and Jukebox makes this look much easier than it really is. This truly is one of the most perfect runs in Quake history. For all intents and purposes, this is as low as the record can go. Barring some major strategy development, the record is going to remain 19 for a long, long time. Now I offer you a challenge. I managed to beat the Slipgate complex in 25 seconds. If you're up for a bit of friendly competition, grab a copy of Quake and see if you can do better. If you manage to beat my time, post the video or demo in my Discord and I'll put your name in the next video. I will also randomly select a run to play during the video as well. I think you will get a lot more appreciation for the runs highlighted in this video when you try to speedrun Quake yourself. Let me know in the comments if you enjoyed this video and you'd like to see more Quake speedrunning content. Quake has one of the most storied histories in all of speedrunning, and it's a shame that it's not as popular as it was 20 years ago. Maybe this will change. Thank you so much for watching, you absolute legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video. Hello, you absolute legends. How does one prove complete dominance over a game? Since the birth of video games half a century ago, gamers everywhere have been clamoring to show they have mastered the hobby better than anyone else. There are many ways you can display your skill, but which is the best indicator of a player's overall competency? In the early years, by far the most widely accepted metric for one's ability was the high score. The premise is simple. If you can make the number bigger than everyone else, you are the best player. It's interesting to look back on those more primitive games and realize that high scores were such an integral part of their design. As technology progressed and the immersive quality of games improved, the need for a high score as a motivator diminished. Simply experiencing the game became incentive enough to keep people playing. Score counters gave way to detailed storylines and complex gameplay mechanics. In its place, a new metric would be needed in order to differentiate the strong from the weak, and that metric was time. Gamers went from trying to play for as long as possible, eking out every point, to playing as briefly as possible. Now, if you could make the number lower than everyone else, you are the best player. In the 90s, another form of gaming competition was beginning to emerge as well. By this point, video games had sufficiently evolved in complexity to facilitate deep and rewarding player-versus-player combat. With the fighting and real-time strategy genres coming fully into their own, the birth of competitive esports could truly begin. And let's be honest, when it comes to pure work ethic, nothing rivals the output seen in esports teams, especially those in South Korea, where players practice 8 to 12 hours every single day. When it comes to pure realized skill, it's hard to argue that anything tops what is seen in games like StarCraft. But ultimately, achievements in this field are hard to quantify, as by definition, they are against other human beings with all of their unpredictability and flaws. Whether you believe high score competition, speedrunning, or esports is the pinnacle of gaming will come down to personal preference. But there is one relatively new category of gaming that needs to be considered, and that is called no-hit. To be fair, no-hit has always been around in some limited form, but in the last few years it has exploded in popularity, and there is one particular gaming franchise that has been leading the charge in building this new genre, and that of course is Dark Souls. There is something uniquely captivating about Dark Souls no-hit runs. It is likely solely responsible for the idea of no-hit becoming as popular among gamers as it has. Dark Souls players continue to push the limits of what's possible, breaking barrier after barrier. And in 2021, the gamer Dino Sind Gil managed to accomplish something that has to be considered as one of the greatest feats in video game history. In this video, we will take a look at what he did and why it is so important. I hope you enjoy. Now a quick shout out to this video's sponsor, Skillshare. I am a huge advocate for learning, and Skillshare is the perfect place to grow and develop. Skillshare offers thousands of inspiring classes for you to explore new skills or master your existing talents. As someone who has amassed various skills over the years, I went through a few of the classes I already had some expertise in, and I can confirm the quality is extremely high. The teachers really know their stuff. Lately, I've been spending way too much time stressing about work, so I am going to take the course, The Ultimate Self-Care Playbook by Jonathan Van Ness, in order to find new ways to relax. Now, Skillshare has allowed me to offer a free trial of Skillshare Premium to the first 1,000 legends who click the link in the description. So please make sure to take advantage of this opportunity and start exploring your creativity today. Trying to beat a game without being hit by enemies isn't exactly a novel concept. In fact, it's essentially what players try to do anyway. We just don't succeed. We shy away from danger. We learn patterns and try to predict enemy behavior so that we can avoid their attacks. The basic human drive of self-preservation is still at work even when we play games. What most of us don't do, however, is make a conscious decision to practice a game for long enough to where we can actually do it. Completing a game without being hit has always been a symbol of mastery, and it's arguably an easier one to understand than something like speedrunning. 20 years ago, when speedrunning was still coming into its own, I vividly remember reading comments like, "Sure, that's great,
awesome,
but try doing it without getting hit." It seems like many people valued perfection.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, set yourself a goal. That's what I try and do for my builds. Hello, A4on.
Called License to Kill.
Or
For
whatever.
a skilled player, merely beating the game
Taco Man,
untouched
Tail
is
Man.
far too easy.
Yeah.
So to make things more difficult, we would increase enemy stats. Guards react quicker, have perfect accuracy, and will kill you in a single hit. Now this is a true challenge, and it would take years before someone would beat every level in this fashion, with the player Greg Watmore achieving this feat in late 2002. Most speedrunning communities of popular games have some kind of side challenge involving hitless or damageless runs. Some games even have this challenge built in, like the Golden Strawberries of Celeste, which can only be earned by completing an entire chapter without a single death. but nothing comes close in terms of both magnitude and insanity to the community centered around the Dark Souls franchise. The original Dark Souls was a phenomenon and is cited as one of the greatest video games ever made. It is undoubtedly a classic and is near perfect in every way. It is also extremely difficult, which frustrated the most casual of gamers, but served to make the game even more endearing to those looking for a challenge. The combat in Dark Souls is amazingly well crafted, and boss fights offer an experience that is both equal parts demanding, complex, frustrating, and fair. As long as you've attained the requisite amount of skill and knowledge, you can make pretty short work of them. The steep learning curve combined with a rewarding command over the game once proficiency is reached is one of the reasons it is seen as the pinnacle of game design. Naturally, being a game that is often touted as one of the most challenging mainstream entries ever made, players saw it as a great opportunity to prove their talents. For the years immediately preceding the game's release, the pinnacle of achievement was seen as no-death runs, getting through the entire game without dying a single time. But in 2013, two Japanese speedrunners, Otsunari and Ihel, would do something incredible. They would beat the game without taking any damage from enemies. As amazing as these runs were, they didn't seem to garner much attention from the gaming community, at least in the West. These early playthroughs were definitely ahead of their time, but aren't the kind of thing we would describe as no-hit using today's standards. For example, the use of magic was heavily abused in order to avoid direct confrontations with enemies. And perhaps even more importantly, shields were used to block attacks. While these blocks did prevent damage, the use of a shield makes things significantly easier and are strictly forbidden by damageless players of the current era. The true, modern version of no-hit wouldn't appear until late 2015, when legendary gamer the Happy Hob decided to push Dark Souls even further. He would attempt to beat Dark Souls without being hit by enemies, but he would do it without the use of magic, or blocking with a shield. After months of effort, on the 16th of February 2016, he would finally complete that challenge.
Oh no. World record! Holy shit! Okay, I'm looking at a little reference
The Happy Hob's run was a big deal, and in an interview following the achievement, the creator of Dark Souls, Hidetaka Miyazaki, was quoted as saying he didn't believe it. The timing of the first no-hit run couldn't have been more impeccable either. At this point in time, the gaming world was anxiously awaiting the release of Dark Souls 3. There was plenty of hype surrounding the upcoming installment, and Hobbs' no-hit run inspired gamers to secure their own world first. They wanted to be the first person to beat Dark Souls 3 without being hit. It took gamers 5 years to beat Dark Souls in this fashion, but Dark Souls 3 would be conquered in only 3 months. While Happy Hobbs' original Dark Souls run was essentially a solo effort, there was now a group of committed gamers racing to topple the third game. After an intense race, the honor of being the first person
so
to beat Dark Souls
I totally
3
forget that
went to
3D
Faraz
models
Khan.
of things exist. So I went to Sketchfab, typed in Proton Pack, and I got an interactable 3D model I can use as a very good reference. So there's a little tip for you. If a gun happens to exist and is very popular enough, try Sketchfab or places that allow you to what's it called?
I did it.
Look at a 3D model of the particular thing you're trying to make, and you should be good.
I did it. I legit did it. Oh my god.
There we go. Yeah. So in my
From
case,
here, the floodgates opened, with no-hit players spreading to every game in the franchise, even Bloodborne. In 2017, Demon's Souls, Bloodborne, and Dark Souls 2 were all beaten in this way. Bloodborne isn't exactly part of the Dark Souls universe, but it's a staple in the Dark Souls no-hit community. It was developed by the same company FromSoft and was also directed by the creator of Dark Souls himself, Hidetaka Miyazaki.
Okay.
Once a game was beaten, there were two directions a player could go. They could either make the challenge more difficult or make it longer, attempting to beat more than one game consecutively. Today I will be exploring the latter, but both avenues deserve credit. One of the crazier examples is the gamer That Cool Black Dude beating every single boss in Dark Souls without being hit using only the straight sword hilt, the quote-unquote starting weapon that does barely any damage. Beating a single Dark Souls game unscathed is challenging enough, but what about all three back to back? After being the first person to complete all three games separately in 2017, the Happy Hob set his sights on doing the impossible. 8 months later, he would be facing the final boss on Dark Souls 3, on the cusp of creating gaming history. After 9.5 hours of perfection, this happened.
No! Oh my fucking god! No fucking way! No fucking way.
One of the most infamous chokes in Dark Souls or even gaming history, it shows how unforgiving the games really are. With each extra game added to a no-hit marathon, things become exponentially more difficult. Not only because the statistical likelihood of success diminishes greatly with each addition, but also due to the simple fact that these marathons take many hours to complete. By the end, players are physically and mentally exhausted. But even up to and including the final boss, a single mistake will cost you everything. Thankfully, Hob wouldn't be deterred, and after another month of effort, on the 9th of March 2018, he would do this.
Trilogy no hit run! We did it! Fucking 12 months! Game in history! Dark Souls history!
This was monumental, and wasn't just an important moment in the no-hit community, but also in the gaming community in general. The achievement was even heavily celebrated in the speedrunning community, which is when I personally first took notice of Dark Souls no-hit. With the trilogy completed, it seemed as if there was nowhere left to go. But as history ended up showing, the Happy Hob disagreed. He immediately began work on not only Demon Souls, Dark Souls' predecessor, but Bloodborne as well. He would again attempt to do the unthinkable, beating 5 games in a row without being hit. The run is called Soulsborne, or the God Run, a monstrous marathon totaling 15 hours. When runs take this long, the fails become even more painful. In early March of 2019, Hob would be on the 5th game of the God Run, and this happened.
No! Fuck! No! No! No, dude! No! No! Not the fucking Vanguard!
This wasn't even on a particularly difficult boss, but Dark Souls no-hit is extremely punishing, and runs can end at any moment. Hob's plan was to complete the run before the release of the next FromSoft game, Sekiro, scheduled for release in late March. Truthfully, it seemed like an impossible task, but on the 21st of March 2019, one day before release, Hob would do this.
Awesome. Starting now? Sweet.
Soulsborne no hit run! We did it! Soulsborne no hit.
This was it. The run to end all runs. 16 hours of perfect play. There was surely nowhere to go from here. Well, at least until the next day, when Sekiro was released. As stupidly difficult as the God Run was, Hob decided that it still wasn't enough. He immediately began work with Sekiro, and once he had finished it with no hits, he would attempt to complete the sequel to the God Run, the God Run 2, 6 games back to back. In 2016, the mere idea of completing a single game was almost unthinkable to most people, and when you look at the reactions of the gamers that were the first to do it, you can see how important it was. It's really crazy to think how far the community has come since those early days. The Happy Hob would work on the God Run 2, otherwise known as Soulsborne Kiro, for the next 1.5 years. The difficulty of these marathons had become so great that if you did decide to give them a go, you'd almost certainly need to dedicate months or even years. The Happy Hob had been the face of Dark Souls no-hit since day one, being the first to beat the original Dark Souls, the trilogy, and Soulsborne. It seems almost inevitable that he would be the one to first complete Soulsborne Kiro. But shockingly, this wouldn't be the case. On the 12th of October 2020, a relatively unknown streamer by the name of Dobby Summer would be the first.
Soulsborne Kiro, no way to run!
A truly monumental achievement that surprisingly didn't really get any attention. Nonetheless, beating 6 games back to back to back without getting hit was already one of the greatest feats in video game history. As I mentioned earlier, there are 2 directions no-hit runners can go in order to make things more challenging. They can make runs longer or implement restrictions to make them more difficult. By this point, we had essentially reached the end when it comes to games that one could reasonably add that made any sense. There were just no more similar FromSoft games. Now players were required to make things harder, and that's where we come to the challenge known as SL1. In Dark Souls, players collect souls, which are dropped by enemies or bosses and are also found as consumables. These souls can be used at bonfires to level up our character. Increasing our level enables us to raise our stats, which is important for multiple reasons. Many weapons require our dexterity stat to be at a particular level before we can equip them. Soul Level 1, or SL1 for short, is a category of no-hit that restricts players from ever leveling up their character. This impacts the run tremendously. As we just mentioned, weapons require dexterity, so players can only use weapons that don't do as much damage. This extends the length of almost every boss battle. But it's not just the length of time that makes it more difficult. Boss fights contain various phases that become progressively more difficult. For example, in Dark Souls 3, there is a boss called Dragon Slayer Armor. This fight has 2 distinct phases, and in the second phase, which begins when the armor gets to around 50% health, pilgrim butterflies from either side will begin raining down projectiles. So now you need to deal with both the armor and the projectiles, making it significantly more complex. However, in unrestricted no-hit runs, once the boss gets to around half health, players can execute an attack combination that basically ends the fight immediately, skipping the second phase. They can do this because the weapon they are able to equip outputs a sufficient amount of damage. SL1 players don't do enough damage for this combination to work, so they are forced to deal with both phases. And it's not just damage. Players can't even raise their endurance, meaning that their stamina bar never increases. Every attack, roll, and sprint costs stamina, meaning that the choice of action players can take are limited as well. But by far, the game that is impacted the most is Dark Souls 2. In the second installment, not only are we limited in the ways I just mentioned, but the amount of invincibility frames we get when rolling is directly tied to our stats. At level 1, our iframes last only a quarter of a second. This is half of what we get in other games. To appreciate just how much more difficult Dark Souls 2 is for SL1, we only have to look at how long it took for someone to finally beat it. Dark Souls 3 SL1 was beaten in 2016 by Squilla Killa. Dark Souls 2 SL1 wouldn't be beaten until January of 2019, accomplished by the Papa Finn. This was only 2 months before the Happy Hob beat 5 games back-to-back without the level restriction. Amazingly though, even with the insane difficulty of Dark Souls 2, players did get to work on beating all 3 Dark Souls games back-to-back at level 1. On the 4th of October 2019, legendary no-hit runner Squilla Killer was on the perfect run. He had beaten Dark Souls 1, Dark Souls 2, the most difficult of the 3, and was now on the final boss of the 3rd game. The Lord of Cinder is the perfect boss fight to end a marathon on. The battle is extremely complex and has many different stages. It's an amazing showcase of every skill a no-hit runner needs to possess. Everything is intentional, even down to which direction the player rolls when avoiding attacks. You need to know when you can and can't attack, and you need to know when you should keep your distance or going close. In standard no-hit runs, this fight lasts around 3 minutes, but in SL1, it takes 7 or 8 minutes, more than twice the length. And there is no downtime.
That's awesome.
Fight. It's action
that sounds like fun,
the
actually.
way through.
That's actually pretty cool. Making fake things out of cardboard is fun. I'll admit. So.
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Whew, okay.
Man. I'm gonna cry too. That's
After 7 hours of intense gameplay, Squilla Killer managed to close it out and make it to the end. Beating the Dark Souls trilogy without being hit and without leveling is an amazing achievement, arguably as challenging or even more so than the Soulsborne run of 5 games performed earlier that same year. But of course, the story doesn't end here. And if you've been paying attention, you probably know where this is going. After almost a year of working on each game individually, the gamer Dino Sindgil decided to take on the most difficult challenge yet. He would attempt to complete the God Run, 5 games back-to-back without leveling his character. To even consider attempting this kind of run is a testament to how far the community had come. While the individual tends to get all of the credit when a run is performed, the only reason these insane feats are even possible is because of the years of research, theory crafting, and dedication of many runners who devote their time to creating new strategies. But at the end of the day, someone has to be the one to actually do it, and that man was Dino Sindgil. In 2021, he began daily attempts, and shockingly, it wouldn't take long before he would get some runs. And before I show you some clips, I just want to point out that during these marathon runs, you can play the games in whichever order you like. Switching the order around not only reduces boredom, but also allows runners to remain fresh on each game. On the 17th of January, he would be on Game 4, Bloodborne, and this would happen.
Two.
I knew it. I
2 millimeter.
There was damage missing. I missed one hit on the lag.
He would get another run to Game 4 on the 2nd of February, this time Dark Souls 2.
Oh, can I actually pass through these guys now? I can't. Dude,
February 12th, again he was on Game 4, playing Bloodborne.
Oh! Dude, what the fuck? What?
Okay.
This is not dude, I thought he was dead.
On March 11th, he would reach Game 5 for the first
Oh, how do you
time.
snap off a big razor when it's born?
Demon Souls,
okay, so if you're talking about these big razors, these are box cutters. You don't have to snap them off. Usually they'll have some sort of unlocking mechanism that allows you to unlock it, pull the thing out, and replace it.
No
and typically, you can just flip it around.
I threw a million skulls.
Like that.
In what universe would he fucking shoot at me?
And then, do all that. And then, when you're done, what I
this
like
run
to do,
shows that it's not just bosses where
just
runs
like to take
could end.
a
Even regular mobs pose a massive
what's it called?
threat.
Duct tape.
On March 18th,
Tape both sides
Dino
with
would
enough
get
space in
another
between them, so when you
chance,
throw more, it
again
doesn't like
reaching
pierce
game
anyone.
5. This
So we
time
have
it was
to
Dark
deal with
Souls
these.
3. In my opinion, the
Now, if you're
perfect
talking
finisher.
about the other
He had
ones,
reached the
like
Lord of Cinder, the game's final
like
boss.
this kind right
After
here,
15 hours of play and on the cusp
like
of
these kind of
creating
box
Dark
cutters,
Souls history, he still needed
this
to
one's a little
play
bit
the
rusty,
8-minute fight to
but if you look
perfection,
closely, there's these
suffering from
little
fatigue
score
and under
lines on
extreme
it. There's score lines all over on this thing. Basically, what you would do in this case is you lower the. Okay, so in this case, what you do is, so I'll just snap one of mine. Basically, you lower the blade to the one nearest to the part of the blade you want to snap off. So let's say, okay, I'm done with these first 3 segments. There's little lines you look at your blade, and basically you just count 1, 2, 3. So that score line is the one you're going to snap off. So you take your knife and lower it down just to where that score line is at the edge of the plastic or the cutter. And if there's a lock, I suggest doing it. And basically what you do is you literally just snap it off. It's kind of scary at first, believe me. But when you do this, I'd say, I know it sounds crazy, but you could take, you could just, actually not do that. You can literally just do that and just snap it. Basically, the edge of the blade, you just sort of follow it, and you just go. Actually, is this edge? Well, it's actually still pretty sharp. I don't want to break it. Well, I'll do it for this. You just do that, and you snap it. There we go, and that's it. And now I got a blade somewhere on my ground, and I got to watch out for that thing. Otherwise, it's going to cut my foot open. But, yeah, that's how you do it. And then it happens again. Just, you get used to it. Or, there's another option. If you don't want to do it that way, another option is get some pliers and basically match the contour of the little... what's it called? I can't think right now. The little line here, and just snap it in the direction, and that works too. But basically, you just gotta find a way to snap it. That's not bad. I just may have accidentally, what's it called? What's it called? I may have just accidentally described it a bit more scared than it really was. It's not that bad. It's actually pretty tame. It just snapped off in a way. Now I gotta go find that blade real quick. Give me a second. It's down here somewhere.
Honestly makes me emotional every single time I watch it. Dino managed to beat Bloodborne, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 2, and Dark Souls 3 back to back without being hit a single time and without increasing his character a single level. Truly one of the greatest achievements in video game history. The question now is, will this ever be taken further? And if so, who will be the one to do it? Elden Ring, the next FromSoft game, is set to come out in 2022, and not only will there be a race to be the first to complete it without being hit, but eyes are also on the grand prize of a 7-game back-to-back hitless run. One thing is for sure, it doesn't look like the madness will end anytime soon. And considering how far Dark Souls players have pushed the games in the last 5 years, I know that whatever happens will probably blow my mind. Now, before I finish the video, I would like to take this opportunity to correct something that I said in a previous video. Back in May, I talked about the new lawsuits filed by Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell. In that video, I made the claim that Apollo Legend paid money to Billy Mitchell as part of their settlement. I would never make such a claim unless I had very good evidence to support my position. In response to this, Billy Mitchell released a video accusing me of lying and claimed that no money was exchanged. He didn't provide any evidence to back up this claim, nor did he attempt to get in contact with me to clear up any misinformation I may have had. However, I did investigate further as I would never want to provide false information to my viewers. I reached out to a member of Apollo's family who graciously agreed to clarify some details. According to them, despite Mitchell's best efforts, Apollo Legend would not pay any money, and in the final version of the settlement, there was no clause indicating that he was required to do so. Therefore, the statement I made in that video was almost certainly incorrect. I sincerely apologize for providing false information, and no matter what kind of relationship I have with Mitchell, I do not believe that it is ever justified to lie or mislead.
I can't find it.
I was accusing him of murder.
So I'm just gonna have to keep an eye out for it just in
I
case.
do have my opinion regarding
that's how you work one of those kind of blades.
But
just snap it.
It was no one's responsibility.
It's not scary. It's actually pretty fun to do. You just gotta make sure you don't look at it when you snap it.
To let you know what happened, as I know many of you enjoyed his videos. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video. Responsibility, but the settlement information, and no matter what kind of I've had. However, in that video, how far Dark Souls players have pushed the games in the last 5 years, I know that whatever happens will probably blow my mind. Now, before I finish the video, I would like to take this opportunity to correct something that I said in a previous video. Back in May, I talked about the new lawsuits filed by Todd Rogers and Billy Mitchell. In that video, I made the claim that Apollo Legend paid money to Billy Mitchell as part of their settlement. I would never make such a claim unless I had very good evidence to support my position. In response to this, Billy Mitchell released a video accusing me of lying and claimed that no money was exchanged. He didn't provide any evidence to back up this claim, nor did he attempt to get in contact with me to clear up any misinformation I may have had. However, I did investigate further as I would never want to provide false information to my viewers. I reached out to a member of Apollo's family who graciously agreed to clarify some details. According to them, despite Mitchell's best efforts, Apollo Legend would not pay any money, and in the final version of the settlement, there was no clause indicating that he was required to do so. Therefore, the statement I made in that video was almost certainly incorrect. I sincerely apologize for providing false information, and no matter what kind of relationship I have with Mitchell, I do not believe that it is ever justified to lie or mislead. Mitchell also claimed that I was accusing him of murder. This is certainly not the case. I do have my opinion regarding the impact of the settlement on Apollo's decision, but ultimately, it was no one's responsibility but his own. The only reason I mentioned it in that video was because I felt like it was important to let you know what happened, as I know many of you enjoyed his videos. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video. Sense of deja vu, that's completely understandable. This is literally the exact same thing that's currently happening with video games. The fact that people could easily and confidently purchase graded coins meant that they began to sell more and more. This led to the price going up. Investors began to take notice, and more importantly, even investment hedge funds got involved. Kidder, Peabody & Co., Merrill Lynch, and UBS all created coin hedge funds where they took in money from investors to invest in coins. This expanded the bubble even further. But the thing about speculative bubbles is that they always burst. The price cannot go up forever, and at the slightest hint that the peak has been reached, everyone sells. The ironic thing you need to remember is that people who buy collectibles in order to make money never actually intend to collect or keep them. So when the price starts to drop, everyone attempts to liquidate their assets as quickly as possible in order to not lose money. The market becomes flooded, but because no one is buying, the price gets destroyed. In the end, it's the suckers that came in late that lose their money. The bursting of the 80s coin bubble was a big deal, and hedge funds were inundated with lawsuits from people who had lost their investments. Merrill Lynch ended up paying back over $20 million to their investors. The FTC even stepped in to investigate what happened, and this is where things get juicy. In the Antiques Age article I referenced, it said that PCGS and NGC were the first third-party coin grading companies, but this is actually false. The first third-party coin grading company was NCI, Numismatic Certification Institute, which was founded in 1984. After an investigation, the FTC ruled that NCI misled customers about the value of coins. I want to read from an LA Times article written in 1989, and I want you to appreciate how amazingly relevant it is today, despite being 32 years old. The article reads, "By and large, it's grading and rarity that determine the value of a coin. Rarity is easy enough to establish. Grading is often a matter of opinion. It's for this reason that grading services came into being. Their purpose is to give an impartial rating to a coin, which virtually establishes a particular price. But what happens if the grading service misrepresents the grade of a coin, thereby increasing its value? That's the situation described by Bill McAllister of the Washington Post in regards to a recent decision by the Federal Trade Commission. The commission determined that overgrading coins was a deceptive and unfair act, prohibited by the 1914 law that created the FTC. Charged with this practice were two Texas-based corporations, Heritage Capital Corp. And Numismatic Certification Institute. Also named in the action were Steve Ivey and James Halperin, prominent numismatic figures. A consent order was signed agreeing to establish a $1.2 million fund for collectors who purchased the NCI-graded coins from Coin Galleries Incorporated of Miami. Heritage, Halperin. Those names sound familiar. Yes, it's Heritage Auctions and Jim Halperin. In the 80s, they were found guilty of illegally misleading customers about the value of coins and fined $1.2 million. From the 1989 FTC annual report, it states, Numismatic Certification Institute and its principals Steve Ivey and James Halperin agreed to settle charges that its representations and failures to disclose information misled customers to the value of coins certified by the company. An affiliate, Heritage Capital Corporation, also agreed to settle charges that it provided substantial assistance to a coin retailer, Certified Rare Coin Galleries, knowing that CRCG was misrepresenting the security and profit potential of its coins to investors. Under the settlement, defendants agreed to a permanent injunction, and Heritage and NCI agreed to contribute $1.2 million into a consumer redress plan for CRCG's customers. Another interesting thing about Jim is that in 1985, he wrote a book called How to Grade US Coins, upon which the grading standards of the two leading third-party grading services PCGS and NGC were ultimately based. Again, these are the two grading companies that Antiques Age cited as the most important factors in the coin bubble. There is a very strong case to be made that Jim Halperin is the single most responsible person for the coin bubble of the 80s. I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but it kind of looks like he's doing exactly the same thing again 40 years later, but this time in video games. As I've said before, it's impossible to prove intent, but one thing you can certainly disprove is ignorance. Jim Halperin was extremely caught up in the 80s coin bubble and was so responsible that he was fined over $1 million. You don't forget something like that. He knows exactly how bubbles are formed. He's seen them before, which is why he would know exactly how to create them again. Remember, Jim Halperin bought the Super Mario Bros. Cart that sparked this entire game bubble. He is an advisor to Wata Games and, according to rumors, also an investor in the company. He is the founder of the auction house that these games have been selling on for record prices. It's too convenient that this one person is involved in every single piece of the puzzle when he has the kind of history that he has. This doesn't seem like a coincidence to me. The retro video game bubble cannot go on forever. At some point, it will burst. The question is when.
Currently
there are a couple of
making
scenarios that might make this happen sooner rather than later. The first is the release of population reports. In collecting, one of the things that drives up the price of an item is rarity. In every other realm of collecting, grading companies produce what are called population reports. These reports tell you exactly how many of any particular item have been graded by the company, along with their rating. So if I do a search for Action Comics #1 through CGC, a comic book grader, I can find out exactly how many are out there and at what rating. Population reports are standard practice because they allow people to judge the rarity of an item accurately and fairly.
You're welcome. I'm glad it helps you at least
but
a little.
Surprise,
That's all I can hope
surprise,
for.
Whatta Games keeps this information hidden from the public and refuses to let anyone know how many games of each type have been graded. So we really have no idea how many of each game are out there. When more games of the same kind become known, prices plummet. It has already started happening with some games. The best example is Spider-Man for the Atari 2600. In May of 2020, the first sealed Spider-Man was listed on Heritage Auctions. It was a 9.8 A++, the best rating you can get. It was mint condition, and it's such an old game that it's surely rare. It sold for $9,000, which in 2020 was actually still a decent amount of money to spend on a video game. But the funny thing about Spider-Man for the Atari 2600 is that it's not rare. It's not rare at all, even in mint condition. After this sale, Heritage was flooded with 9.8 A++ Spider-Mans. And when I say flooded, I really do mean flooded. With each sale, the price diminished. In April of 2021, a 9.8 A++ sold for $870. That's a decrease of over 90% in less than a single year. When people realize how common some of these games are, prices will be destroyed, and that's what Whatta Games and Heritage Auctions are afraid of. Legitimate collectors have been complaining for the past 2 years, but unfortunately, none of them have substantial audiences, and they are essentially powerless against the forces that are driving this bubble. If you want to help make a positive change, you can send Whatta Games some feedback by email, letting them know how appreciated it would be if they let us know how many graded games are out there. The release of population reports would be a good start, but Whatta Games and Heritage Auctions also need to stop manipulating the market with their propaganda. Journalists don't even bother asking real collectors what they think about what's happening. They simply get sound bites from Whatta and Heritage and allow them to inflate the bubble with hype, despite the obvious conflict of interest. I asked a couple of lifetime collectors what they think should happen, and this is what they had to say.
My name is Pat Contry. I'm a YouTuber, podcaster, but also a longtime video game collector since the late 90s. I've seen a lot of things in the game collecting world, but what's happening right now with the graded sealed games market is something I could never, ever imagine. And it's a shame that the video game collecting hobby that I've been a part of for decades, and many others, including sellers as well, people that have helped grow this hobby of ours with passion, with knowledge, doing research, putting in the time and effort. This is the end result. The unfortunate end result is that this hobby that we all love has been perverted. It's been twisted to the ends of a small group of people to line their pockets. These are rich people getting richer, and they've stepped on and stepped over all the video game collectors, all the people that have sold the games, run video game shops, all the people on forums researching this illustrious and beautiful past history of video games. They've all been used. We've all been used now for these select few individuals to get richer. And it's a crying shame. It's probably too late, unfortunately, but in a perfect world, there should be full transparency and accountability when it comes to these video games. We should know if someone who helps run the auction house is involved in the buying and selling of the games that are being auctioned. We should know if the people grading the games are buying and selling these games themselves. It's unethical if they are doing so, and we should know that so we can stamp out bad behavior.
Now, how can this be avoided? Well, it's quite simple. If WADA would release and update population reports for all these items that they're grading on a regular basis, this would not be a problem going forward, guys. This is a problem due to the fact that there is a lack of ethics and a lack of transparency in these markets. Collectors deserve better. You guys out there that want this to be a thing, rather than thinking from the standpoint that you're going to make money over the long term in this market, what you should be doing is demanding better from grading companies, from auction companies, from other players in the trade. You should be demanding ethics and transparency.
This bubble isn't just affecting sealed video games at the highest price points. The selling point of every single game has increased dramatically over the past 2 years, even for non-sealed games. Aspiring video game collectors who legitimately want to build their collections will get screwed, because the hobby will become too expensive to be viable. What's worse is that people are using the record sale prices in order to scam people. You can find cart-only Super Mario 64s for hundreds or even thousands of dollars on eBay when they are only worth $10. People with a lot of money and power have taken over collecting, and their thirst for money means we will all suffer. As someone who does care deeply about gaming, it honestly sickens me that these people have turned these cherished possessions into a means to gamble and speculate. And I hope this ridiculous practice of trying to extract profit from the suckers who buy the hype will end sooner rather than later. As a sign of appreciation, it would be amazing if you could go and subscribe to a couple of real collectors that helped me learn more about this. Go check out Pat the NES Punk and also Sean from Reserved Investments. These two gentlemen have been collecting for most of their lives, and we need more people like this who are not only passionate but are willing to tell the truth about what's happening. Also check out David Wilson's channel, as it really took some balls to be willing to let me know what he had heard. You can find the links to these channels in the description. Hopefully, you have learned something about how those in power can create speculative bubbles. Next time you see them trying to do it, make sure you call it out and let them know that we won't tolerate it. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Hey, hello, NCO Katana. You think you'll be streaming in 3 hours? Yeah, probably. It's a Friday, so it's gonna be. Of course, we're gonna be doing a little overtime. I need to make up for lost time spent trying to fix this stupid power cell when I accidentally burnt it out. So, not stupid. I'm sorry. It's just stressful.
It's here that we started to see moments that would somewhat resemble more modern Doom speedrunning. Techniques such as backing up to build momentum through doors were being implemented. And for the first time, we actually see some legitimate strafe running being used on some of the thicker ledges, where previously, runners would only face directly forwards to make it easier to balance. Run strafing is of course much faster, but also much harder on these walkways. Demon Lord's 45 would be the last time he held the record on Chasm, but it seems like he had finally made peace with those walkways. In his comments, he reflected on his journey. The secret is to really love those ledges, and I do. The struggle on this level started a long time ago.
Oh, you good? Yeah. I'll be here.
The first
I'll still
results
be here
were
around.
close to 2 minutes. Later,
no worries.
Felipe and myself had an internal battle, and the best times we ever reached back then were 120, I think. At this time, we thought we were clever by taking only the rocket launcher and then running for the exit. But then came Anthe, leaving everything behind and reaching the exit with only the pistol. So we all followed him, and I made a recording of 56 around a year ago. I thought it was to be the best ever recording of this level. Now Anthe made a new and incredible run of 48. This was, however, before I started to love ledges. All of them. And they me. They let me through with a time of 45. On the 9th of January 1998, the Chasm record was dropped again to 44 by legendary Doom speedrunner Thomas Pilger. This is the same person that achieved the first 9 on Hanger that we discussed in my previous Doom video. The strategy used in Thomas's 44 was essentially the same, with some slightly better execution. There was a pretty significant error when trying to open the red keycard door, which cost Pilger around a second. Overall though, the run was starting to become pretty smooth. Theoretically, the level still had a lot of room to take the record lower, but in order to do so, speedrunners would need to start taking much more risk crossing those ledges. This wouldn't be a task for Thomas Pilger though, and in his comments, he confessed, "I really hate those ledges."
Really?
April of 98 is when we first saw a speedrunner really start to push the limits of the catwalks. Esko Koskima blew the previous runs out of the water with the 41. In his run, you can see clear as day that a huge leap was made in traversing the second ledge section. The 41 even had obvious blemishes elsewhere in the run, confirming it could be taken lower. And in May of '98, Esco did just that and achieved a run of 40 seconds. Even without any strategy changes, Esco was able to lower the record by 4 seconds, simply by implementing better movement. But the level still had more to give. By 1999, skills had improved considerably, and in June, the runner Henning Skogstad took the record to 39. This was the only record Henning would achieve on Chasm, and it would stand for
yeah, just one, just a cat.
In August of 1999,
That's all.
a monster would awaken, and that monster's name was Sedlo. Sedlo was the player that would truly take Chasm into the modern era. In August, he lowered the record to 38. The run looked almost flawless, and Sedlo himself doubted his ability to do better. In his comments, he pondered, "Is this possible to beat? I really don't know. For me, it definitely isn't. I spent too many hours to get this one." But there was one key time save that no runner to date had dared attempt to implement. The ledges in the first balance beam section are ridiculously thin, and not a single player had been able to successfully implement strafe running here. Even though the records were starting to get
I don't own a business, my dad does.
runners still tread
but yes,
pretty
it's still
cautiously
around.
along this catwalk.
Surprisingly.
That is, of course, until Sedlo finally took the plunge and said goodbye to playing it safe. It ended up paying off, as on the 18th of November 1999, Sedlo achieved this run.
I don't work there anymore. I've since then changed jobs. Yeah.
Afterwards, Sedlo would state, "God, I was dumb back then. Talking about 38 being optimal, I was too chicken to try strafe running on those first ledges. This time, I practiced a lot." Sedlo's 37 was amazing, but again, it wasn't perfect. He even stated in his attached comments, "I was a little shaky on those exit room ledges, but I was pretty nervous after I saw how good I got through the blue room. Somehow I managed to stay on it and finish. Damn, my heart almost stopped when I got stuck on that exit door, but seeing 37 was a relief. I think 36 is impossible, but maybe I'm being stupid again. Who knows? Go for it if you think you can get it." Sedlo referred to slightly slow ledges near the exit and a stuck on the final door. While 37 was good, it seemed as though it may be possible to get 36. He claimed he thought lower wasn't possible, but as history ended up showing, he seemed to change his mind pretty quickly. Over the next year, Sedlo would continue to play for the perfect run. He could see it in his mind, but it would require the greatest Doom speedrun of all time. Sadly, fate dictated that Sedlo would not be the first to achieve the fabled 36. Not because he wasn't the best Chasm runner, as he most certainly was, but rather because, as is always the possibility in speedrunning, a new strategy was found. The new discovery takes advantage of a technique called wall running. In my previous video, I mentioned that walls and doors will destroy momentum, and this is usually true. But it actually turns out that in specific circumstances, as long as you're going fast enough and running at the correct angle,
I'm getting
to gain speed by running along a wall. The reason this happens is pretty technical, and to be honest, I've read the explanation several times, and it still goes over my head. But the important thing is that it works.
That's happening. It is
By looking at this example, you'd think that wall running would be used a lot. But there are a couple of key reasons why it's very rarely used in Doom speedrunning. The first is that it can only be used in the directions north or east. The second is that you actually lose momentum while initially entering the wall run. Doom levels are usually extremely complex, so there is a lack of long hallways and passages that would make wall running a viable option. Chasm is an exception though, where wall running may actually be of use for a very specific reason. In December of 2000, Doom runners Adam H and Adam W were discussing the possibility of jumping the gap between the teleportals and the platform near the end of the stage. This would completely bypass the final ledge section.
Yeah.
The jump
This
was
is the
already known
speaker
to
I'm
be
trying to
possible
use.
by using the rocket jump technique, something
Well,
that we
my
will
question
definitely cover
is,
in a future video.
Should
but as runners
I?
no longer collected the rocket launcher, this obviously wasn't an option.
We'll send it.
The gap is just barely too wide to jump across. But it turns out that when wall running is used, you can build up just enough speed to make it to the other side.
Yeah, because it's actually just
on the 21st of December 2000, Adam H successfully implemented the strategy and was the first person to complete Chasm in 36 seconds.
It actually sticks
the
out
run was
quite
decent,
a bit.
but
Oh,
given
it's
that the
free
jump
floating
saved
though.
at
That's
least
the problem.
2 seconds, it wasn't quite up to the level of the previous 37. Sedlow had already spent a lot of time trying to get 36 before this new strategy was found, and he was committed to his goal. Even though the new technique was quicker, he had a vision, and he stuck to it. He would continue to play Chasm without the new jump. On the 25th of June 2002, Sedlow was successful in his mission. He achieved what many believed to be the greatest Doom speedrun of all time.
Yeah. Yeah, because looks like, if I were to compare it. Oh, that's odd.
In his comments, Sedlow stated, "So once again, I was wrong. Once I decided to play Doom, I focused only on this map, to finish something I started a long time ago. When Adam H and W discovered the new trick, that didn't affect my way of thinking. Even with the new trick, I stayed on my path, and that was to achieve 36 first.
Take it apart and make it
How
smaller.
hard this was, I don't need to explain. I'll let the numbers speak for themselves.
Maybe? I don't know, because I'm literally just going off the dimensions of the of this
My
thing
lowest 37 was, of course, 37.00, which I got 2 days before the 36. But I had lots of 37.02s. The first one I got more than a year ago, so you see just how much I had to work to break just a few frames. In the
this
end,
thing was like,
I got
what, 6 inches and a
36.85,
half.
Something that shocks me completely.
Tall.
I didn't imagine in my wildest dreams that I could get something like that. The run went perfectly. Exactly like I always imagined 36 should look. 3 days later, on the 28th of June, Sedlow used the new strategy to lower the record down to 34. This is where the record remained until 2004. Most of the run seemed pretty
6 and
optimal,
3
so it looked like the only way
before
the time could be
16,
improved
6.
would be to find a strategy optimization. In January of 2004, Sedlow found a much faster way to perform the wall jump. Previously, runners had stepped pretty far back in order to build enough speed to make it across. The jump is a pretty precise thing to navigate, as the teleportals are right in the way, making it hard to perform the wall run easily. But Sedlow realized that the jump could be made with a much smaller run-up if SR50 was used.
Okay.
If you haven't watched my previous Doom video and
So
are unsure about what SR50 is,
so I genuinely just need to, what's it called?
In order to
I need to make it a little bit smaller, but not by much. Not too much, thankfully.
Definitely go and watch
Literally
my
just
video on
like
the
half an
20-year-old
inch.
Doom record that was recently
Because
beaten.
according to
You'll
the
get a much
thing,
better
it should sit
appreciation.
right just
Doomguy
below
has returned from the blue room, there is just enough
thing
space
here.
to back up ever so slightly on the teleportal before it gets activated. If the angle is perfect and SR50 is used, the jump can be made, but it is much more difficult to execute successfully. If done correctly, the jump would now save 3 seconds versus using the ledges. On the 23rd of January 2004, Sedlow used the new jump to take the record down to 33, and this is where the record stood for a long time. The run was already seemingly impeccable. There were no obvious flaws, so how could you take the record lower? Well, I just mentioned the technique that would do so, and that is SR50. Chasm is a long and precise speedrun, meaning that no player had yet implemented the technique into runs. You already had to worry about navigating the ledges successfully, not getting blocked by demons in the blue room, and making the ridiculously precise wall
so
jump.
what I'm gonna do is
Adding in
this.
further complications was too much for most. There was one speedrunner that was up to the task, however, and that was Looper. I talked about Looper and his race with 4-Shock Blast to be the first to get 8 seconds on Hanger in my last Doom video. That was relatively recent, taking place from 2017 to 2019, but Looper has been around for many years. In 2011, Looper decided to take aim at Chasm. On the 8th of July, he was able to achieve a 32.94 in the No Monsters category. Most of the run would be identical to the UV speed category, but much better lines would be possible in the blue room. With no monsters to block Looper, he could use SR50 all through the blue room, which just simply isn't possible.
Yeah, I'll take it apart. I think I'm
Looper
gonna have to take
did
this apart
realize,
just a
though,
tad.
that if he scraped the
Thankfully,
bottom
not
of the
too
barrel
much,
and
thank
used
goodness.
every known
But
technique
I
to
do need
save
to
time, 32 would
slightly.
be barely doable on ultraviolence. In the blue room, he would incorporate 2 new optimizations. The first takes advantage of a mechanic called elastic collision. The way collisions work in Doom is really complex and outside of the scope of this video to explain. But to put it very simply, Looper would intentionally run into the first switch as he activated it. Doing this, there was a small chance that he would bounce back off the wall and preserve 50% of his momentum in the opposite direction. The second optimization was taking advantage of a mechanism that enables Doomguy to preserve momentum when strafe running between an enemy sprite and a diagonal wall. Previously, runners would simply wait for the platform housing the red keycard to be lowered so they could collect it. But Looper would actually use a nearby demon and lodge himself between it and the platform. Doing this, he could continue to strafe run towards the red keycard and start moving as soon as the platform would allow it, while still keeping his speed. He would use SR50 wherever possible, even on the very first ledges. We had gone from seeing runners inching their way along to now moving across at the maximum speed possible. After 2 months of grinding, on the 20th of August 2011, which coincidentally was his birthday, Looper would achieve this run.
Okay, no blood, no blood. Cool.
For all intents and purposes, this run is as good as it's going to get with currently known strategies. 8 years later, this is still where the record remains, and it doesn't seem like
oh, you're talking about the... You're talking about the speaker? Yeah. No, I'm gonna have to take this apart. This thing is way too big. That, or I could put it in the booster tube. And the booster tube is actually the proper length. And I feel like if I were to put it in there in the cardboard tube, it would actually amplify the noise too. So that's fine. This is one option. I also have another option for speaker right here. This is the one I'm gonna
Looper was instrumental in making this video happen.
This one's pretty loud too. And if I were to put it like on a
I
tube,
have also created a second channel. This channel will be for small
yeah, that gets
videos,
pretty loud too. So
speedrunning news,
we have
and
options.
commentaries. So go and subscribe. The link will be.
And also, I feel like this is a little too heavy for my liking, anyways. This is more like a what if.
For supporting me on Patreon.
I'll find a different use for it, but it's definitely not
keep
that.
This channel alive, and I really appreciate you. I hope you guys are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video. Hello, you absolute legends. Doom 2, 30 levels of demon-slaying epicness. Technically, it's a sequel to Doom, one of the greatest and most influential games of all time. But those of us who have played it know
yes,
it's
I am
essentially
American.
the same game, just with new levels,
Filth
a greater
I'm from
variety of
the
enemies,
what's it called? I'm a
and of
filthy
course,
what's it called?
twice the
Filthy.
amount of shotgun barrels.
I'm a filthy American.
We all know of Doom's importance when it comes to the evolution of speedrunning, being arguably the most impactful game ever released for the niche. And for my own part, I've taken deep dives into a few of Doom's most iconic records. These have been for individual level speedruns, which I would say is definitely what Doom is most known for. But what about speedruns of the entire game? Did they ever happen? And if so, why aren't they as well known? Interestingly, when it comes to the very first Doom game that was ever released, full game speedruns were never really performed, and the reason for this isn't exactly obvious. The problem is that Doom isn't really a full game per se, but rather a collection of episodes. When you reach the end of an episode, the game doesn't continue on to the next one, everything just stops, and you are brought back to the title screen. Now of course, you can just choose the next episode from here and keep going. But unfortunately, what couldn't keep going is the recording of the demo file. When you reach the end of an episode, the demo just stops, and there is no way to resume it. You could start a new recording, but then you're left with multiple demo files with no way of confirming that they all belong to the same speedrun. Ultimately, this made the category essentially non-existent. Despite this limitation, there have indeed been full game runs, either using a real timer just like other games, or by using a modified version of the game. These runs, however, are much less popular and don't have the rich history you'd expect out of such a monumental game. Doom 2, being 30 consecutive levels, is where full game runs could finally thrive. Players can now record a single demo from the very start to the very end of a playthrough. The more conventional structure of Doom 2 is why it has over 25 years of full game speedrunning history, and it's this rich history that we will take a look at today. While various categories exist, the two most popular by far are Ultraviolent Speed and Nightmare Speed. Both of these categories offer some fantastic history, but today we will focus on Ultraviolent Speed. The goal is simply to get to the end of the game as quickly as possible with no restrictions, playing on the ultra-violence difficulty. As is generally the case with full game speedruns, it is the best of the best that stand at the very top, and Doom speedrunning is no exception. So sit back and relax as we explore
no, it is an
the
air
record
can
history of Doom 2.
It's keyboard. Ah, hold on. It's basically
now, before we go
canned
on,
air
shout out
duster.
to this video sponsor, NordVPN, and I will quickly show you.
It just
how
allows
to
me to
use VPN
dry the glue faster.
So last week was around that time of year where I needed to rewatch my favorite movie of all time, The Shawshank Redemption. But naturally, when I searched for it on Netflix, it wasn't there. Me being an absolute genius though, I knew exactly how to solve this problem. I just did a quick search to see which countries it was available in, changed my location through NordVPN, and voila, there it is in all its glory. For just a few extra dollars a month, I'm getting access to around 4 times
it just beats having to, constantly go
I could normally watch. That is incredible
just to
value, and I end up saving
dry the hot
because
glue
I don't
faster.
need to waste a fortune buying 10
Alexa,
different
turn off the
streaming
light.
services. And of course, I still get all of the other features NordVPN is known for, like extra security and privacy. NordVPN even has
I use a hot glue gun to assemble my stuff.
Reason,
So, you know, in order to dry it faster, I like to use canned air duster, which you don't really need to. It's just I just like to do it to help it dry faster, so I don't have to keep waiting as long.
Technically,
but that's only for if it's a really big piece. If it's small pieces, I don't mind too much. But if it's like for a big piece, I gotta assemble together. Then yeah, I'll definitely use
all the way back to November of 1995. We won't delve too deeply into this particular demo though, and if you check the current archive, you will notice a question mark next to the entry. When expanded, it reads, "Dubious demo, player history of cheating." Uwe and his close friend Stefan Winterfeld are somewhat notoriously known in the Doom community for their abuse of tools like slow motion. Sometimes it's really not possible to definitively show tools were used, but experts seem to agree that this first run likely did use some kind of illegal tool. One thing I will point out though is something in the
so
attack
Uwe states, can't be me, man. I need every bit of hot glue I can get at this point.
I think Doom 2 Terminator would suit me fine. Way back in Doom's history in May of 1994, even before people competed in Doom speedrunning, a programmer by the name of Frank Staiano created a website called Doom Honorific Titles. This was a fun, casual way for players to show off their skills by completing certain challenges. They would submit their demo files, which were called exams, and if they were successfully verified, would be awarded a title. A couple of examples were Tyson, which was awarded after completing levels on Ultraviolet.
Oh, okay. So it sounds like you're using a mini hot glue gun then. Mini hot glue guns are typically not that high power compared to full-sized ones. They're considered low temps. Regular sized ones can either be high temp or low temp. So it gives you options for melting. Or by any chance, does your hot glue gun have a switch on the side that allows it to switch between high and low temp? There's some hot glue guns that can do that too.
Legendary Swedish player, Demon Lord. Demon Lord was one of the most prolific and impactful runners of the 90s, submitting hundreds of demos and cutting swaths of time from releasing records. If you've seen my video on The Chasm, this is the very same Demon Lord that learned to love those ledges. On the 19th of November 1995, he submitted a full game run of 1 hour, 10 minutes, and 48 seconds. The run was simple, and it's obvious that mere survival through the entire game was the priority, rather than trying to be blisteringly fast. Nowadays, a top player may even consider this to be somewhat of a casual playthrough, but back then, it would have been pretty intense. Over the next year, Demon Lord spearheaded this category.
Oh, gotcha. Well, I wouldn't say the mini ones suck. They do have their uses. I'd say I'd rather wish I had two kinds on me at all times, really. A mini one and a high temp one. The way I see it, I think mini glue guns are great because they allow you to glue very small pieces that aren't as critical as one would say. You know, to structure. And honestly, I would say I would love to use a mini glue gun for tacking things together, letting it dry, and then reinforcing the crap out of it with hot glue, like regular high glue gun.
I don't think
high temp glue guns.
Much more without cheating.
I personally feel like mini glue guns do have a place in this situation, but I just unfortunately don't have one to really
to that entire situation. In any case, it turns out Demon Lord believed what he said. Despite going on to do some incredible work elsewhere over the next few years, this would be the last submission in this category he would ever complete. Evidently, Demon Lord's run wasn't terrible, as it would take almost 3 years before anyone would touch it.
The thing I like about hot glue guns too, the regular temps, is that you have a lot more time to work with stuff as well, compared to mini glue guns where it pretty much dries and like as soon as you put it down.
But he also maintained the primary Doom speedrunning demo hosting website Compet-N from 1998 to 2005. The history of Compet-N is actually really interesting, and we are going to delve a bit deeper into that specific topic a bit later in the video. On the 5th of March 1999, Adam Hedgie obliterated Demon Lord's existing record by over 5 minutes, with a run of 30 minutes and 54 seconds. Adam was the first person to really start introducing very precise jumps into the run. A perfect example being map 6, where he was able to successfully perform 2 jumps that shaved off a lot of time. The first was a lift jump to make it to the blue keycard, something that Demon Lord had attempted but failed. And the second was a tight jump to the yellow keycard door leading to the exit, which skips having to activate and wait for a platform to rise. Another amazing player that came into the Doom scene in the late 90s was the Norwegian Henning Skogstø. Henning is most known for his prowess in the Nightmare category, where he was dominant for many years. On the 13th of June 1999, he dethroned Hedgie's run with a time of 29 minutes and 24 seconds. Strategic decisions that were made solely in the interest of survivability are beginning to be discarded. In map 3, where players would previously take a detour to collect the Mega Armor, Invisibility, and the Megasphere, Henning skipped this completely, and even included a jump to the window next to the blue keycard door, skipping the blue keycard as well. More sequence breaks were beginning to be incorporated, like the red bar skip on map 14. Using this one jump alone, Henning was able to gain over 20 seconds on the previous record. The interesting thing about many of these jumps is that they were discovered years earlier, most in 1996. But Doom was still such a brutal game that many of the known exploits were still unused in full game runs in order to preserve consistency. Henning's record would remain unbroken for over 3 years until the American runner Vile destroyed it with a 26-minute and 57-second run on the 6th of December 2002. Like Henning, Vile was also a nightmare specialist. In fact, between the years 1999 and 2015, only 2 players held the full game nightmare speed record, Henning Skogstø and Vile. Joining in the early 2000s, Vile has one of the longest careers in Doom history, and still submits insane demos to this very day. Again, with Vile's new run, more sacrifices were made in regards to safety. Even though Doom 2 consists of 30 main levels, players were still going through levels 31 and 32, the 2 secret Wolfenstein levels. An argument for speed could have been made at the time for going through level 31, as reaching the secret exit on map 15 and then going through map 31 was actually faster than completing map 15 normally. But one such argument could certainly not be made for map 32, as it was definitely quicker to reach the normal exit on map 31 and go back to map 16. In fact, the only reason players were playing map 32 at all was just to stock up on health and armor. Vile chose to skip the health attained on map 32 and instead pick up an invulnerability sphere on the next level. Aside from this, movement was getting much better, and more individual level strategies were being implemented, or at least attempted. Vile's record would remain strong for an entire year, until it was edged out by the Czech runner, Radek Peka. On the 28th of December 2003, he would submit a run of 26 minutes and 9 seconds. Radek would be the first person to implement the Archvile trick on map 27. In order to reach the exit portal, you need to attain the red key. In order to reach the red key, you need the blue key. And to get the blue key, you need the yellow key. So ultimately, you need to collect all 3 keys. But you can skip everything if you can manipulate an Archvile into opening the final door. Again, this was another trick that had been discovered at least 7 years prior by the player Laszlo Magori. But as time goes on and speedruns become more optimized, players are left with no choice but to bring in strategies that might not be 100% consistent. Radek's run would last a long time. It would be the longest lasting record in the category's history, standing for 2,534 days, just shy of 7 years. Was this because the run was so impressive that no one else could touch it? Was it really that optimized? Well, not really, and long-lasting records around this time weren't uncommon at all. Quite frankly, Doom speedrunning in general was going through the most inactive period ever, a time that players would refer to as the Dark Age. In order to understand why Doom was going through its most dormant phase, we must understand the context in which Doom speedrunning came into existence. As previously mentioned, the website that maintained all of these speedrunning demos for the original Doom games was Compet-N. It was created in November of 1994 by Simon Widlake. Compet-N was an abbreviation of the word competition, and the community instantly grew in popularity, with many demos being submitted. In 1997, the reins were handed over to Istvan Pataki, who maintained the site until 1998, at which time Adam Hedgie gained control. Something else very important happened in 1998, the release of the operating system Windows 98. This was the final release of Windows that could allow users to boot into MS-DOS mode, which is where many Doom speedrunners launched their game from. Beyond this, when Windows 2000 was released and the operating system switched over to the NT architecture, DOS compatibility was lost entirely. Newer operating systems came with DOS virtual machines and certainly were not able to run Doom well. Players that upgraded to newer systems were essentially screwed, and unless they kept their old computers, they had no way to compete. There were other ways of playing Doom though, and that's one of the reasons that source ports became so widespread. As Doom's source code was released and easily accessible, programmers were able to port the game to any operating system they wished, including the newest iterations of Windows. So source ports were an easy way to solve the problem of playing Doom on modern systems. But there was a problem when it came to Doom speedrunning. The demo website Compet-N didn't allow the use of source ports for competition. Its rules section proudly proclaims, Compet-N is vanilla only, and will stay that way. Vanilla Doom means running Doom straight from the original executable, which requires DOS. Some relief came in 2002 with the creation of DOSBox, a much better emulation of DOS, but it was still just that, an emulation, and not a perfect one. For casual players, the difference was likely too small to notice, but speedrunners definitely noticed some issues like input lag and decreased mouse precision. As the years progressed and fewer people had access to operating systems based on the DOS platform, the amount of runners submitting demos to Compet-N dwindled dramatically. Then in 2005, Adam Hedgie, the man who had been maintaining the official website for the past 7 years, disappeared. Compet-N, one of the most active and influential websites in the early days of speedrunning, all but died, and never fully recovered. A cautionary tale about the trappings of being too rigid with rules and traditions. With more and more people now using source ports, players were growing desperate for a place to submit their new demos. In October of 2000, a Doom World admin called Opulent created the Doomed Speed Demos Archive, inspired by the Quake iteration of the same name. Doomed SDA didn't accept demos for the original Doom games, but rather player-created patches of the game called PWODs. These PWODs are basically fan-created mods of the game with custom levels. Doomed SDA was very important though, because it accepted demos from source ports, and ultimately ended up hosting thousands upon thousands of demos for almost 1,000 separate WODs. The website itself though was very primitive. Not only was it hard to navigate, but updating it was all done manually, and the workload eventually became too much. In 2006, when Opulent expressed the desire to cease his duties in updating the demo archive, the programmer Andy Oliveira took it upon himself to redesign the entire archive from the ground up, introducing a more dynamic, database-generated website. After creating the infrastructure in around 6 months, he then had the task of bringing across all of the existing demos. Due to the sheer number, this was a monstrous task that ended up taking 18 months of effort. Finally, in November of 2008, the new and improved, revived version of Doomed Speed Demos Archive was online. The website's look and feel was vastly improved. It retained the mission of accepting demos recorded using source ports, and best of all, it now accepted and maintained demos for the officially licensed Doom games. With this new central hub for all things Doom speedrunning, its popularity was finally able to grow once again. One of the players that emerged from this new generation was a Finnish gamer who went by the alias Looper. Looper had been sharpening his skills with various challenges over the years, but really exploded onto the Doom speedrunning scene in 2010. On the 5th of December, he would submit a Doom 2 speedrun of 23 minutes and 25 seconds, beating Radek's 7-year record by almost 3 minutes. Looper would implement huge time saves over previous runs, the most notable example being a rocket jump on map 7. The exit switch is located on a platform that is raised and unreachable. This platform only lowers once all of the Mancubi and Arachnotrons have been killed, but with a very precise damage boost, you can jump to the platform, skipping every single enemy. The origin of this particular sequence break stems back to 1997. The two players Thomas Pilger and Patrick von Massow first used the jump in co-op mode. This was done by using the super shotgun to damage boost the second player from a nearby platform to the exit switch. It was theorized that it should be possible to achieve the same effect by rocket boost off of a Mancubus, but the first person to actually do it was Sedlow in 2002, achieving a time of 6 seconds for the level. However, this particular method of abusing the position of a Mancubus is far too unreliable to be incorporated into a full run. In 2005, a new rocket jump was discovered by Vile, with help from another speedrunner, Dashiva. While it was much slower, it was created in the pursuit of completing the level without harming any enemies. In other words, a run for the pacifist category. This was still extremely precise, but at the very least, the position of the wall was always the same, so a reasonable setup could be attained. When Looper used it in his full game run, he saved 40 seconds over the previous record with this one trick alone. On top of rocket jumps, squeeze glides were being introduced as well. Squeeze glides are movement through gaps that are the exact same width as the player, which technically shouldn't be possible, but in practice it can be done. Like many other tricks, these had been known for years as well, but consistent setups were still lagging behind. These glides allow players to skip speeds for large sections of level. With the addition of so many modern strategies, Looper's run was a huge leap from previous demos, and it would remain the record for almost 4 years. But in 2014, a behemoth began to stir. Doom players across the globe felt a great disturbance in the force. The Norwegian gamer Zeromaster was entering the scene, and on the 16th of November 2014 would beat Looper's record with a time of 23 minutes and 3 seconds. At this early stage of his career, Zeromaster's movement wasn't anywhere near as mechanical as Looper's, but what he excelled at was finding consistent ways to execute strategies that were previously too unreliable to even consider, especially when it came to squeeze glides. Zeromaster developed much more reliable setups to perform glides, and he was able to then use them in full game runs. Performing glides quickly is imperative because you are often in danger of getting mauled by demons when trying to do them. And if you simply clear out enemies beforehand, you're basically losing most of the time gained, along with ammo. With his superior movement ability, Looper was able to take Zeromaster's innovations and immediately strike back with a run of 21 minutes and 55 seconds on the 14th of December 2014. Over the next several months, Zeromaster would continue to optimize strategies. Along with creating many of his own, he would begin to scrape the bottom of the barrel of knowledge. On the 13th of March 2015, he would achieve a time of 20:32. On map 29, he implemented a precise rocket jump that was discovered 15 years earlier, and on the Chasm, he used the extremely precise wall run to cross the toxic pool before the end, therefore skipping over the complex ledge section. Though it has to be said, despite incorporating this trick, he still wasn't able to match Looper's time for that stage. Looper had spent far too many years grinding the ledges, and even in full game runs was able to traverse them effortlessly. After 5 more months of practice, Zeromaster would submit the first run to go below 20 minutes, with a run of 19:59. This essentially used the same strategies as his previous submission, but his overall technique had been steadily improving. 2016 saw the entry of the Australian runner Elim with a time of 19:51. Like Zeromaster, Elim began Doom speedrunning in 2014 after witnessing Dime's run of Plutonia at Awesome Games Done Quick. Elim had spent a lot of time grinding Doom 2, but wasn't quite able to push through to the top spot until this point. Elim wasn't known for revolutionizing the way the game is played, but his hard work ethic allowed him to cultivate his skill enough to challenge even the best players. Being stripped of his record, Zeromaster came back strong, achieving a 19:36 in December of 2016, and a 19:28 on the 9th of March 2017. By this point, the amount of time that could be saved by introducing existing strategies was
Hey, welcome back.
Optimizations would save a few seconds here or there, though nothing close to what had been seen in years prior. But surprisingly, even 20 years after the game was released, game-changing mechanics were still lying in wait to be discovered. In July of 2017, ZeroMaster finds a brand new exploit, which would become known as the Zero Press. This new technique allows players to press switches from further away than should be possible, and it even works through walls. This causes a drastic shift in the routing of a couple of levels. On map 15, a Zero Press can be used to quickly activate the door leading to the blue keycard. Previously, players would have to navigate multiple obstacles to the very top of a building in order to reach that same switch, which can now be hit from outside. Because Doom isn't technically 3D, you can hit the switch from far below on the ground level. The fact that the blue keycard took so long to collect is why before this technique was found, speedrunners would use the secret exit and go through map 31, the secret level. This ended up being faster, even with the extra map. Now, players could reach the normal exit much quicker, and therefore skip map 31 entirely. On map 17, you could hit the switch behind the yellow keycard door from the outside, through the wall. This meant that you could skip the yellow key, saving at least 30 seconds. Using this new Zero Press, ZeroMaster took the record below 19 minutes with an 18:48. From here, most known strategies were already being implemented. Slight variations saving at most a few seconds were constructed here and there, but players knew the main way this record was going to go lower was by refining the existing techniques and making sure their mechanics were rock solid. Over the next few years, a three-way battle ensued between Looper, ZeroMaster, and Elim, with each player exchanging blows. By February of 2020, it was Elim on top with an 18:17. With the 18-minute barrier looming ahead, the question was who would be the one to destroy it. In May of 2020, it was Looper who eventually decided to take the initiative to grind for the first 17-minute run. And best of all, he would stream his attempts on Twitch, which I have to say is relatively rare for Doom speedrunning. In June, several weeks into attempts, he would take back the record with an 18:12. In July, he would cut it down again to 18:06. August would see another 2 seconds shaved off. On September 10th, coming into the second to last map, he was 8 seconds ahead of his 18:04. But some unlucky pathing with a Kako Demon cost him barely enough time to put the milestone in doubt. After 4 entire months of grinding, with a personal best of 18 flat, the task seemed to take much longer than anticipated. But finally, on the 26th of September 2020, Looper would achieve this run.
Fucking did it. Oh. I'm actually quite happy it's not 1759. That took some time to get the sub 18.
From its humble beginnings as a test of survival, the Doom 2 full game speedrun had certainly evolved over the years into a true test of speed. In the modern age of Doom speedrunning, movement and precision are now king. Pixel-perfect jumps, slides, and presses now litter the landscape. Looper's 1755 was the pinnacle and culmination of 25 years of progression. And then, in December, ZeroMaster casually drops a 1754 out of nowhere. Spurred on once again by the competition, Looper began streaming again in January to fight back. After tinkering with his control settings and upgrading his computer and monitor, Looper felt better than ever. No longer restrained by the looming possibility of breaking a new barrier, he went on a tear. Over a 3-week period, he lowered the record a total of 4 times, landing on a 17:29 on the 11th of February 2021. And this is where the record stands today. The Doom 2 full game speedrun had gone from a time of 1 hour and 10 minutes in 1995 to just under 17 and a half minutes over a span of 25 years. I must say, I had an absolute blast going back in time once again to learn more about the history of Doom speedrunning. Of course, there are still many more stories to be told, and I hope you can join me when we make this trip down memory lane again in the future. Now, a huge shout out to the Doom speedrunners who are always happy to answer my questions. If you are thinking about speedrunning Doom, I will put a link to the Doom speedrunning Discord in the description, and I really recommend you join. As always, thank you so much for watching, you legends. I hope you are having a fantastic day, and I will see you in the next video.
Ooh. Alright. Dang, things still going strong.
Hello, you absolute legends. In the 20 years that I've been speedrunning GoldenEye, I've seen a lot of crazy players come and go. But today, we will look at the top 3 greatest of all time. These speedrunners were champions, but more than that, they were innovators, each impacting and changing the way the game is played forever. We will examine their careers and look at their most insane achievements. We will tell the stories of how they made their entrance. And I have to say, all 3 of these players had really interesting beginnings. So join me now as we honor these 3 men. And if you enjoy learning about speedrunning history, be sure to subscribe for future videos. There's a question that's sometimes thrown around.
Okay.
Could there be someone out there that we don't know about that has legitimately beaten some of the known world records?
You have a good one.
Is it possible that the times that we take for granted as the best in the world are actually second best to an unknown player? With the rise in popularity of speedrunning, this question is asked less frequently, as the plausibility of this scenario seems too low to really consider. But believe it or not, there was a time in history where this actually happened.
Okay.
Between the years of 1999 and 2000, there was a secret player who had beaten not just 1 or 2, but many of the known world records. That player was Walter Jansen. Don't ask me why he didn't contact the GoldenEye community until late 2000, when he had been achieving world records since early 1999.
I could, but then I might get copyright strike. I got copyright on a strike. Copyright claimed. But I really don't want to risk a copyright strike. That's why I'm just trying to play.
Numerous forums. One such forum
just these like podcast type videos now, or not podcasts.
At the time,
just videos like this.
FAQs was absolutely huge, and the Nintendo 64 boards were bustling with activity. In a topic titled GoldenEye World Records,
yeah, even like 8-bit covers of popular songs got me copyright.
In his post,
not
Walter casually mentions that he has
not claim. What was it? Not strike. Claimed, I think. Copyright claim. Basically, it was like identifying. I was like, oh, that's scary.
He listed all 60 of his personal bests, along with a couple of small strategy optimizations.
There we go.
A lot of his times seemed insane, and I hilariously responded, stating that half of them are simply physically impossible. It's pretty funny looking back on these posts, but it just didn't make sense that this random person would suddenly appear with all of these crazy times. I wasn't the only one to doubt Walter's times, though. In fact, for months, there was a lot of pushback from both the champion at the time, Sterling Neblett, and the updater of the GoldenEye ranks, Wes McKinney. Honestly, looking back, a lot of people were extremely hostile towards Walter. The entire situation was just so bizarre that a lot of people couldn't comprehend that Walter actually achieved all of these times outside of the community. It didn't help that Walter was slow to make proof available due to his slow internet connection, and as English was Walter's second language.
Here we go. So let's get some hope in here, yeah?
There is a video game that doesn't exist.
Okay.
It's a myth, an urban legend, a hoax. It's called Polybius, and you might have heard of it. Let me take you back to 1981, back when arcade games were at their peak. A multi-billion-dollar industry and a fever that had a grip on pop culture. Video arcades were a new social nexus and had sprung up everywhere. Dimly lit by neon light, adorned with garish carpet, they played host both to crowds of teenagers and cabinet after cabinet of the hottest games of the era. Space Invaders, Pac-Man, Donkey Kong, Galaga. However, in an unnamed arcade in some sleepy suburb of Portland, there lurked something more obscure. A limited release of a game that would evaporate as silently as it appeared. The stories are vague. The cabinet is described as plain, and the gameplay? Weird looking, abstract, fast action with puzzle elements. Sometimes it's described as being particularly addictive, despite the unassuming appearance. The only concrete details are the name, year of release, and the company behind it. Polybius, 1981, Zinnis Lotion. Really, it was just like any other arcade machine, except for the side effects. Reports of sickness, amnesia, night terrors, and behavioral changes followed those who played it. It was no accident either, if you believe the rumors. Instead, a secret project by government agency, developed from military tech for the CIA or some other men in black. The machines were observed, gameplay records were taken, and then, after a month or so, they disappeared without notice, along with any shred of evidence. To this day, no authentic cabinets, boards, or dumped ROMs have surfaced. But there are some who claim to hold them. Quite the yarn. But could there be any merit to this myth, or even a basis in truth? It's probably safe to assume that the story has been subject to quite some embellishment. The accounts are full of conjecture and weasel words, supposedly, according to, etc. One thing remains consistent across all the stories, and that's the name. Polybius. Why Polybius? It's not novel, it belongs to a Greek of some repute, a prominent historian born in Megalopolis, Arcadia. This could be a deliberate choice to muddy search queries about the game, or perhaps it was chosen on its own merits. Polybius covered the Romans'
I have a
rise to
3D
power
printer.
in detail.
I actually
An
have one.
important primary
I
source
just
and
try
an
not to
early
use it too
example
much.
of rigor in historiography.
This thing is annoying.
He also lends his name to a simple cipher, the Polybius square, in which letters are substituted by their coordinates on a grid. Altogether, this doesn't tell us much, although the meaning of the name is interesting. The poly prefix means many, and bios, life. Many lives from Arcadia. Convenient. It could be a coincidence, but we can assume whoever named the game has
like
at least some knowledge of either history
like this,
or cryptography.
definitely would make it a lot.
Real or not, the name was chosen.
Ender
Another
3
word
Pro,
consistent
yes.
to the myth is the supposed developer or publisher, Zinnis Lotion. It's a German word, almost. A not quite grammatical combination of Sinne, meaning sense, and Lotion, meaning to erase.
Is there a hole in here? Oh, that explains why it's so
To erase
echoey.
senses, to become senseless. It seems to allude to the mythical side effects of Polybius, which implies a deliberate choice. It's almost certainly not a real company, as there are no other games attributed to them, nor any trace of company records. So Polybius could be of German origin, but the incorrect grammar might also indicate the use of machine translation, something chosen by a non-native speaker to sound suitably obscure or sinister. There isn't much visual evidence for the game, and most can be discounted as fake. But there is one screenshot that is consistently upheld as canon. It's rather basic. A black background with a Polybius logo, copyright information, and credits. And nothing else. However, compared to contemporary games from 1981, one thing stands out. The logo is unusually large and detailed. Back then, fancy graphics were confined to the printed marquees. Every kilobyte of the ROM was valuable, so most game titles were rendered in the standard font, or at a much smaller scale. This did change over the next few years, and by 1983, larger, more lavishly designed title screens.
Clippard? Oh, Clippard? Is that like another printer model? I have no idea, to be honest.
Their games favor large, bold titles with similar lettering. Perhaps Polybius drew inspiration from Versus Pinball or Duck Hunt. Of course, both of these date to 1984, which makes Polybius's 1981 claimed year of release look spurious. Perhaps it was just ahead of its time. Another detail from this screenshot is the font used for the smaller text. Those with a keen eye might recognize a similarity to those used by Williams games, such as Defender or Robotron. And it's definitely a close match, but they're not identical. The smallest 5-pixel high text does match Robotron, but the larger 7-pixel text does not. There is one game that comes closer. Nearly a perfect match. And while still a Williams title, it's the much less well-known Bubbles. It's still not a pixel-perfect fit, but it is closer than any other. The minor differences could be attributed to font hinting, JPEG artifaction, or perhaps a deliberate alteration. In any case, the text is distinctly Williams. Either Polybius is some lost prototype, or the image was fabricated by someone who drew influence from their games. The screenshot has been around for almost as long as the myth, and is likely the original source for the turquoise bubble-lettered logo. It doesn't exactly give us much to go on, and it certainly doesn't reveal what the gameplay might have been like. There are some that claim to reveal more of Polybius, such as these vector-esque images distributed on the now-defunct polybiuslives.com. First emerging around April in 2008, there's little supporting evidence for their veracity. All signs point to a fan-made creation. Besides, it doesn't make sense. If you had the ROMs and were able to take screenshots of a functioning game, why not show it in motion? To see the game running would be a revelation.
There we go.
There have been multiple people who claim to hold the Polybius ROMs, and yet there's no sign of them anywhere. However, there is no shortage of gameplay footage out there.
Up?
But these are all fan-made interpretations, impressions of what Polybius may have been like. One of the first emerged around April 2004, distributed by a site called gooddealgames.com, the original source unknown. With a spooky icon, it's clearly supposed to evoke the myth, and those who are brave enough to run it are given a warning. The Polybius video game has been linked to impaired memory and psychological changes. Gameplay may cause epileptic seizures in susceptible individuals. Do you still want to continue? Click OK, and you'll be met with the familiar title screen, reformatted for a 4:3 monitor, with the logo rapidly flashing while a sound effect plays, a sequence of rising tones. The flashing continues until you press a key. And then, nothing. The game exits with a fatal error, and a message box that reads, "April Fools, send this urban legend to a friend." Interestingly enough, if you take the executable into a hex editor, you'll find the 2 MB file is not quite what it seems. The first 10 kilobytes consist of some data, but the rest? Empty space, acres of zeros, terminated with a few bytes of text. April Fools. So we can write that one off as an obvious joke. But there is another game that has become the dominant example when searching for Polybius gameplay. It came from a site at Zinnislotion.com, the supposed developers of the original. But the site explains that it's just a fan-made attempt to recreate what might have been. Launch the executable and you're presented with the obligatory warning screens. Do not play this game, etc. And ominous mentions of cognitive interfaces and higher functions. A familiar logo appears, but this is no mere prank. There's an actual game amidst all the spooky theatrics. The gameplay is admittedly simple, giving you control of a ship that can move in, out, or rotate the playfield. Like the original legend insists, there's more to the game than simple shooting. Glowing shapes bearing numbers appear, and if these numbers match either digit appearing on the base, or are evenly divisible, then you'll reduce the base's number.
Oh, that's okay.
Once the base reaches
That's
0, you advance onto the next level, where the visuals get progressively trippier. Aside from the puzzle element, the gameplay resembles vector games like Tempest or Star Castle. Although some aspects are inconsistent with vector graphics, such as the swirling backgrounds.
Oh, that's
Entering
annoying.
the code 35, 34, 31, 54, 12, 24, 45, 43, the code that corresponds to Polybius on a Polybius square, grants access to the higher game functions. There's a host of extra settings here, some relating to auditory entrainment, subliminals, and color strobe, which disable some elements of the game. Others are more fanciful, however. REM imprinting, gameplay amnesia, operant paradigm triggers. Countless settings designed to inspire the right level of paranoia. Cracking open the executable's resources reveals the game was made in Dark Basic, a game creation tool. Using a more specialized tool called Dark Explorer, we can reveal all of the game's assets, graphics, sound effects, etc. All of these subliminal aspects are laid bare. A variety of messages written in dark grey flashed briefly during gameplay. Obey, consume, submit. It's like something straight out of They Live. The sound effects are similar. Most are synthetic tones, but some feature voice recordings and sounds of breathing. Presumably, these are played at a barely audible level.
Why don't you play? Try the game. Try the game. Try the game.
Altogether, a pretty neat package for those who want to build their own Polybius cabinet. But who's behind it? The credits hidden in the higher functions menu give us some insight. Igor Uspeny's PhD, and a mysterious number sequence. 4, 8, 15, 16, 23, 42. The numbers should be familiar if you've ever watched Lost. And it turns out the name is equally cryptic. It's an anagram of Rogue Synapse.
Oh.
The Whois data for Zinnislotion.com lists an email from the domain gorkaweb.com, which in turn links to roguesynapse.com. It's the site of an arcade enthusiast with a particular passion for recreating fictional arcade games, such as Space Paranoids seen in Tron, or the eponymous cabinet from The Last Starfighter.
Gotcha.
It's a fantastic fan-made project, but as far as the Polybius myth is concerned, it's just a tribute.
It's just a tribute.
With the explosion of indie developers over the last decade, there have been quite a few other interpretations made, both for desktop and mobile. There was even a version made for the Atari 2600, with very limited distribution at the Retro Gaming Expo 2013. Few of these later examples make any claims of authenticity, and they generally follow a simple shoot-'em-up formula.
Okay.
One particularly recent game that bears the Polybius name is Jeff Minter's version for PSVR. Minter is a veteran game dev long noted for his unusual games and light synths. Since 1981, he's been responsible for a steady stream of psychedelic experiences. Polybius stays true to the Minter mold, and with the rapidly strobing colours and breakneck pace of gameplay, you can see why the game has pretty strong warnings before you start. Its pulsating visuals and trance soundtrack mesh together to keep you in the zone. But its intentions are benevolent, with subliminal messages reminding players of the virtues of a nice cup of tea. It's good, but it's Polybius in name only. An homage to a legend.
Okay, there we go.
I certainly think there's some truth to Polybius. Lots of random arcades have been used as test beds for legendary unreleased arcade games, such as Marble Madness 2 and Primal Rage 2. And several other unreleased games have also been spotted in the background of old news reports. So Polybius could have easily been one of those. What I don't buy is the whole governmental conspiracy behind it. I mean, why would the FBI want to test a machine that makes people nauseous, not only in public, but also on children? I mean, what possible benefit could they have from giving kids migraines? If they really wanted to make kids feel sick, all they needed to do was wait 10 years for Nintendo to invent the Virtual Boy.
So despite all the promises and these fan-made interpretations, nothing resembling a Polybius ROM has ever surfaced. A few fan-made versions and some screenshots of dubious origin are all that exist in the digital domain. But arcade machines are physical things. So what about any physical evidence? Of course, the original story tells of the machine's sudden disappearance. But what if one unit was forgotten? What if they weren't destroyed, but sequestered in some warehouse? What if someone found one?
There we go.
Well, there are some who claim they have. The videos all follow a familiar pattern. A shaky camera led by rumours of Arcade Hall, to the reveal, a dark cabinet bearing a familiar name. Some even feature gameplay. Normally it's just the Rogue Synapse version, but sometimes it's something original. And then, just as things are getting interesting, what was that? Jump scare. Roll credits. Invariably, it's arcade enthusiasts showing off their custom cabinet work and having a bit of fun in the process. And who can blame them? Polybius is an essential part of arcade myth, and to have your own machine is quite the talking point. Only one Polybius cabinet is unaccounted for. A low-resolution black and white photo that appears on the killer list of video games entry for Polybius.
There we go.
It's a Namco-style cabinet, dating from about 1979 to 1981.
Awesome, thank you.
You can see the same style in Galaxy.
I'm just trying to make the crank generator.
Examples.
There we go.
The black panels and T-molding most strongly suggest a Gallagher cabinet with the decals removed. But the sides appear to be lighter, perhaps white, which means it could be the rarer Bosconian or a converted Bosconian cabinet. The controls don't match, however, just a single button and stick. And the coin box isn't consistent with Namco machines of that era. It is period correct, definitely from the early 80s, but the dual steel plate style is more likely to be from a Data East or Nichibutsu machine. So it could be a custom build, repainted and assembled from spares, or even built from scratch. There's also the very real possibility that it's simply a Photoshop. The Polybius marquee could have been applied directly from the screenshot. The low resolution and lack of color make detecting a fake difficult, and I suspect it's deliberate. An original photo of a custom cabinet, perhaps, but it seems altered to fit the myth. It's not just cabinets. Sometimes someone will claim to have a circuit board from the fabled game, such as the one featured here. If it were real, it might even be playable with the right connections, or the ROMs could be dumped and subsequently emulated. It it would be a very valuable find, if it were real. This is definitely an arcade PCB, but it's not Polybius. It's a bootleg Ms. Pac-Man with some minor photoshopping to obfuscate its origin. It's not even enough to fool Google's reverse image search, so we can confidently ignore this particular claim.
I wish I had some corrugated cardboard.
Manufacturing an arcade game is something which involves a lot of people. Engineers, programmers, artists. It's not a task undertaken solo. So, with multiple people involved, surely by now, someone would have come forward with information. Well, as it happens, there have been a few. Although whether they tell convincing stories is another matter. One testimony comes from an anonymous source who claims Polybius was associated with Sega's arcade division. He's known only as PRG-017.
Okay, yeah.
I know I will not be believed, but still, I believe this must be told. I have information on a video game called Polybius. This game is real. I was a programmer in Sega's arcade division.
They play the myth straight, insisting that their secret project was designed to stimulate specific parts of the human brain, with testers suffering amnesia and loss of arcade game fandom. They then go on to explain that the Sega Genesis CD made use of Polybius code fragments in order to get the two processors syncing up. The account is poorly written and loose on real detail. It leans rather too heavily on the original myth, and the introduction of a link to Sega doesn't seem to make much sense. The technical details are vague, and the timeline doesn't quite match up. The Sega CD wasn't released until 1991, a decade after Polybius. Given the overly dramatic ending, unverified status, and complete lack of supporting evidence, PRG-017 is a fraud. Perhaps the most prominent claimant of responsibility is a man named Stephen Roach, who, in a series of posts in early 2006, claimed to be one of the original programmers of Polybius.
I think it's about time I lay this to rest. My name is Stephen Roach. Cine Solution was a company set up by myself and several other amateur programmers in 1978.
He says he's primarily based in the Czech Republic, where he set up a company called Zines Lotion with several mainly amateur programmers that worked on component parts for PCBs, with programming as a limited but very profitable sideline. Interesting how a band of several programmers saw programming as a sideline, but anyway, he goes on to detail the beginning of Polybius.
We were approached around 1980 by a Southern American company that shall remain nameless for legal purposes, to develop an arcade game that centered around a new approach to video game graphics.
So, a Czech company that specialized in PCBs was approached by an unnamed Southern American company to develop an arcade game which would be tested in a limited North American market. Truly a global conspiracy.
There you go. Everyone say hello to my cousin Toby Morrow from the Weeboo channel, aka
the resultant
VGBC.
cover-up might have inspired the stories of Men in Black.
If you like to
I'll be honest,
listen to people review games that they just played, not even a week later, be sure to check out the podcast.
Sentences dressed in dramatic language that wouldn't be out of place in a poorly written ghost story, and several things just don't add up. He claims to have been born in Rhyl in Wales and moved to Czechoslovakia in 1965 at the age of 15 due to his parents' business interests. An interesting proposition, given the fact that the country was under communist control at the time. He claims the Polybius name was chosen by one of his colleagues who studied Greek mythology, but Polybius is a historical figure, not a mythological one. The majority of his ramblings are just expansions of the original myth, and what little novel detail exists is presented without proof. I reached out to him via his email address, but received no reply. He did reply to an interview call from BitParade KUK, however, where he answered some questions about his role in making the game. Disappointingly, much of it is copied verbatim from his original post. Perhaps he wanted to keep his story straight, or didn't want to expend too much creative effort in developing the story. He does go into more detail about the gameplay, however, describing the puzzle elements that
right now,
would
currently
later influence
making
Rogue Synapse's interpretation of the game.
The crank handle generator.
In Kat Despera's 2012 article, Reinvestigating Polybius, she found a possible link between Stephen Roach and the Czech Republic. Someone with that name was running a troubled teen facility in Brno. However, this Stephen Roach was originally a policeman from Utah, whereas the one associated with Polybius claims to have been born in Wales, so perhaps it's just a coincident name. Everything about Stephen Roach reeked of a hoax. I had one lead left to follow. The original claims were made on a few different sites, but Roach was most active on the Retro Gamer forums, where there are a number of follower posts. The thread goes on for several pages. A few suspiciously new accounts are quite active. It seems someone might have been using sock puppets to fuel discussion. Later, a moderator confirms that several names are posting from the same IP, and Stephen Roach is amongst them. Most of these accounts were created specifically for the ruse, but the oldest had been used in good faith. I checked the post history, an introduction. I had the prankster's full name and an approximate location.
Give us some two.
A quick Google search turned up social media accounts that matched. I sent him a tweet and waited. I originally said that I received no reply from Stephen Roach via email. And this was true at the time of writing, and up until a few days after I sent this tweet.
Not even close.
As if by magic.
Well, actually,
2.5 months
I'd say
after
about
sending the original email.
as bad as it looks, most of the hurdles were done. So I'd say, realistically speaking,
I had to call his bluff.
About 70% of the way done, 70 to 80.
I addressed him by his real name. I said, perhaps it's time to retire the Stephen Roach persona. It was a long shot, and it didn't work.
As you can see, most of the hurdles is done.
Even in the face of the evidence I had,
like
he wasn't going to give it up.
The lights were the main hurdle.
I received a reply on Twitter from
the light,
suspect.
the sound system is figured out.
My original inquiry was polite, pretty straightforward, but the response was obtuse, hostile even.
So I just gotta put it all together now.
I wasn't going to get a confession, but by now I was fairly sure I'd found the guy responsible. Let there be no doubt. Stephen Roach is a red herring.
I'm not streaming on any other channels as far as I know.
Entirely fabricated.
Most of what we know about Polybius comes second-hand, and this lack of primary evidence makes me suspicious of the whole thing. However, what we do have is primary evidence for real events that are a bit like some of the things that happened in the Polybius legend. And it's quite easy to see how this could have been embellished or misunderstood to create the Polybius story in these second-hand accounts as they're retold. History isn't necessarily what happened, it's what people say happened.
So, there's a lot of evidence wrapped within the Polybius myth, but not much of it is convincing. The same stories crop up time and time again, sometimes with embellishment, sometimes with new theories, but never anything that links the game to its supposed origin in the arcades. Making sense of it all.
Oh yeah, for sure. I'm sure I can finish 4 packs.
Is a difficult task.
However, I also need to make the ghost trap. There we go.
Perhaps the best way to establish Polybius' origin.
Crank generator handle.
Rather than chasing unverifiable rumors from nearly 40
yeah,
years ago.
I just gotta
Instead,
essentially.
we can trace the evidence that exists today.
Make everything else.
This trail might not lead
not
all the way
hard.
back to
It's just tedious.
1981.
But since most of the trouble was just essentially what's it called? The lights and all that, since that's pretty much done.
As a
I'm pretty
starting
much
point,
set.
we can look to Wikipedia. Its article
So
history
now I
is
just gotta
transparent, and the site has been around for a while. On February the 25th, 2005, the Polybius video game page was created. But this isn't the first mention of the game on Wikipedia. Going back to November the 30th, 2004, the main Polybius article, the one about the historian, was amended with a section titled The Arcade Game / Hoax. Going back further, there was a short-lived edit on the 29th of February the same year that read, Polybius is also the name of a possibly fictitious video game in contemporary folklore. Related to Atari's Tempest, it legendarily led to mental illness in players.
There we go.
This is the earliest mention I could find. But what exactly prompted its Wikipedia inclusion early in 2004? The internet was young and going viral, an as yet unknown concept. But in August, Polybius was featured in Slashdot, which was a pretty big deal back in 2003. And it mentions an inclusion in a recent issue of GamePro.
Right.
At the time, GamePro was the world's largest independent multi-platform gaming magazine and claimed to be read by over 3 million gamers a month.
Here's a little tip. If you want to make little ridges in your thing, just take a piece of corrugated cardboard, cut it in half, and
there was an article called Secrets and Lies.
Word it thin, baby.
The article featured 6 gaming myths, with each assigned a verdict.
There you go.
True, false, or inconclusive.
There you go.
Polybius
crank handle
was number 6.
And ridges.
The article expressed doubts over the game's veracity, citing a lack of evidence and the relative ease of fabrication, but it ultimately awards an inconclusive. It was this GamePro article that played an important role in propagating the Polybius myth, exposing the game to a widespread audience that might not have had access to the internet. It's not the origin of the story, but a key catalyst that transformed the game from obscure rumor to a widespread legend.
There we go.
Yeah, I think GamePro was probably a primary source for gamers to find out about Polybius. I think that writing about it in a national magazine certainly brought it to attention. And then, of course, after it appeared in GamePro, a lot of people then spread the legend and told their friends or asked other people, have you known anything about it? And probably added a lot of their own details along the way, because that's how urban legends work, right?
Polybius's activity pre-GamePro was much more subdued. But even in early 2003, the game was still well known to arcade enthusiasts.
Alrighty.
It turned up on Snopes' forums in July and had mention in a hoax roundup sometime shortly afterwards, asserting that this one is just a gag someone invented several years ago.
Oh, I'm not answering any questions. I'm just explaining some of my processes.
Sometime shortly before February the 15th, 2003, an article on Polybius appeared on GoodDealGames.com. A familiar screenshot appears, and at some point there was also a link on the site to the April Fool's version of the Polybius executable. Most interestingly, at the bottom of the article there is a small
banner you too, you have a good night.
Thanks to a site called coinop.org. Coinop.org is a resource for collectors and enthusiasts of arcade games. It features a fairly comprehensive database of games, along with a knowledge base populated with repair and maintenance documents. The site is a common factor in many of these early articles. It seems they've had a page on Polybius longer than anybody else. Their description of the game is quite familiar. It seems most later articles have been based on this one. The screenshot appears here too. At the bottom of the page is a creation date, the 3rd of August, 1998, our earliest yet. But is it verifiable? The URI for this page has changed several times over its lifetime, so tracking down the first date of appearance is tricky. But with enough digging and copious use of the Wayback Machine, we can attempt to discern an origin. The current page's history only goes back to February 2014. At this point, URI rewriting rules made things more human readable. The page prior can be tracked all the way back to 2003. Before this, the site used lengthy GUIDs with a minor change in 2002. This URI is the oldest I could find on the coinop.org domain, which takes us all the way back to June the 21st, 2000. The entire site moved domain around this time. While it originally started on coinup.org, at some point during 1999, it was incorporated into click2.com. First as a subdomain, then later
Crank
as a
generator
subdirectory.
handle, baby.
It's here where we can track the Polybius page as far back as possible.
Oh, crap.
A capture exists from March the 3rd, 2000. Interestingly, the creation date of 1998 is missing, as is the screenshot. However, there is a last modified date instead, given as the 6th of February 2000, along with a note. New edition, anyone heard of this game? This seems to imply that the 6th of February is the date the page was added. I mean, it says new edition. So why does the page today insist that it was created in 1998? When did the date created field first appear? A capture from April 29th, 2003 lacks the page created date. The next capture has it. This means it was added between these two dates. The date might have been recorded before this, but not displayed. But another possibility is that the date created field was made later on and populated with a default value. I suspect the latter case is true, principally because almost all the other game pages share the same creation date, down to the 4 AM time. It is possible that Polybius was present in the database back then, but there's absolutely no evidence for it. What we do have is a verified capture from early 2000 with a date of February the 6th and a claim of a new edition. I had nothing earlier in my timeline. This could be our origin point. Day 0, the day the myth started. So how can we prove that this was the starting point? Or, more accurately, how can we disprove it? We're nowhere close to the supposed release date of 1981. So is it possible to find any earlier evidence? Anything at all? A throwaway mention, a forum post, or magazine article?
Ooh.
Now, rumour has it that the myth first emerged on Usenet, circa 1994. It's not as popular today, but Usenet was once the go-to place for news, discussion, and rumour.
Gotta stretch real quick. I'm
It's
getting
also
cooped up.
fairly well preserved. Since 1995, Deja News has archived Usenet. And in 2001, they were acquired by Google.
Alright.
Today, Google Groups is the largest archive of Usenet posts, with the full Deja archive searchable, along with supplementary data that goes all the way back to 1981. Its search is imperfect, but with some patience, we might get some results. A broad search for Polybius pre-2000 turns up some predictable results. It is the name of a Greek historian, after all.
Okay.
It is matters of history that most often come up, with the occasional reference to a Polybius cipher in cryptological talk. There's also a user named Polybius, who was quite active in Old Mag Playboy between 1997 and 1998.
We have a full blast, we're going to.
Narrowing the search domain to known groups helps improve results. And one in particular is a nexus for arcade collectors. Rec Games Video Arcade Collecting, RGVAC for short. These guys are invested in arcade rarities, because if something's rare, it's valuable. So Polybius would be right up their alley. One of the first instances of the word was posted in April 2000, just a couple of months after the game first appeared on coinup.org. Posted by a user named NYMechanicalBR08, it links to coinup.org, a reply to a request for information on an obscure German video game, which triggered an association.
There we go. Crank handle generator
The OP of this particular thread is a German fellow named Christian Windler, also known as Cyber Yogi, but we'll get to him later. On the 27th of February 2000, just 3 weeks after it was first posted to coinup.org, a user named Zoob posted a link on Polybius' page on click2.com. No, not the Greek historian, an arcade game, he says. I am skeptical of the claims made on the following page, but they certainly make for interesting reading. I actually spoke to Zoop. I wondered how he had found Polybius. He told me, I simply wandered across it in one of my random walks on the net. It was serendipity, nothing more. Google Groups' search is far from perfect, so it is possible we've missed something. So what about other Usenet archives? A manual grep of the U2 Zoo Net News archive from archive.org, some 5 gigabytes of text when uncompressed, yields just 3 results, all of which refer to the historian. A discussion of the evidence for the historical Jesus from Net Religion
Well, that's
Christian
not good. I accidentally
1985,
put it on the wrong side.
and a passing mention in Net Politics the same year.
Oh no.
I even tried a paid search
no.
of the Usenet archive. A site that claims to be broader and more easily
There's a hole
searchable
there
than
that shouldn't
Google's
be there.
inherited dataset.
Oof.
I found 0 results pre-2000.
Oof. Brutal. That's not
If
good.
there's nothing within the Usenet archives,
Messed up. I accidentally put it on
perhaps
the wrong
another
side.
domain
No
entirely
biggie.
will prove fruitful.
I have a way of fixing that.
Perhaps there is a mention of Polybius in print. Google Books describes itself as the world's most comprehensive index of full-text books, and it is freely searchable. Searching for Polybius between the years 1980 and 2000 yields several pages of results, but every single last one of them refers to the historian. Google Newspapers is a similar story. Perhaps a more specific search is needed, within the enthusiast press, perhaps. In the 1980s and 90s, video games were better served by magazines than any other media. I searched nearly 200 gigabytes of gaming magazines, over 3,000 issues worth, for any instance of the word Polybius. There were 3 results. One from the September 1998 issue of Acorn User, a review of Ancient Greeks, a multimedia CD-ROM. Another pair from 2 adjacent issues of Commodore User, January and February 1986. Programming listings for codes and ciphers on your Commodore Micro, and an implementation of the Polybius square. That's it. The only instances of the word Polybius across 20 years of the gaming press. If the Polybius myth existed prior to the year 2000, it wasn't widespread. To my knowledge, no 20th century evidence exists. It's impossible to say for certain, but with no trace of prior evidence, we can only presume coinop.org is where the story began. And whoever posted it there might be responsible for everything. One name I've seen frequently implicated in the Polybius myth is a German fellow named Christian Oliver Bindler, also known as Cyber Yogi, Teachmaster of Logology, the first Cyber Age religion. The denizens of RG-VAC were quick to pin the blame for Polybius on him. He had a bit of a reputation, it seems. It does all seem to fit. He was in the right place at the right time, and his interests align. There's also the German connection with Zines Lotion. However, I believe Cyber Yogi is innocent.
Stop harassing me with this damn myth. I didn't make Polybius. Otherwise, the man in black would now go after me. I have absolutely nothing to do with it.
True. He did pull an April Fool's Day prank in 2000. He fabricated a supposedly lost East German variant of Phoenix. True, he was interested in obscure arcade games, particularly trance-inducing Zona games. And true, he is a little eccentric. But why would a native German speaker use a mangled word? And if he didn't want to be caught, why use German at all? Why would he conduct 2 rather ornate pranks in the same year? And why would he come clean about one, but not the other? Critically, how did he get an entry for the game on coinop.org? coinop.org domain has been around since 1993, although the earliest page capture dates back to late 1996, approaching the limit of the Wayback Machine. Back then, the domain was home to the Virtual Coin-Op Museum, run by Stephen W. Reiner. It was a collection of photographs and articles relating to arcade machines. However, in 1998, Stephen offered the coinop.org domain to the users of the RGVAC news group. He didn't have the time to maintain it, and so sought someone who could make better use of it. He ended up giving the domain to a web developer named Kurt Koller. By August 1998, Kurt had taken ownership of the domain and had relaunched the site as a games database. In April 1999, he moved the site to a subdomain of click2.com. And, interestingly, he mentions the addition of a German language version.
Near the top it says.
In early 2000, we see another flurry of activity. The CoinOp site moves from a subdomain of click2.com to a subdirectory instead. It's around this time that the first evidence of Polybius emerges. By August 2000, the CoinOp site moved back to its own domain, where it's lived ever since. So, who provided the information for the site? The bulk of the games database is sourced from community-maintained lists of games, some of which are still present in coinop.org's knowledge base, and data contributed from other sites and projects, the MAME arcade emulator, for instance. Coinop.org has always had an open call for contributions, but the presented entries for games are manually curated and incorporated into the database, presumably by Kurt. He had exact control over what appeared on the site, and he's always had that control. So perhaps he received a tip about Polybius. Perhaps someone emailed him the description and he reproduced it in good faith. Maybe, but if his intent was to maintain an accurate list of games, why would he keep the text unaltered if most of his arcade collecting peers were quickly prepared to write it off as a hoax? Why would he update the entry in 2009, promising more information? Stay tuned. Information which has yet to transpire. Finally, remember the GamePro article? The one that exposed Polybius to a mainstream gaming audience and is perhaps the single largest factor in the legend's persistence today? I spoke to the author of that article, Dan Amrich, and asked him where he first found out about Polybius.
Oh, crap, come on.
Kurt was the person who first tipped me off about Polybius. I've thought about it for a long time, and ultimately I came to the conclusion some years ago that Kurt was probably just making all of this up and pulling the wool over my eyes, and he sent it in as a tip to see if I would bite, and obviously I bit.
Everything pointed towards Kurt. He was behind coinop.org, and thus responsible for the earliest confirmed emergence of the myth. As an arcade enthusiast, he would have been familiar with the games from Polybius' era. In fact, he owned some of them. As a web developer, he would have had the necessary skills to forge a convincing-looking screenshot. He also had at least some familiarity with the German language, but he wasn't fluent, hence Zinnes Lotion. He's no stranger to internet fame either. He's the one behind the Taco Bell $2 bill refusal story, under the Usenet pseudonym Captain Sarcastic. Finally, he had a motive. He wanted to drive traffic to coinop.org. And when he sent a tip-off to GamePro magazine, it paid off and immortalized the legend. In any case, to uncover the truth, I was going to have to speak to him. So I emailed him, asked if he'd answer a few questions. He said, sure. I asked him directly, were you responsible for the game's addition to the site? If not, who was the source? Where did the screenshot come from? His answers weren't helpful. He insisted the game was present on the site since day one.
That's fine.
3rd of August 1998.
I'm
despite
sure
the
I'll still
contradicting
probably
evidence.
be here, probably. I don't know for sure, so.
The entry's wording
If I'm not,
on
have a good one.
is
If I'm
very
still here,
specific.
then we'll see.
That's all I'm allowed to comment on. I didn't expect a confession, but it was clear he wasn't going to let me ruin his fun without some resistance. By this point, I was almost certain he was behind the Polybius myth. He was, at the very least, complicit. So he was definitely hiding something. But what did he mean by very specific wording? My mind was cast back to the connection between Polybius and cryptology. The Polybius square. Could the very specific wording of the Polybius entry be hiding something? A coded message? At this point, I'm not even sure. It could just be me reading between the lines, a wild goose chase. But I suppose it's worth a try. Rereading the text, I noticed some unusual things. The writing is odd, with rather too many commas, and some peculiar wording choices. There's also a spelling mistake, disappeared with a missing E, which is not necessarily unusual, but it has gone untouched for 17 years. Maybe he never noticed it, but he did notice a spelling mistake on the Polybius Wikipedia article. There's an edit by a Kurt S. Koller made on the 27th of October 2005, where he corrects the spelling of non-existent. So maybe the spelling is intentional. But what does that mean? Perhaps word length is a factor. Perhaps his code needed a 10-letter word and nothing else would fit. Despite my suspicions, my attempts to decipher a message that may or may not exist were fruitless. Besides, code breaking was outside the scope of my intention. We already had an origin, and we had a likely suspect. Maybe I was hoping for something more. During my search for Polybius' origin, I had seen numerous claims that the myth first emerged on Usenet in 1994, but I never saw any direct evidence for this. However, there is one thing which definitely emerged on Usenet in 1994, a puzzle that has a startlingly similar name. It's called the Publius Enigma. Anonymous claims of a hidden meaning within Pink Floyd's The Division Bell album. On Alt Music Pink Floyd, an anonymous source emerged with cryptic clues. Few believed it at first, but when the words Enigma Publius appeared in lights at a Pink Floyd concert, well, clearly there was something to it. However, to this day, the Publius Enigma remains unsolved. No hidden message was ever found. The parallels could be a coincidence, but I know Kurt was active on Usenet at the time, so it's fairly likely he was familiar with this story. Perhaps this might be part of the inspiration behind the Polybius myth. There was no shortage of ideas for the avid prankster in the late 90s. Government conspiracies were en vogue due to the popularity of the X-Files. Couple this paranoia with the emergence of an exciting new digital frontier. The internet was a fertile ground for ideas to spread, a critical mass of gullibility. One hoax that gained traction around this time was the Pacific Northwest tree octopus. Proof that people will even believe stories of arbor-bound cephalopods if you tell it earnestly enough. This emerged at around the same time Kurt was working on coinup.org, and again, maybe part of the inspiration for Polybius, particularly the link to Portland. For as long as there have been internet hoaxes, there have been those who attempt to debunk them. Snopes being perhaps the most famous example. The site was born out of the alt folklore urban newsgroup, and while you won't find any trace of the Polybius myth there is some discussion given to video game related urban legends. Some of them are quite familiar. We can even see hints of proto-myths which might have helped form Polybius. One legend states that if you're able to attain a particularly impressive high score, government agents, FBI, CIA or similar, would seek you out. Why? Who knows? Recruitment, perhaps. This is strikingly similar to the plot of The Last Starfighter, in which a teenage boy is contacted by aliens in desperate need of a savior with his shoot-'em-up skills. Maybe the myth inspired the film, or vice versa. It probably doesn't know.
Okay. Yep. Good night, Mom.
The link between the FBI and arcades is further strengthened
Oh, what's going on?
by the Winners Don't Use Drugs campaign that appeared in all North American arcade games between 1989 and 2000. Quite how effective the anti-drug message was is not for me to say, but the FBI seal is imprinted on the memory of every arcade goer from that time. There's also the very real possibility that the myths were inspired by real FBI involvement in the arcades. Between bootleg machines, drugs, and illegal gambling, it's entirely plausible that the Men in Black did raid the occasional arcade, or seize the odd arcade machine. However, it's far less likely that there was a coordinated plan to control the minds of gamers in arcades, although the CIA did conduct mind control experiments with its MKUltra program. It was really more of a test of the utility of psychoactive drugs in combat and interrogation, long fodder for conspiracy nuts, but its lack of success is well documented. The government has dabbled in using video games as training aids, Atari's Battlezone, for instance, and even Doom. But a full-on mind control conspiracy? That's a pretty far-out theory.
I think that the idea of the government having its act together to the point where they could put in an arcade game in a town and use it to neurolinguistically program or otherwise brainwash the populace is a pretty scary one, just due to the fact that when I was a kid, literally every politician that I could think of was terribly frightened by video games. So the thought that the government would understand technology and be able to use that against the rest of us, I think is inherently creepy, inherently cool.
Another film with shades of Polybius is The Bishop of Battle from 1983 film Nightmares. A reflection of the feared potential harm of arcades, as a hyper-addictive game gradually takes control of a boy's life as he attempts to beat the mysterious 13th level. The rapid rise in the popularity of arcades, particularly with children, caused a bit of a moral panic in the early 80s. Most concerns were relatively unfounded. The kids were there to play video games, not for drugs or gambling. But even so, the pursuit of high scores through marathon play sessions could prove deleterious. In 1981, Brian Mauro of Beaverton, Portland, suffered stomach discomfort after 28 hours of shooting for an asteroids record. It wasn't the video game that caused it, but a heady mix of sleep deprivation with a cocktail of caffeine and sugar. The odd headache and upset stomach aside, it's difficult to find evidence of any serious injury that has come from video games. However, there was an arcade-related death reported in 1982. Peter Bukowski of South Holland, Illinois, was playing Berserk when he collapsed. It was a pre-existing heart condition, possibly aggravated by stress. But for some, it was evidence that an arcade game could directly cause harm. One very real risk that video games can pose is photosensitive epilepsy. To those who are sensitive, flashing images or patterns can trigger a seizure. In the earliest days of the arcades, this wasn't commonly understood, and so some flashing effects could be pretty intense. Couple that with a darkened room, long play sessions. Despite not being particularly common, eventually someone's going to have a seizure. The first reported case of a video game triggering such a seizure was in 1981. Astro Fighter was one game implicated around this time. Today, you can see the lasting effects of these concerns. Flashing effects are rare, and in every manual for every game, you'll find the same boilerplate disclaimer.
Oh, sure. Back in the 90s, an episode of Pokemon appeared on Japanese television that caused seizures and sent 700 kids to the hospital. And that was just at 30 frames per second. Imagine what you could do with a game at 50 or 60. I bet there were some Atari games that gave susceptible kids a not-so-happy Christmas. I watched that banned footage. It made me feel weird.
The motif of harmful sensation is a recurring theme in fiction, particularly in horror. The idea that something can hurt you just by observing it. From Medusa to the Basilisk, the Ring, Polybius. A long line of legends. Sometimes they're even
I'm your overly competitive brother. Check. Psych. Really? Dude, that's a foul! But now you're ready to settle a score. And if you don't have the right home insurance coverage, well, you can end up paying for all this yourself. So get Allstate.
Old Spice Men's Styling Pomade off.
Hey everybody, Adam Savage here in my cave with a one-day build.
All right.
That is a deep dive
Alexa, drop the light.
To precision measurement.
Okay.
But in order to even start to move forward with this build, I want to talk about measurement in general, because through COVID, I have come to a different and deeper appreciation and sensitivity to finer and finer measurements. I've been using my machine tools, my mill and my lathe. I've been purchasing and manufacturing upgrades to both of them. And in the deep dive I've done into builds like the Samaritan and my my little mini chop saw base, it's just like I said, I've become much more highly attuned to precise measurements. And it's actually sort of opened up a whole new portion of my brain, is what it feels like. Okay, let me start at the beginning. This tape measure is obviously where almost all of us begin measuring things on any kind of regular basis. This is a carpenter's tape. It's 30 feet long, measured in 1/16 of an inch. And, you know, there came a time when I was learning carpentry and building stuff for a living in the early 90s where I did get to a point where I wasn't just measuring to a line, but I was measuring to a side of the line. And that felt really, really significant. But recognize that each of the lines on this tape measure is probably, in and of itself, probably about 30 thousandths of an inch wide. What is that? That's like 8 sheets of paper, give or take. And that when you're machining stuff on the mill and the lathe and mechanically making stuff that fits together, 30 thousandths is effectively a disaster. You want to be working in the sub, you know, like right around 1,000th or two. And then there is a whole level of machining that goes to an order of magnitude more sensitive than that. I am not there yet. I am now, I feel like, at about the sensitivity of 1,000th of an inch. And in terms of some of the things that I make, and I wanted to, that's what today's one day build has to do with. And so I just kind of wanted to give you a tour on this. So where do you go from a tape measure in terms of precision measurement? Well, back in 1991, when I was working for Chico McMurtry at Amorphic Robot Works, I went down to Fox Hardware on 4th Street and Mission.
This is actually happening.
I think it's 4th and Mission. Anyway, I went down to Fox Hardware there, and I purchased myself a Chinese-made micrometer.
There's a hole there where I drilled wrong, or put it with the crank generator. It's fine. I think it adds to my version of the Proton pack strong. Meaning I just scrapped this thing together, hope for the best, and then
a dial caliper measures in 3 different ways.
This is happening.
A dial caliper
that is so
in 3 different ways. It measures an outside diameter, it measures an inside diameter, and it measures a depth. But it does all of these generally. What you should understand is that this gets you in the ballpark, but that if real true precision, like sub 1,000th or 1,000th or sub precision, this is not even actually the tool you want to use. Yes, it can get you there. And a great machinist, a great machine operator can totally use this in ways that would surprise a craftsperson. But you should recognize that these...
Oh, there's an
let me
actual
talk about
panel
why
here.
There's limitations to
That's
this.
fine, I can make
If
that
I
up.
wanted to measure the wall thickness
Yeah, that makes sense.
of this piece of aluminum that I've cut off from something, obviously what I want to do is I want to measure it like that. However, I've got a problem if I grab it in the jaws and try and measure its wall thickness. Right now it says it's 0.124 inches thick, which it kind of makes sense. I don't think... Oh, it might have been pre-buff type. At any rate, it says it's 0.125 or 1/8 of an inch thick. But here's the issue. When you look at the inside where the jaw is square, and it's not matching the radius of the pipe, which means there's a tiny little gap between the corners of the jaw and the radius of the inside of the pipe.
Oh, that's gonna
There
hurt.
are specific
Nope.
micrometers meant for measuring the wall thickness of pipes, and their internal jaw is a cylinder that allows it to touch the inside surface. For depth, while this is definitely a reasonable depth measuring tool for getting, again, within a few thou, if you really want to check the depth of blind holes that you're working for manufacturing, there are depth micrometers. I also have an issue measuring the outside of a pipe like this, which is, again, pretty straightforward, right? I'm grabbing it on both sides. However, what you really should be clear about is that even if you, like, any tiny movement this way on the side of my micrometer is going to give me a slightly different measurement. So again, these dial calipers will get you really, really, really close, and your skill can take you the rest of the way. But for larger and larger outside measurements, or for more and more precise outside measurements, you need a more precise measuring tool, and that's where this comes in. This is many of these things are called micrometers. This is frequently called a micrometer. It's an outside micrometer, and it is composed of this yoke here, these two hardened steel posts, and a barrel with some measuring increments on it. And it also has what's called a ratchet stop. So what happens is when you bring this thing to 0, so I'm going to show you that I'm closing its jaws until it hits 0, and when it does, it starts to click. That is called a ratchet stop. And the clicking is, well, here's the question I have for you. If you are screwing down a screw to measure something, how do you make sure you're using the same amount of pressure every single time with your fingers? You can't. That's where the ratchet stop comes in. You use a gentle turn, and once it starts to ratchet, you know that you have reached the same amount of portion on the barrel every single time. This is a particularly lovely little 0 to 1 inch micrometer because it's got a digital readout. Most of them have a combination between straight up measuring marks and also a vernier scale to get below 1/1000th of an inch in terms of the accuracy. And this, like I said, this is specifically for measuring between 0 and 1 inch with an accuracy of 1/10,000th of an inch. 0, 0, 0.
Water.
This is a great tool. This is a wonderful tool. And so the way you would use this is you would 0, 0, 0, 1.
I need that water so badly.
This is a great tool. This is the free spinning of this barrel is super important to the proper running of these. So you bring this over to it, and you would.
I'm trying to find some inputs I have
down,
here.
and it says, look at that.
What the heck?
Exactly 1/2 inch in diameter.
Where I put those things?
It looks like it's 1/2 inch plus a couple of tenths. Yeah, 4/10 of 1,000. But yeah. Okay, so that's how these work. That's how you would use these. And because the anvil here is wider than the jaws on the micrometer, on my dial calipers, it's giving a more accurate measurement because it prevents me from tilting and twisting the outside micrometer and giving my myself a false reading. All of these calipers and micrometers can be calibrated. On the micrometer, there's a dial adjustment here, so I can turn the dial to change 0 to make sure I'm always starting from 0. And commensurately, on these, there's a pinhole on the back that allows you, using a special tool, to adjust the 0 measurement of these micrometers. Why am I going into all of this detail about micrometers and calipers? Because, as I said at the beginning of this video, something has shifted in my brain. And for certain kinds of builds and certain applications, I'm really starting to understand both the need and the benefits of precision. And it's caused me to understand the necessity for a whole new slate of both tools and precise tools. So I've bought a couple of new lathe chucks that replace some 30-year-old lathe chucks I've been using because they're way more precise. I bought a 3-jaw chuck recently that out of the box was 1,000th, actually just slightly less than 1,000th total run out, whereas my previous one, which was like, again, 20 or 30 years old, it's about 10,000ths of run out, which means anytime I pull something out of it and put something back, I'm going to be off true round by like 2 or 2.5 sheets of paper. Look, that's fine if you're doing a single set of operations on a piece that you've clamped, but if you need to do second operations, it becomes problematic. So I've established that my brain has been seeing things in finer increments. I am gathering some newer tools and better measuring equipment, and that is what today's one-day build is about, because I recently received a brand new piece of equipment that I am super psyched about. This right here is my newest measuring instrument.
I know I have a bag of, I bought a whole bag full of these like connectors. It would so come in handy right now. Whenever they were.
Just like this caliper, except in this box is the ability to measure everything from 0 to 12 inches with an accuracy of plus or minus 2/10,000ths of an inch. Look at that! Look at the beauty of that. Hold on. Check that out. Okay, so what you've got here is 0 to 1, 1 to 2, 2 to 3, 3 to 4, 4 to 5, 4 to 6, 5 to 6, etc., all the way up to 11 to 12. And, I mean, just look at the beauty of these instruments. Now, I got this on eBay. Whoever shipped it to me was less than careful about shipping it, and it arrived with the plywood falling out and all of these literally tumbling around in this box. I was mortified. I thought that I'd received several $100s worth of worthless pieces of metal. However, the other evening I spent about about 3 hours all told, sitting at my dining room table with some mineral spirits and some light machine oil and some Q-tips and wire brushes, and I adjusted and calibrated all 12 of these micrometers.
Okay, there we go.
And each one of them spins beautifully and smoothly. The action on them, even as old as they are, is magnificent. And they were all within 1 thou of calibration anyway. That speaks to what excellent tools they are. But what is the build? What is the build? Well, the build is that this box needs some TLC. It needs not only some TLC, but I see the need.
The need for speed. Dang, that power bank is still going.
It not only needs TLC, but I think it needs some more structure for these. These can still move back and forth like this, and I don't like the idea of, as this box is moving, of the barrel here being, right? This is going to bump into here. That's no good. I don't want that. So first things first, I'm going to clean up these tops, pull them out, clean them up. Then I'm going to add a cradle for all 9 of these handles. 4, 6, 8, 9, yep. And then I'm going to add another set of cradles for these handles. And then I've noticed in this box that I've got all of this empty space right here and also right here. So I'm going to add a couple of expansion drawers to increase the utility of this beautiful case. along the way. I'm going to make sure that all the joints are solid, that all the hardware is up to snuff, and I believe I'll be using this tool for the rest of my natural life. So I'm going to build a case that can take care of it for the rest of my natural life. Yeah, I'm really excited about this. I literally just stared at this thing for a whole day. I find it so surpassingly lovely, and I can't wait to give it a box commensurate with its awesomeness. So
there they are. I was
the
looking for
first thing
these
that I
little
want to
tiny
do
guys. Right
is
here.
I want to measure out
Need
and
this
figure
earlier.
out this cradle that I'm going to make.
Okay.
How big it's going to be, what the distance between each micrometer is, because I'm not sure it's perfectly consistent. What size hole I'm going to drill to get it all to work. And then I can pull all of these micrometers out of the box and start to work on the box itself. I'm also going to add some bracing up here that holds onto this. And I am going to be making one new tool today to support the use of the micrometers, and it's called a micrometer stand, but we'll get to that after I've done a few things. Okay, let's see, I need a piece of paper.
No. Oh, God.
Chamfered sides, maybe with a little corner there, but this distance is 11.5 inches. The overall height of the thing, I think, is going to be 3/4 of an inch. Okay, and then there's going to be 9. Huh, not bad. Okay, so the diameter of each of these, I think 3/4 of an inch is too tight. I think it's more like, no, 3/4 of an inch is too tight. 1 inch, I think, is actually too big, so I'm pretty sure I have a 7/8. Yeah. And the distance between each of these things, and there'll be a center pivot, and I'll go off of that one, I think. But the distance between these, is it really regular? Actually, it probably is really regular. You know what? I don't think these marks have been perfectly made, so I think I'm going to actually have to, measure this. So let's see. Here's the way I kind of want to do it. There we go. Okay. So here, oh, actually, you know what? I'm going to end up using this as my cradle. Yep.
Get that out of here. There we go.
And then there's the question of what is the distance?
Apparently there's like a little rounded piece here that does that.
Yeah, I think that is actually. So I think.
Interesting.
See, how do I measure it? How do I measure that? Oh, yeah, that's about exactly right. So this is 0.33 inches, and so that's going to be this distance right here, 0.33 inches. And what we can do is we can measure 0.33 here. And we can do that special trick I love. Yeah, great. So each one of these right here describes the bottom of one of my 7/8 cradles, which will hold on to the barrels of one of my micrometers. That's the barrel right there, would fit right in that slot. I'm gonna need to, this whole thing needs a little bit of readjustment, so I'm gonna worry about those a little later. All right, so I'm gonna be drilling 11 holes here across this, and I want I want the relationship between the force bit and the piece of plywood to be really consistent. So I'm gonna clamp in a second piece of plywood back here as I take this piece here, and the nice thing about setting up this backstop on my drill press to create a solid relationship between the Forstner bit and this piece of plywood is that as I move this down, it is always going to be drilling the hole at the exact same distance from this back end because of this fence. So now I need this back end because of this fence.
Okay, yeah.
So,
Got to commit.
So now all I need to
Commit
do is
to
line
it.
up the center of the Forstner bit with
Out of the way.
with that line I've drawn. And I've got a piece of wood underneath as the sacrificial lamb to keep from hitting the Forstner bit into the table. Okay, I was just making sure my drill press table was tied down. That's an easy mistake to make. I make it all the time, actually. I saw a little bit of a slip in the Forstner bit there. I'm just going to give it a tighten. And we're going to move to the next one. Occasionally, when you drill through the bottom with a Forstner bit, you'll end up with a disc of wood at the bottom of the bit, which will prevent it from actually entering the next hole. So this is something you have to guard against. Also, don't prevent it from actually entering the next hole. So this is something you have to guard against. Also, I appear to have been a little lax in my drilling all the way through.
Okay.
Right. So now I have.
Yeah, so that means I need to make
6, 7, 8, 9 beautiful holes, and what I will then do is cut this on the bandsaw to make my actual cradle. Now what you might notice here is that I've cut to above each of my lines. That is because I'm going to achieve flatness on this using a sander. So in using this disc sander, I'm very careful about making sure that the table is square here to the platen that the sandpaper sticks to. That's really important because I'm often bringing things up to this, and squareness is what I'm expecting, and thus squareness is what I adjust for. But recently, I was actually using a combination square here in this track.
Trying to figure this part
and I
out
was
quick.
doing this operation, and that is when I discovered that this line isn't square to the platen. And in the 8 years I've owned this machine, I have never realized that. Actually, it's been 10 and a half years since I bought this. So yesterday, this thing sits on a big 3-inch column. The arrangement that the motor sits on the top of this yoke that tightens down. I loosened it up and hammered it and got it perfectly square. But again, I spent all this time assuming that the relationship here was parallel. And that assumption was based on nothing except an expectation that I had never checked. And when it was mission critical, it boned me.
There you go. Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
That's been, part of the journey of owning tools is realizing the ways in which they can and can't serve you, and the ways in which your expectations about them can actually lead you into trouble. I definitely got into trouble. I had to remake a part because I had boned it because these two things weren't parallel. So make no assumptions, or you make an ass out of you and umption. All right, this is good. It is square all the way around. I'm going to figure out the chamfer cut, and then I'm going to line it in some felt and get it attached to the... Yeah, well, I'm going to start the attachment process.
Okay, the box needs
There we go. Okay, look at that. Lovely. Lovely. So much more positive. Everyone's so much happier having a secure and safe place they can live. Yeah, I really don't think these were super square. Fascinating. That is awesome. I really like that. So I think that's where this is going to live. It's going to live.
Yeah.
So here's where the depth measurement on a micrometer, on a caliper is really great. You measure the depth there.
Okay.
Lock it and double check it. Great. And then I'm going to also measure it here. Damn, I'm right on the line. Oh, that one's marked. Now it's time to deal with the amount of space we have in here. This is totally trashed, and I want to clean that up. I want to replace, do I want to replace the felt here? Maybe I don't even have to. but I definitely want to add some felt here to this one to put it in. And then this guy, right, this guy's got that business and that business. And, okay. Pull this out. This is some work I did over the weekend. And these guys, I've just got to pull this all the way out. This is the support here for the 3 smallest micrometers. And they gotta go. They gotta go. They gots to go. I'm also gonna put some rubber feet on this. And that may be the very first thing I do, simply because it'll make it easier to move around and it doesn't have rubber feet. And then, yeah. Nice. Okay. Now let's just start taking this thing apart.
I'm gonna pack it in place.
I'm gonna pull the hardware off because this piece of hardware is broken. Oh, flathead screws. Slotted, sorry.
Oh, no.
I see now that I probably should have done the base of the hinges first. Hey! Okay, so good. Oh, what is this box? This box lives in this box, but we'll cover this box later.
What?
Let's clean this up. Commensurately clean this up, and then we'll deal.
Okay.
Well, I've taken all the hardware off and I put it into this sorting container I have. And I am now going to pour some rust remover all over this. I'm going to clean this all up. I'm not going to make everything super pristine, but I do want to get rid of some of that rust. So I covered this non-toxic rust remover a few weeks ago. I really like this stuff because it's reusable and non-toxic. It doesn't dry out your skin. So I'm just going to leave all these things soaking in this today. And then hopefully by the end of the day, I'll have removed enough. Yeah. And the sorter is really nice because it's got 3 compartments, so I can keep all the self-same screws and stuff together. I'll probably hit this all with a wire wheel or something like that once I'm finished. We will see. I may repaint the side handles or I may remove all the paint from them entirely. I still haven't decided. Okay. So, one thing that happened was I lost my mark for where this thing lives. However, it's actually pretty straightforward that it's going to live. All right. Okay, I guess I've got to put some of these things back in here. Just test them out. I think technically I only need the front 2 and the back 2. Because once they align, they align. Yeah, great. All right, so now I'm kind of inclined to not have these rest on the knurling, but actually to rest on
That's
the...
awesome.
On the
Whew, it's getting there.
Is that better or is that worse?
Put this over there real quick. There we go. Crank generator handle attached.
Actually, I think the knurl's better.
Right. Quick little preview.
Again, within like
a very, very narrow. I mean, it was pretty much right on.
There we go. So far, so good.
Glue this in.
Gotta attach that somehow.
Nail it. Again, this is not
But,
a real
you know, that's gonna take some time.
Excellent.
Yeah, there we go.
I'm so excited about this build. I really am.
Yeah. I'm not signed off yet. Don't you worry. I'm still going at this.
Now,
trying to get as much as I can now.
This one, I need the ability to hold on to these 3 calipers.
Okay, next one is this piece right here.
Calipers
Oof.
from the underside here. Okay, so I definitely want a cradle. I want 3 little cradles. That's what I need. I need 3 little cradles. Oh, wait a minute, I have them.
Okay, let's get to it.
Look at that. I have the offcuts. These are the offcuts of the other side of that cradle over there, and I can use these. I can. Yep. I'm gonna make this a very shallow cradle.
Oh.
Now I need to know where these cradles go. So I need. Right. So for this one.
Perfect.
This here.
This is 11.
And this is 2. A 2.
11. And then 15 sixteenths.
All right, let's glue those in.
Oh, 5 sixteenths, sorry. That is the threshold.
Formerly, the structure for these was part of the box.
I'm gonna admit it. I didn't know. I did not know
so
how
I'm actually
to
going to make 3 little cradles for these as well.
read a ruler.
So
for the longest time until now. So I'm a ruler.
First thing is this. The first cradle is this cradle. Oh, okay. I have to do this one from the other side because I got this. Oh, God. I can get rid of that entirely. That's great. Oh, yeah. You are out of there. I will replace you with something prettier. I'm so psyched with how this box is going to look when we're all done. I'll just clamp this.
What?
In like that. And then I can use it for tracing.
This is 5 inches across. You sure about that? 12.5 out of 16.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I was like, what the heck are you on about, dude?
That. And go for number 2.
I was like, what is this thing on about?
And numero 3. Numero 3. Yes, name the reference. Spiro is the name of the waiter. Oh, whoops, I'm in my own way. Getting out of your own way. Title of my self-help book. Okay, here we go. That looks great. So here are my 3 shapes. That's number 1. So these will sit underneath the calipers. Number 1, number 2, and number 3. I'm going to cut these all out on the bandsaw. I'm going to make a little bit finer marks on these and then, trim them out.
There's no way that's right. No, it's trust the process. Trust the yeah, it's trust the process.
Attach some felt.
Must trust the process. Trust the process. Trust the process, right? What is that thing? Just give me the full measurement, bro.
Today where I'm putting all the tools away as I
That doesn't help me.
I don't
1 inch in diameter. That's
do
actually a small
that.
item, okay.
And frankly, it's a problem.
because I end up with stuff all over the place. As soon as this is done with the bottom, then I'm going to stain this and this and start to think about putting them back in there. Yeah, I'm using hot glue to attach the felt to these little runners here, and that's it's fine. The porosity of the wood and the felt mean that the hot glue is a completely fine, nearly permanent solution to getting the felt on here. I wouldn't use it for wide swaths of felt, but for this is
Go up a bit, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you put hot glue on metal and it's just going to slowly work itself away from it over time. But you put it on wood and those two are going to want to remain friends forever. For reals. It's not the neatest gluing job, but it's good enough because you're never going to actually see it. It's going to be all underneath. So there's one. Here comes the second one. Two. Yeah.
Oh, so this is, I gotta remember this is on an angle then.
This will, again, use some crazy glue, but then also some tacks. So, let's get the bottom one in. Test fit here. Ah, that's great. I love it. Can't really go anywhere. That's wonderful. I'm actually, so I guess in doing this by like using crazy glue, using CA glue and tacks, I'm kind of using the crazy glue, the CA glue as a clamp, really. Oh, let's double check that one. It's also great. Wonderful. And then this guy. Now, what I want to do is go in with the nailer and secure these. Nice, no blow-throughs at all. Same thing here. Again, I'm going to clear my hands of the... Excellent, no blow-throughs whatsoever, and now that is comfortingly secure.
Okay, that looks about right. That's the little tire pieces things nice on. Alrighty. Where's my box cutter? Where's the big box cutter? What the heck?
Got my little guide piece here, which should allow me to hold these things nicely so that they'll sit 1, 2, and 3.
Because this piece, I believe, holds... Ow!
That's what I'm looking for. That's what I wanted. That's great. I can now move these away, and I can mark this and actually start staining this whole thing. I really like the old chestnut. I love this old chestnut. Specifically, chestnut. I like this wood stain. I like how warm it is. I think this is what I'm going to use. Oh, right. I gotta mix this up.
Alrighty.
I'm very happy with all that. That looks great. I'm just being. Now I have one little misalignment, which is in the box. In the box, this is actually a little too close. So I need to open it up just a little bit.
Okay, that piece has got to go now.
Create these little, I need to create 3 little notches here. I'm gonna use a
So you're telling me this thing here
kind of going
goes
through
onto
some of
here?
Yeah, I've got a metal blade on the jigsaw, and that helps me because I'm going to go through some of
that.
Nice. All right, it is a moment of truth to do some preliminary assembly so that I can figure out these drawers here. But first and
all right, I think I made this thing a little too tall then, if that's the case.
This business, but this...
I can always trim that, that's no biggie.
Again, even on the top of the stain, this CA glue ought to be a really nice positive join. And we're going to try.
Yeah, what the heck?
Hey, that worked. Try another one. I think that also worked. Let's try one more. Get my hand away from there. There we go. It's not going anywhere. And that looks good. Terrific. So here's where these guys now live, and then this guy lives in the middle here. So now the question is, how big is the drawer I get to make? We're going to cover this face with tape so that I can mark it, and then do some cutting, and then we'll do some final finishing on this thing. The height is here. I'll mark that here. On this front, as long as it's, that's that high. It looks like I can come in a specific amount from each side.
Okay.
So I shall. And I think, oh right, I want to clear the dovetails. And I want to clear the dovetails by a little bit. Sorry, finger joints, not dovetails. What if we go to exactly 1 inch in? I think that's a totally reasonable thing to do. So, you know, I'm just like gathering, I'm lining up these measurements as I come to each one of them. And I'm still trying to figure out the overall shape of this guy. And I'm just creeping up on it. I don't know all the answers, but each time I know what kind of answer I want, I'm going for it. All right, so I needed 2 12-inch drawer slides to make these drawers, and I just rode over to our local hardware store that's 5 minutes away, and they only have 14 and above, which is annoying. So my assistant's heading over to Center Hardware to pick me up some 12-inch drawer slides. In the meantime, what I've got to do is figure out the leftmost extent of this one, which is probably like there.
No.
Start cutting out these drawers. So I'm going to do that while we're getting some slides.
So
this one can go all the way back because these are all in the line. This one can't quite because these are in the way, but oh, look at that. Okay, cool. So I think these 2 7-inch slides which actually will work really great here. So the question is, how far back does this drawer go? And it's not that far. So yeah, I think that's it. 1 drawer, 2 drawers. Come all the way to the bottom? No, I don't want it to come all the way to the bottom. I want it to come like half an inch up. So now your question, I'm sure, is how the heck are you gonna cut into there? And the answer is coming. Here is how I plan to do this. It's gonna be tricky and but we're gonna do it. Let's see here. Yeah, this is just gonna be methodical and slow, and I'm gonna do each one as it comes. I switched out the tightening knob to the bottom so that I could not have stuff in my way up here as I'm trying to do the sawing. So I have 8 lines to cut.
Yeah, so it goes like that right here or something. What the heck? That doesn't make any sense.
There we go. All right, one cut down. Now, normally I do this on a jigsaw because I like doing the breakthrough cut on the jigsaw, but I want a really thin kerf on this. I want to remove as little material as possible because I'm going to use the wood that I'm cutting out as the drawer fronts for my drawers.
So
that's why I'm taking such care on this cut. Normally I wouldn't care so much, but the mod I want to make is to I want to add these drawers, but I don't want to change the look of this box. I want to hold on to its beautiful aesthetic. There we go. This wood is so old and dry, I can actually cut using this saw I'm using is a Japanese saw. It's a flush cut saw, and it's meant to cut. It is meant to cut on the pull, but the wood is so old and soft, I can cut on the push. So in this phase, all I'm doing is just sort of scraping out the bottom of this very thin curved channel I've made with the saw, and I'm just waiting to kind of break through. I'm trying to avoid that so I don't chip my teeth on that. Hey, I'm through. Okay, last vertical cut is in. I think I might be able to do these two cuts at once. Tough. I got some work to do to clean all this up, but there's my two drawers.
Ah, that explains it. So I'm gonna have to do surgery on this thing.
So now, the next step is to build the drawers.
Oh, that's why it's so off. That's why it felt so off.
Yeah, the next step is to build the drawers into here. I need to square up.
That's why it felt so
off. Sides of these. Square them all up and make them look pretty good. Mike, oh, okay. Well, that's problematic.
That explains so much now.
Piece of wood to split on me.
Okay.
The old versions of these boxes were made out of sorry. The newer versions of these boxes are made out of plywood, but these old ones, I'm gonna hit that with some teeth. It'll eventually be glued to a drawer front, so I'm not that concerned about it. Yeah.
That's not too hard to fix.
Yeah, I'm always nervous about my tolerances. I'm back, yeah, but I don't need to be. It's totally great. Okay, so I've got some drawer slides here. Let's see. Because now it's time to decide upon the size.
I made it too tall. I made the cyclotron a little too tall. Ah. That is making so much more sense because I was like, I measured everything.
Okay, so let's go down.
But I didn't measure it good enough. That's the problem. So that's about 5 inches.
Oh, it's all going to be the 7 inchers, I think. about building these with floating bottoms because I need them mounted on the bottom of the four slides. Okay, so.
Oh, it's not that big of a difference. So I measured it off. I'm off by literally, what, 5/16 of an inch? Maybe.
Beauty.
Oh my gosh, okay. Okay. Well, it's not that big of an issue. Here's what I can do then. That makes so much more sense, though. Well, easy. Easy. Just extend it.
Nice. Okay,
Everything's gonna look, it's gonna fill off.
Love it.
But you know what? That's fine. Because honestly, at this point, it's homemade, right? That's okay, everything else is. I was following the plan so well, but I accidentally made this little boy here just a little too long. But yeah, so.
Okay. I think I can pull all of these, and I'm actually almost ready for.
It's not too bad. I just gotta compensate by extruding it just a little further. Oh, there we go. Here we go. Oh my gosh, so dusty. Lordy.
See how quickly we can get all this done. So
Open up the dust for me.
What I'm doing here.
Yeah, there we go.
Here's what I'm gonna do.
So add exactly what?
Right.
2
First
inches?
and foremost, I'm gonna put in these little stoppy stops, which will just stop the.
Let's just take this and add an inch. It's no biggie.
It'll stop the drawer front from going past.
Oh wait, what am I doing? I don't need to make a new piece. I'll just extend it. What am I doing? So this piece was right then. I just need to extend the bottom base by a few inches. No biggie. Where's those, there. That's where these come in handy. Oh, hello. Get in there. Please. Help me out. Stop it. Get some help. Stop it. Get some help. There you go.
Well, it's the following morning, and I am very, very happy with how this is all going. It is time, I think.
The heck? Ollie?
Start attaching.
No, don't be chewing on plastic. You keep puking everywhere, my dude.
This is.
My cat's sitting right there next to my foot.
Standards. Okay.
Chewing away on whatever the heck he's chewing on.
I keep saying okay. I'm like Joe Pesci in Lethal Weapon 2. Okay. When you have micrometers like this, you want to be able to calibrate them. And frequently, sets like this come with what is called standards, and that is a set of calibration rods. So picking one up at random, this is the 5-inch rod, and it's meant to calibrate the 5-inch caliper. And if I hold it in here and tighten in the caliper, yep, I'm about 2/10 off of 0 there. And the standards, they travel with the caliper. This also is a box that says Mythic Toyo. It's just gorgeous, and it lives right there. Right? Okay, so I don't think this box needs very much. I may add some furniture polish just to kind of gussy it up. But I think the next step for me is to start to put on the hardware, put on the hinges, and get the lid going. I have to get some padding in the inside of the lid. I have to get some padding on the inside of the lid.
There you go. That's how we splice things together.
Around a lot. And I'll also have some padding on these, and you can see the old marks for where the padding went. I'm going to be replicating that with some felt wrapped plywood and foam. And then I have a big plan for something that goes right here that's really exciting and weird. And then I have another plan for the top of this case. And then reattaching the hard drive. Yeah, it's a full day. It's another full day. It's a 2-day
Spliced it. Splicing so bad. Just for a speed run, I would have got caught for it.
We'll try that.
There you go.
We'll try that. And then there's these guys, right? This may be almost the same.
Aw, like just that much, huh?
So now I want to wrap these guys in felt. Do I? Okay, wait. No, they're all the right height. And I know that they're all the right height because the box fits on top. What I can see is that these come within 1/8 of an inch of the top.
Hey,
the
there you go.
goes
Perfect.
down, and that means with the felt, it should be absolutely perfect. So all I need to really do is, you know what? Yeah, I am going to try it that way. And if I have to cut that back a little bit, I will. We're just going to do a quick test. I'm going to do it using a little bit of this double stick.
Okay, there we go.
Sorry, the order of operations are that if I get the size of this wrong after I've wrapped it in felt, then I have to unwrap it and redo it. So I have to figure out its exact right persuasion now as opposed to later. Okay, that's where it goes. That's awesome. And I'm just going to mark that so I don't lose it. And if this sits here like this,
Oh, okay.
no. Doesn't inhibit it. Okay, great. Great. Great.
Okay, so I'm gonna do here. My stomach. All right. Ooh.
We've been making great progress. The lid is finished. I've got the padded pieces that are foam and wood that hold the micrometers in position. It grids beautifully on top of everything. It's now, I think, time for me to start to attach some hardware.
Oh, and that's where the power cell goes.
And that means it's also time to manufacture a couple of things. One is a pair of brass knobs for pulling on these drawers.
Gotcha. Okay, that's why it's so particular.
I'm not going to tell you about just yet because it's another part of this build. We still have a few miles to go before we sleep. Yeah, there's still some to go, but it's coming along great.
Okay,
I'm having a great time.
so I'm going to have to make some slight adjustments to the design here, but essentially it is the same.
It's time to look at our hardware. And that means pulling out the hardware we've been soaking in the rust remover. And I'm going to put on some rubber gloves for this. Because, yeah, these will be messy. I'm excited. This rust remover is fantastic. All right, I've poured out a bunch of the rust inhibitor. So the first things I want to attack are the hinges. Oh my God, look at these. These are brand new. That's incredible. So, get the hinges. And we have the clasps. And one of these is bent and needs a little bit of love. But, oh my gosh, these are all going to look brand spanking new. Yeah, this we'll include a link to this rust inhibitor. I linked to it in a tooltip a while back, and I really like it. Oh my gosh, they all look brand new. This is fabulous.
Okay. There's a ruler.
Just vigorous wiping with a cloth is removing all of this black. That's great. There's these little brass washers that go over these. And one for each screw, and I saved them all. Don't want to lose anything. And that's all the corners and edges. And these are all screwed in. I may actually toss some thin crazy glue in the holes each time I do one of these so that I have a little more gription on the screws, because many of them were actually like super loose. Here are all the little tiny flathead screws, and I think I have them all. We will see. So hinges are up first.
Oh. Hey, Sean, what's up? Hey, NCO Katana. Hey, Lunkoi Gallo. How's the Proton pack going? Pretty good. I noticed that when I measured the cyclotron, I actually added like maybe 5/16 to the actual arm thingy here sticking out. And so that sort of just skewed everything. So it's not too bad. Basically, all I gotta do is this piece I'm measuring, I just had to add like an extra, or splice together an extra inch on it, and we're good. It goes right here.
I have two more.
This is where the ion arm and the antenna would go, but then this is where the power cell, this little doohickey right here, would go approximately right about there.
Felt drawer liners, but now what I need is the ability to open these drawers.
I'm also giving this little power bank a stress test. I am currently...
And I was going to make some drawer pulls so that I could open these drawers. Yep. Oh, I also have
5 hours streaming, and this thing is still going strong. And this is only, and this thing is at 2 bars. So if I had a full bar, yeah, this thing's definitely going to last me all day. So, I'm definitely going to do another stress test with the sound system hopefully installed later, but right now I'm just trying to get this little doohickey right here. Because the reason why I want to do this part next is because this is what's going to house the speaker for the sound.
I think they came from the fake feet, or the feet that had worn out in there. Okay, so...
So actually, I'm kind of curious. Do I have a tube anywhere laying around?
Brass and put these guys in, and then we still have a couple more little doodads to.
Curious. Give me a second.
All right. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to make a couple of ring pulls. So I'm going to turn a pair of ringish type pieces out of this. I'm going to use my new 2J collet chuck, which I'm very excited about. 2J collets are great because they get very big and they grab very securely. Yeah.
Gosh. Give me a second. Okay, let's see here.
There we go.
All right, paper toilet tube. Wrong one.
Fill out the middle of that.
Where's the other one? Oh, there you go. Here it is. If I put it in here, will this thing get will it get louder? If it does, basic science has not failed me yet. You learned this in science. It should work, right? Oh, wow, it's loud. What? All right.
Right, there we go.
Yeah, so it's gonna go into the booster tube right here. So.
Lovely. That's
Sick.
very happy. Nice. Turns out my index finger, 7/8. Okay, second ring. This, by the way, is a lathe file. I learned.
I love that sound. God, it's so good.
Specifically made for not overloading and being used for lathe, and I love it.
Okay.
Yeah. All right. Let's make the little brass holders that hold these on my new drawers. For this operation, I've got some K&S brass, and I'm simply going to bend it with a loop and then 2 holes on either side. But I'm going to do the loop first.
All right.
I'm going to do it.
I'm so hyped.
Using these jeweler's pliers.
Where's my phone?
Yeah, I think I'm going to use this ring. So it goes like this. We'll do. Yep. Yeah, I like that. I like that. Okay, so then. Okay, they're not perfect, but they'll do just great. Now I want to trim and fix these and just kind of gussy them up a little bit. I'm going to do that a little bit of belt sander and then I drill a couple holes. These are cleaned up nicely, and I'm going to drill some holes for screws. I'm going to center punch them. Excellent. I know this looks kind of hand-hewn, but to be honest, that's actually what I want. I want it to feel like a craftsperson has taken care of it, because a craftsperson has taken care of it. The witness marks
of the problem solving are part and parcel of the biography of this box. Okay. Now, we can open these. I'm so happy. I have a couple things I need to do.
Okay.
Open that. I'll need to get some grip chain for that. So when you use, let's say you are using a 12-inch mic and you want to use the 12-inch standard. Actually, it's an 11-inch standard. And you want to measure the 11 to 12-inch mic at the bottom. You see the problem I'm running into here? This is one of the issues with micrometers like this, is that it's like almost like a three-handed operation. And there's the standard, and as I suspected,
wow,
I'm 1 thou out. But I haven't calibrated these because I need a piece of equipment for this. I need a mic stand. No, not a microphone stand, a micrometer stand. And I actually have some pieces to put one together. I have the base of an old lamp that I like. I have pieces of a Dremel vise. And the Dremel vise, okay, so the Dremel vise, this head of the Dremel vise, this part which handles the ball at the bottom of that vise, clamps onto this little thing. I've remade this. I've remade this out of brass. There you go. And it actually fits in an interference fit. I made it about 3/1000ths over into there. So I'm going to jam that in there, and then I'm going to turn this into my mic stand.
2 7/16. Okay.
If I did this all correctly, that clamps to this and also to this. Okay, so loosen, yeah, it spins, that's great. Oh, it feels just as right. Ooh, it's nice and positive. So now, here's how this works. I open this up, I put my mic in there, and now I can run the standard. I can hold it on the standard, and I can calibrate everything. That is my mic stand, my micrometer stand. I had no idea it would go that fast. I thought there'd be a bit more fiddling, but everything else has a home in this box. Where will this live? Okay, well, that's where this next step comes in, because we're doing some final assembly. Standards live here.
There we go.
Thanks. Oh my God, I'm so excited. I just love, love stuff like this. It fills me with such relaxation. Delicious.
I didn't even.
Delicious feeling. So, you're wondering, as you
I didn't even hit this thing right.
Live inside this box. This is so great. That's wonderful. This is a nice protected home for these guys. So, where does the mic stand live? I had this idea. Yep. Ah, yeah, that's it. See, in my idea, the mic stand lives here.
You know what? Since we're not exactly in, what's it called?
See
in
that?
scale, let's just sort of make it look a bit more
Then
presentable.
I could just put two bolts here that come through.
Yeah.
I could put one bolt here and one bolt here and a single nut over here. Actually, let me get the other camera on it. Does it clear? And that clears.
No, so this particular part here is going to need tracing.
Drill a hole there, a 1/4 inch hole. And I'll mark this one.
Ooh.
See, I'm just going to have
just go straight
countersunk
back. Okay.
Up there. I'm going to do a little slicey slice here so that I don't pull up the felt.
this wing nut, I'm going to give it a washer just to give it some extra support here, because I don't want it moving around too much.
Here we go.
Oh.
No.
I'm so happy.
Oh!
I'm so happy. Oh, yeah, that's great.
That's cool.
That is really great. What's going to live in these drawers, you wonder? Well, some of my other micrometers. We are almost there. We're almost at the finish point. You've probably been wondering what I plan to store in these drawers, and the answer is some of my other micrometers. I have a whole bunch, and this is what happens when you have machine tools. You end up collecting a lot of everything, and I don't want them in separate locations. So, see, I've got a few extras. I've got 2 of these Sentex digitals, kind of mechanical digitals, and then I've got this 1 to 2. That can live there. Oh, I've got a depth micrometer. I didn't even know that. Okay, that lives there. We'll also keep the wrenches there because I like having everything in a single location. All the wrenches. All the wrenches! That needs work.
Oh.
That's the original 0 to 1 inch that came with this, but it's still really rough. I still need to work on that. Okay, I'm actually going to keep that in there. Yeah, excellent. And these are all vernier gauges. I don't really think they're more like, yeah, I think I picked these up at garage sales and stuff before I even knew what the hell this stuff was for. Ah, and a 2 to 3. Put that in there too. And now my micrometers all have a good specific home. One more thing. I know, I'm Steve Jobs. I have one more thing, which is, the one more thing is that I want to label these guys. They are labeled down here as to which one they are, but
Perfect.
the labels have long since worn away.
Off by
from excessive use. When I first got these, they were super dirty. I spent a lot of time cleaning them up. I think I said that at the beginning of this. I'd like to put a little label on all of these necks so that I can see which one goes where at a glance. And the only white marker I have are these. These, I've talked about these before. These are the Kugel's correction pen. I love these things, but they're not thin. And so I reached out to Sarah Parkek. You would know Sarah as the space archaeologist. Her Twitter handle is Indie from Space. Sarah is literally a space archaeologist. She uses technology and her own brilliance and crowdsourcing loveliness to find heretofore unfound archaeological digs, and for her bona fides, you know how the whole Indiana Jones movie is about finding Tanis? Sarah found Tanis. Yeah! Okay, so I reached out to Sarah and I was like, Sarah, what do archaeologists label their stuff with? Because I know that it's like a nice fine paint pen and it's not a Sharpie. I don't think it's a Sharpie. I don't think it's alcohol based. What do they use? And she said they use Staedtler pens. Staedtler pens. So I bought a set. Now these are rapidographs. We're going to get into it. I'm going to open these up. But because I don't want to label these dark, I want it to be seen, right? Because I like my whiteout labels here that you can see from across the room. So I bought some white ink for these Staedtler pens. And we're going to see if I can't make some labels in light colored ink. That will be the finish of this guy. All right. So, what is a rapidograph? A rapidograph is a type of drafting pen. It's a type of drafting pen that's meant to feed ink out towards where you need the ink.
Thank goodness for that.
Old drafting pens used capillary action and some very finely sharpened points, like a kind of a metal version of a quill pen, to bring ink out so you could do fine drafting. Rapidographs do this by using. It's actually like it's like this. Okay, so the tip of a rapidograph. Here is the ink. This is the ink well, and it connects up to the body of the pen and comes out a very fine point. Now, this is the tip of the pen. This is where the ink comes out. But in here is this little carrier with a tiny little hair coming out of it. And as you draw, that hair helps capillary the ink out of the tip, but also it helps keep that tip unclogged. I know about rapidographs because they are the pens used by animators to draw black lines on clear acetate since time immemorial. And my father was an animator, and so I grew up with rapidographs. I grew up cleaning my dad's rapidographs for him. They come in many different thicknesses. I'm going to try the thickest one and see if it works here. That's an 025. That's an 07, 035. I bet that's an 05. Yeah, okay, so I'm going to try the 07, which has got a pretty...
Indeed, I am still here.
See its face. It's tipped.
Just want to get this thing done. At least this...
yeah, you can see... No, you probably can't.
Oh,
There's
no.
a tiny hole up there.
Yes, I am
the
still
ink just
here.
goes in here.
Just for a little bit
just
more.
Fill this with ink. Hear that sound?
There we go.
Now, actually, I think I can even pull this out and show it to you. Let me see here. One of these. Isn't one of these a wrench? On the bottom of the pen is a wrench with which to remove the tip. And when the tip comes out, you'll see. Oh, right, sorry, I forgot. There's this little capper on the back. And there you can see, there's that tiny hair I was talking about, that tiny little wire. And that wire helps both keep this clean and it helps capillary the ink out to the front. And so then you put this back, tighten it up with the back of the pen. So now we're going to fill this ink reservoir with white ink and see if I can't make some nice archaeologist level marks on my micrometers. I'm really excited about this. I really want this to work. Oh, look at that. They've got these like staging zones for your pens. This is awesome. Here's my white ink.
Okay.
Put the other two. All right, now that goes in here.
Alrighty.
And then that goes in the pen body. I should be able to draw right on the leather here. So that the shaking it back and forth is helping bring the ink to the tip.
There we go.
Ooh, ooh, ooh. Okay. It's not quite flowing, but it's early days yet. All right. It is actually working. Let me see if I can do a micrometer. This is a 3 to 4. Okay. I will label them by their high-end mark. So this is 4. Hey! That's totally working. Ha! I love it.
Oh, that's cool.
Hey! That's totally working. Ha! I love it. Look at that. Okay, we're breaking out the whole set. We're actually gonna do them all.
Now my question is, does this thing have a... No, it doesn't. So that's what I was wondering about. The tube is practically... Oh, hold on. What is this?
I'm going back over some of these once they're dry to kind of
get a little more visibility out of them, and it's working great.
Yeah, no idea.
This white ink is not as thin or free-flowing as black ink, that's for sure. It's pretty good. There, it works beautifully. I'm going to label both sides of each one of these. Oh no, I guess I could just label that side. Okay, this is a 425. I will clean that pen out because you don't want to leave a rapidograph with ink in it indefinitely. No, I can't really take this ink and put it in the rapidograph. I think it could easily mess it totally up. But here we go. I'm gonna give this my name. Oh. There she is. Savage micrometer set, 0 to 12 inches. I don't feel like I quite deserve this set just yet. I gotta earn it. No time better than the present for doing such a thing. Yeah. Thank you for joining me for this very precise. That's it. Thank you for joining me for this very precise one-day build. I found it thrilling. I hope you found it as exciting as I did. And I will see you guys next time. Cheers.
No. There you go. There's a little bit of a recess there just so I can.
Thank you for watching that entire video. If you'd like to support us further, you can head over to the
those are worth the long ones.
Or in the comments below, and you can buy things like our demerit badges. You've heard of merit badges. These are the opposite. This one here is for measuring once and cutting twice. We went back and forth whether to measure once and curse twice, because that also happens. We went with the cut twice.
Well, that's cool. The EMP switch from the Matrix.
I'm a bear. I'm coming out of hibernation, and Papa is hungry. And while you're hitting the trail, I'm hitting your cooler. And your cut rate car insurance might not pay for all of this. So get Allstate.
Hey guys, Adam Savage here in my cave. This is a funny one. This is a funny one. This is an interesting one because I've already shot the opening of this and then I abandoned it. Hey everybody, Adam Savage in my cave, and we're going to the Matrix. We're going to the magnificent incredible, beautiful world of the Matrix created by the Wachowskis. I don't think we need to argue about the fact that The Matrix is one of the great films ever made. 100%. And I was watching it recently because I watch it frequently. And I came across a prop in it that I don't think anyone has ever replicated. So I decided that that is exactly the kind of thing that I like to sink my teeth into. And the prop is the EMP button. It's a key part of the last couple of minutes of the narrative of The Matrix. Sorry, spoilers. Morpheus has got his hand on the EMP button. This sends out an electromagnetic pulse which disables any electronics, including the own ship's electronics, but it will kill the Sentinels that are on their way to kill Neo. I was looking at the EMP button and I was thinking, I'll bet if I did some screenshots and lighten them up in Photoshop, I'd be able to see more detail. And see more detail I did. So here is the EMP button. It's got a clear cover that rises up. There's a little catch there that releases it. Once it's up, there's this lit button. I looked through about 1 million, okay, maybe 300 different two-position lit switches before I found the right one. And I really did find the right one. This is it. This is absolutely it. Yep. I'm not sure I think, at any rate, yeah, it's 110 volts. So I got to figure out a way to make this light up. Easy, not so much of a problem. But then I was confronted with these guys, these little things. And I actually tweeted and asked for some help locating. And I got something that I thought was really close. I believe that these are the buttons. These were the droids I'm looking for. But it's not quite. See that step there? It's not there. So, like, I thought the last time I started this build, I thought, oh, I've got the dial buttons. And then I started to unpack it and I realized I didn't have the dial buttons. And I didn't want to proceed. I know I have this reputation for extreme fidelity, which is funny because I also don't mind compromising. I really don't. But in this regard, I couldn't let it go. I even though these were close, they weren't close enough. And I spent another few hours online digging, and I found them. Reader, I found them. I have looked through so many. I might be able to provide a link to these, but I'm not sure I can. But these are, without a doubt, in my opinion, absolutely these buttons. And I'm going to endeavor now, because I think I have the dials, I have the switch, and I have the project box that I think is the correct size and scale for the EMP button. And we are going to we're gonna build one. That's what we're gonna do right now. One of the first things to do is I want to make this aluminum plate that sits on top of the project box. Sits on top of there and creates a little step for the hole. So I've started that process in this piece of aluminum, and I'm going to continue that process. Yeah, I'm going to grab a nibbler. Oh, I already made these. Look at that, I already made them. Oh, good. This is an electronics tool called a notcher. And these are phenomenal little machines. So here's how it works. It's got a little, here's how it works. Come on, focus. You basically squeeze the handle and it pulls this little piece down and bites a little chunk out of the aluminum. Very, very low impact way to make nice square holes. Which is why you use them for electronics projects. Square holes are a very frequent thing you need for electronics projects, and it can be a real pain in the ass. A notcher makes quick work of it. And there are lots of different kinds of notchers. I find them in general to often be, like the old ones that Radio Shack used to sell were very poor quality. But this black kind I find is the one I like the best. Good, yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think that's actually right. Okay. So, yep. You know what?
The heck is that thing? Oh, it's a folder thingy. Oh, before I get.
Watch this. I love this thing. This is a little baby shear. Right? It slices metal very precisely and quietly. And just goes like this. Come on. Come on. There you go. Takes off a piece like that. Oh, yeah. Really nice. Good. I like how that looks. On this device, there is 2 dials, a 3rd dial.
Well, first I'm doing anything.
Catch here, and then there's this big square platform for the amp button. And I can figure out its size by, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Just by some extrapolation.
Oh, yeah, that's the ticket right there. Alright, that feels a little too...
It's going to be like that.
Oh, yeah, okay, this piece is actually a bit taller than the actual cyclotron somehow, which is crazy if you think about it.
I think it's square. And I think as it comes to...
Oh, that doesn't sit right with me. That looks weird. Because there's supposed to be a lot of space between here and...
Oh, I see. Make that yeah. So, 4.5.
I can always move it. It's no biggie. Yeah, move it off to the right a bit. Yeah, there. That was more right.
3.75. See, that's often when I feel like I know I've gotten close to the right thing, when my guesstimates are very close to whole numbers, because we all like working in whole numbers. 3.75. I mean, when you're handing something off to somebody and saying, hey, come on over here, I need you to cut a hole out of this. And they say, what size? You're not going to go 3.34987. You're going to go 4.5 by 3.75. Cut me a square of that. If I was doing this, it's probably half inch acrylic.
Okay, no. Yes. What the heck? How did I mess these up?
Even better, I've got some half-inch Sintra. This is really fun stuff. Easy to work with, easy to cut. Paints well, sands well, screws well, just the best. Sintra is also, it's a foam PVC. So, cut a piece of that.
Yeah. 2/7. The heck?
All right, so there's that piece.
What?
And on top of that, there is a step back. Okay. Ooh, right, that's what I want. The step back is about the same as that. Yeah, I think that's right. Oh yeah, 1/4 inch. Again, whole numbers, whole numbers. So then, if that is 4.5, 3.75, the step back is 4 by 3.25. And then there's one more aluminum plate on top of this that is ever so slightly smaller. It would be,
What the heck? There's 5 people watching? Who are the 5 people? You gonna do to wait this late? It went down to 4. I knew it. Oh, there it is. Okay, you know what?
Good. All right. That is the major chunks of that. I'm giving a 5/8 inch radius to the base piece and a half inch radius to the piece on top of it. If I gave them both the same radius, I think you'd notice that they didn't quite step. And if I screwed up, Sintra is inexpensive. A thing about using whole numbers for your measurements, and I've talked about this in the past, one of the great pleasures in replicating NASA hardware is whenever I have had access to original pieces of NASA hardware to measure off of, everything was in whole numbers, half inch, 5/8, 3/8, that kind of thing. And from a maker, like I talk about cleaning your shop as a way of saying thank you and paying homage to future you. That's the same thing that's happening with NASA engineers. They're not just like giving a gift to future engineers. They're making sure their work is replicable. Yeah, and that's really significant. So, like, I love when I default to using whole numbers when I can, because I'm assuming that that's where everyone else started. All right, so let's cut these radii, and then it's time to start to cut the hole out of this thing, and then start to make the thing. Okay, so this will sit up against this right there, which means I'll need a hole cut out of this thing that is like almost that big, and the same thing below it. Let's do the radii first.
There we go.
I'm starting to second guess myself about these dials. Are they actually the right dials? It might be that this little step down is flatter on the real thing. But I'm close enough. I'm moving forward. I'm not going to pause this a second time because I don't have to be that crazy. I can be crazy, but not that crazy.
I gotta hear it. What was this piece? That's the other 3-inch.
That was about as much as that blade could handle, but I got a nice hole there.
That piece.
I'll clean that up. Extreme downward pressure. You can always use the foot for this, but I tend to like to just use my hands and go real slow. I love scroll saws. Tom Sachs introduced me to this particular scroll saw, which I really like. And a few years ago, we were at Anderson Ranch together. Anderson Ranch? Yeah, over in Aspen, Arts Colony. And I did a whole bunch of cutting for him on his alien cat carrier. Yeah. All right, so I'll just file that to clean that up a little bit. But if I did this right, it should sit right in there. All right.
We've been live for 6 hours? The heck?
Excellent. Now they're all aligned. And I can do,
roll in. Yeah, there we go. Yeah.
That. Bingo, bango, bongo. Figure out the position it needs to be in.
Ouch.
The problem. Yeah, the problem is if this melts. Yeah, that mesh is good. Let's see.
There you go.
Too fast, so let's go a little slower.
This weird looking thing will hopefully be the EDA PPD assembly. Whatever that means. I'm not too familiar with my terminology at the moment. It's a very sad moment.
Oh, whoops. Okay. Good. Moving along. We got one there. We got one there. And we got one there. And that switch and the catch there. Now, normally, you should never chuck a milling bit into a drill chuck. Just don't do it. It's bad practice. However, doesn't really matter here. Very slow.
This piece will go here.
Good. Right. Okay, good. Yeah. And so then.
Yeah. Because that's where the ion arm goes. Yeah.
Just a little bit.
Alrighty.
Bandsaw noises.
Thank you.
Okay, off camera, I completed bending the square that will sit here and be the hinged mechanism of the door that opens. right? There's that. Excellent. And then I also, on the scroll saw, I cut out the top, which is just a frame of aluminum, and I'm going to JB weld it onto there. And then we are going to vacuum form the protective covering of this. And then once I've got that, I also have to make the catch here. But I think the very next thing is to JB weld these two pieces together so that they become one. Let me get a little better shot here.
Oh, that's just keeping this thing centered, so when I adhere it all together, it won't shift and then cause a weird misalignment issue. Yeah, that's all it's for.
I'm just working hard to put a little bit of this epoxy all the way around the perimeter here. The more I have a grab, the more positive this join will be. It's not my most ideal. I don't like using glue for something like this, but I really can't think of any other way to get these two parts to play well together. Okay.
Alright, let's get a piece of
I'm going to attach these wires to this light. I don't need any of the switch mechanics for this. I only need this part. So that's actually really great. That makes my job a lot easier. And before I heat shrink this together, we're going to test it, because you always test every time for every step. Positive and negative. There it is. Excellent. Now I want to heat shrink that.
Okay.
This is some heat shrink tubing that shrinks more than your average bare heat shrink tubing. I think this is 4-to-1, where it's usually 3-to-1. I found it recently, and I wanted that much more insurance. There we go. Oh, I'm very happy with how that shrinks. Wunderbar. That's great. We have functionality. Okay, let's make sure we have power still, because we test every single time at every single stage. Hot. And not, whoops, sorry. Why am I apologizing to you? There we go. That is excellent. All right, very
What
happy.
do you do? Do you short something?
Sorry. Power still, because we test every single time at every single stage. Hot. And not, whoops, sorry. Why am I apologizing to you? There you go. That is excellent. All right, very happy with that. Okay, next phase.
There we go.
Is the
well now? Yeah, I'm trying to make the actual assembly that the power cell on the actual pack itself will mount to, or at least interface with, and that there is where everything happens, because in the movies...
This is a dental vacuum former, and it actually gets quite warm. I really like this thing. All right, that's hot. Bring that over here. If this doesn't work for me, I will just use the... Oh, wow. Interesting. Wow, I don't even need that thing. I could just go... Oh, I am going to.
Yeah, right now I'm trying to make the little booster tube that's also going to house the speaker. I figured that'd be a good place as any to put it.
That was terrible.
Since it's pretty much an enclosed little tube thingy.
This may be too tight a form to put on this, but we're going to try some PETG. Leave the heat on. Polyethylene tetrachloroglycol? Is that what this is? I think so.
Oh, where'd that...
I think it may be too big a buck to pull in this.
It's actually a bit bigger. It would be about the size of a monster can, actually. Where'd that can go? Boy. Bruh. Seriously.
No. I was too optimistic.
Ah, there it is. Because the booster tube really edges out on this thing.
I am going to do this one using a helper. That is, once this goes down, I'm going to push that.
Oh no, it doesn't actually.
Before turning on the fan.
Yeah, so it's actually not that big.
Give me,
Okay.
lack of webbing. I don't want any webbing here.
So it might actually be just a little bit bigger than the toilet paper.
Never leave your vacuum former. Every time I do, I would forget it was there, and I would end up with all this melted plastic. I did it several times. I did it many, many times. I always felt dumb. So now I just sit and watch it. I watch that pot boil. This thing has served me well for coming on now 25 years. Okay. We are almost
Yeah,
there.
because it should go right here.
There we go.
So right around there is a good place, isn't it? And then this thing is practically touching the bottom of the
down.
Okay. Just something to ponder about. Okay. Yeah, Monster Energy. You know it. I've been trying to get off that stuff. In general. It's not good for you, like legitimately. It's not.
It's a lovely morning. I am excited to see how my glue up went. All right, let's get this going there. Feels good and solid. Look, normally I don't love glue as a solution. I do even have some aluminum brazing, but I'm not good enough with it to have experimented with it on this. This is like a JB weld. Oh, whoops, hold on. This glue is like a JB Weld. It's made for aluminum. And I had contact all the way around, and that makes a difference. I feel like that will be relatively robust. I got a good vacuum form pull. I wish I had some thinner PETG, but I don't. And I'm actually, wow, I'm really happy with how that looks, man. That's freaking. We're getting somewhere. We're getting kind of hectic. All right.
Oh my gosh, I'm gonna redo this whole entire freaking thing.
Let's see here. And so now I want to glue that in. The problem with using crazy glue or CA glue on a clear plastic is it tends to fog plastic, and if I get fog in there, it's no good. You might be wondering how I'm planning to do the red stripes here. I actually found that you can buy. I've always known you could buy clear laser printer paper. I've recently found you could buy clear sticky laser printer paper. So I'm going to print the red stripes that are here and stick them down on all 5 sides. And I do believe...
I thought so too, but then I'm looking at an actual 3D model, and if I were to do that, it would get in the way of having a little doohickey here.
Pulled out my torsion
I gotta
springs,
readjust it real
and
quick.
I put one right into the center here of my hinge pivot, and I think you'll see that it. Hold on, I'm gonna sneeze. Thank you. My hairs are. Well, it's the morning. Good morning. There we go. Whoop. Yep. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. That's what it is. Okay, so. Now the question. Yep. There it is. That's what I'm looking for. That's what it is. Okay, so. Now the question is. Yeah. I don't have to paint this thing. This thing is all what color it's going to be. Once I have this in, then I can make a little catch out of bent aluminum that holds on to this. This is a really fun one. I love that I haven't found anyone that's ever replicated this. And I don't know why I like, we like braving new territory. We're explorers. We're human beings. We're shooting some VR stuff later today, but I came in extra early just so I could play around with this. Most of my springs are like these kind of spring assortments, right? Like the kinds you can get at the Home Depot or Lowe's or Harbor Freight. All the same. They all come from the same place. And there's not a lot of variation in them. So recently I've been just buying eBay lots of used springs that, repair people are pulling out of equipment. And that got me the torsion spring that I needed. Little springs in little places is a very, very tough bit of mechanical work. Spring return and stuff like that is, it's always been, each of these things is like, in order to do mold making, you have to be able to think upside down and backwards. You have to think of the object that you're casting, the inverse of it, which will be the mold you're casting into. And then you need to think about where the inverse of the thing that you're casting will lead to air bubbles when it's upside down and backwards when you're pouring resin into it. So you can add vents and you can choose an orientation that minimizes all that cleanup, right? So the whole orientation is like seeing backwards in time. And springs are a whole different mental orientation. There is like, you want to think about, you look at a spring and it's like, okay, this spring has you look at this spring, it's got a home position, but how am I going to use its home position to stay where I want it to stay and give me a little bit of pressure where I need it? For some reason, I can't just visualize it. I can't even just draw it out. I have to just start experimenting and playing around with it and making little bends. But I am very pleased. Here, I'll show you what I did. So what you can see that I did there is I fed
There we go.
I'm pivoting the spring on the main axle of the hinge, as it were, the stainless steel pin. And then I've buried part of it into a hole here between these two things. It's a nice positive grab. It's glued and it's riveted.
God. Oh my gosh, it's a mess.
So we started out with a little paper template, and now we have a aluminum piece. I'm gonna remove some of the marking fluid. First bend is successful.
You're the OG of cardboard
Now
guns.
we're gonna bend it.
I wouldn't go that far. There's a lot of people I looked up to in my journey to learning how to do this stuff. I'd like to say I'm kind of one of the OGs, but I'm not the OG.
I don't want a tight bend. I want an actual radius here.
That implies that
And so
held on
I'm
to
just
some
gonna
sort of
creep
standard.
up on it. It's looking good. I'm happy. There we go. Oh, yeah. Look at that. Look at that. That's pretty good. Pretty happy with that. Oh, yeah. Okay, so I can make some small adjustments.
Okay.
And I think actually I've got it a little too tall. So I think I can actually, yeah. Actually bring it down a little bit. All right. There is first part of that. And then there's this part, which is right. Okay, so that gets a little back bend because it's got a So the hole here goes here, and I cannot see what the catch looks like, but I'm gonna let it come out a little bit. I do. Look at that. I do have tiny rivets. Tiny bubbles. Oh, yeah, I can totally make that work. This is awesome. Here we go. So now it's time to measure. There it is. All right. Next step is to glue in this bad boy, and I'll let it sit overnight. I feel like we're doing good. I'm really happy with the progress so far. I need to start painting some of this stuff.
There we go.
In order to get it properly assembled. I can't do final assembly unless some of this is painted. I have some hardware to install. So I'm just going to be doing some disassembly and some reassembly with some painting in between here.
There you go. Get some pressure on that thing.
Square hole.
There we go. PBE tube, whatever this is called. I just tacked it on here. Thankfully, I just tacked it on here because I wasn't sure about how everything else would look. So now, I'll do that fun part. Oh my gosh.
Take that red. I added a little spring button in here. It gives
it definitely is.
I know I probably should have made this a little wider and added in a little torsion spring.
I just can't hide it.
But I didn't get around to doing that, so I just did this. It's just a little standoff with a spring at the bottom of it. I added a little spring button in here. It gives this a spring return. I know I probably should have made this a little wider and added in a little torsion spring, but I didn't get around to doing that, so I just did this. It's just a little standoff with a spring at the bottom of it.
Yeah,
so I'm sorry.
That's
but
the
now
box.
it's nice and secure.
The box is how big?
I might be able to almost start to mount this thing.
It's how big? 4 13/16 inch big?
Yeah.
Sean's Crafts. Oh wow! I never know. I'm so bad with replying to people. I feel really bad. I commented on one of your videos. Dang, which one?
Yeah.
I'm not proud of it, man.
So, that's good. I think it might be time to glue that down. I'm going to use some thin double stick tape.
Oh, thank goodness. Oh my gosh, I was afraid I made the... See, we're good. I don't need that kind of scare right now, dude. I really don't.
All right, right, we got to get it lit. No matter how much I use other electronics, I still love these little wire lugs.
Yeah, so this is going to be hard.
So now...
Yeah, the booster tube is going to have to come later.
A couple of other things to do here before it's complete. But let's put this together. Let's just get this a little bit together, because that's exciting.
Yeah, good. I'm gonna keep this. So what I'm gonna do now to give it support. Oh, I'm so tired. What's that? 2:33. Wow.
Ooh. Oh yeah.
Trillius. Hello, Trillius. Oh my gosh. He has 1 million subs. Oh wow, Sean's Crafts. That name sounds familiar.
Another part made off camera.
I'm out of it right now. I'm so sorry.
You can see this little 3. It's like a counter. Couldn't find a counter that matched, so I took a little bit of Delrin and I made a little thing. I'm going to actually make the 3 in Photoshop and make just a little sticker that goes over this. But first I'm going to glue it in. Yeah, I'm going to glue it in. Again, I don't love using glue, but I'm also at the tail end of this, and it's never getting any pressure. Most of my attachments in here are mechanical. I'm so close.
Supports?
So close.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm using here to rigify it. So when I glue it onto here, there's like no
we're on
excuse.
the home stretch. And in order to give it these red striped bits of tape that are here, I already knew you could laser print on acetate. I didn't know you could also buy sticky acetate, sticky, clear sticker paper. So this is made for my laser cutter. It's transparent, and it allowed me to do the red stripes here. And maybe what you couldn't tell, but one of the things that I determined, there it is if you look, yes. If you look closely here, up here, you can see that it is a square that says EMP. Boom. Booyah. I just love figuring stuff like that out. So I'm going to do a little Photoshop work right now. Stripes equal
0.18 inches wide. And then the EMP sign, which looks like it comes out to close to the
I need a
edges.
booster tube, but what's the diameter of it?
By 2 inches. Let's do 2 inches square on that. Actually, let's do 2 by 2.1. Font nerds. It looks to me like the sides of the M are slanted inwards. And that is a very telltale sign. It doesn't look like they're perfectly vertical. It's hard to tell, but it looks like they're slightly slanted, which would make it possibly future, which is one of my favorite typefaces anyway. Okay, let's get the computer. All right, well.
Okay, so the tube is actually
Look, the
2.5.
stripes are great. I think they're great. I'm just gonna take a quick look at them. Yeah, so that's like, well, ideal. However, what you can see happened here is that the stripes, yeah, the toner didn't set. Ay, okay, so
2.5.
I don't know how to set my toner. I think I may need a laser cutter that has a hotter toner temperature. Because when I was looking up sticker paper, you look up the Amazon reviews, and you'll find most people are like, this was great. And then a bunch of people were like, didn't get hot enough to heat set, and the stuff all wears away. If you have a recommendation for a laser printer, a consumer laser printer that gets nice and hot,
That
like
makes more sense. Okay.
In
Yeah.
fact,
Okay.
I'll even go so far as to say this. I'm going to do a separate video about this, but what I'm really looking for is an 11 by 17 laser printer that gets good and hot, like a real professional machine. I'm willing to spend the money on it because I have enough of a need for it. But I will tell you, if you go Google laser printer, you are going to find
I cannot even think right now. I am
array of things
just
that
wandering.
are not laser
I'm in autopilot mode right now.
All right, well, that worked somewhat. Look, this is a worn-out prop. I'm about to, once I put the tape on here and make this last button, I'm going to weather the crap out of this. So I'm not too worried about that spot right there. I'm making all my cuts on the outside. I'm not putting my ruler over the
okay. So, looks like 2.5 inches is the booster tube diameter, which is exactly this little bottle or tube of flux I have.
Right. Let's get some
And
stripes on
it
that.
seems, before I go, I just want to get it traced out. So it goes around here. Yeah, it looks about right. So that's just the thing. And then right next to it, the reason why it's so close is because right here there's like a little bite taken out of it right here for a little filter that I'm going to adhere to it.
Hey.
Oh, yeah, that definitely makes more sense, actually, because the thing in question has about 1 inch of diameter. So,
hey.
Yeah. Yeah, I figured I might as well showcase the final little piece here. Might as well make it more.
Okay, dude. There it is. Oh, wait. That's on.
Yeah, there we go. So, I'm going to end it here. I'm really tired right now. I am like autopiloting like a mofo. But basically,
it's a barrel like this, except it's got
I'm just gonna showcase. So I just need a quick little
side so you can turn it. It's got a screw in the tip. You can see I put
thing
the
here.
screw in
Okay,
the
so
tip.
so basically,
I know that I've seen this button somewhere. I know that I have seen the.
So basically,
that goes on,
at
but
the moment,
of all the screenshots I've done,
I'm gonna just keep that. So yeah. So recap. This was actually made a little too much longer by 5/16 of an inch. But enough to kind of throw things out of whack. But at this point, I just adjusted for giving extra inch.
I wish I could find it.
And
if you know what it is,
none the wiser, I suppose.
Yeah,
it's not meant to be 1/1 anyways. So yeah, got this part. I got a part mapped out. Booster tube's ready to go. This tube is just in there temporarily. Got the crank handle ready to crank around. Gearbox is good. I just got to add the. I'm holding off because there's little ridges, but they kind of actually interface in a way they kind of connect with here. So, and I gotta readjust the angle part here.
That's good. Okay.
Ion arm's
So
gonna stick out, kind of like up to like right there, in a way. So, kind of do that. So.
Oh, right. I want to do 30.
But yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
And then the speaker, of course. If all is said and yeah, I'm signing off in a bit, but basically I'm just giving you an idea of what I'm gonna do for next stream, probably whenever I can. Inside the actual tube will be this thing, so hopefully, if all goes to plan, the tube will be like right here,
exactly using my eye.
and that should be loud enough for just like costume purposes, you know. So I'm not sure if you guys can hear that from here, but that should be loud enough. Yeah.
Okay. Now we're going to flip it 180.
Yeah, that should be good enough. Oh, I'm going to use paper. I'm going to make a paper. I'm going to look at reference for an Alice frame, load-bearing frame that you can buy, and I'm just going to make one out of paper and cardboard and use duct tape for the straps. I think it'll be funnier. And I know how they mounted it here too. I actually have some pretty thick cardboard at the warehouse I work at. I'm going to take one home, make the motherboard, as it's called, that they actually mounted the Proton pack and towards on the Alice frame, and I'll use Velcro or something so I can actually take this thing on and off and stick it to the wall or something as a little wall piece when this is all said and done. But yeah, that's it at the moment. That's like the idea. Well, you know, it's easier said than done sometimes, and this is definitely one of those times where it's easier said than done. But so far, I had doubts, but after sticking it out a bit, I am definitely hyped to see this thing go or finish up. So I'm gonna put that there before I lose it. Put the tube there. Oh, that's funny. I know what to use for the little posts that stick out. A little toilet paper tube. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah. But anyways, before I get too distracted by toilet paper tubes, yeah, that should do it. I'm so tired right now. I don't know why I do this to myself. Anyways.
So.
Oh, hey, it's
kind of like
Endar. What's up, man? Sorry you had to come at the time I'm really about to sign off. I've been streaming for almost wait, what? I've been streaming for 7 hours. Holy crap! No wonder why I feel so tired. I've been streaming for as long as I've been at my job, and my job is 8 hours, so this is essentially like a second job if I keep doing this.
It's time for the weather.
But yeah, anyways.
It's always gonna be the most fun part.
Yeah, hello. It's what's up, man. Like I said, I'm sorry.
Okay.
You caught me at the time when I'm about to sign off. Hope you're having a good one. Hope you're having the moment.
All right.
I need to go get me some sleep before I pass out. So,
this texture on there. That's gonna be the. That's the most.
Sorry, I'm just
Once I have that, everything
process thoughts right now. Anyways, yeah, that'll do it. I hope you guys have a good one. Thanks for coming to the stream. Definitely can't wait to finish this thing out. And hopefully tomorrow we're gonna get some progress on this for sure. Most of the hard work is done. Now it just comes down to basically, I guess, just mounting some various things. But that's easy to do. Definitely easy to do. So yeah. Anyways, before I keep going, hope you guys have a good one. My name is Tim and Happy Fur. And for those of you guys, be chill. Happy hour preferred. Yeah. Oh, ain't that a thing?
This is the last thing I need.
How you do this? Come on. There, I need a stream deck.
There. See?
There it is. There's my little number. Oh, that's your little number. Dude. Oh, yeah. Oh, kill the Sentinels. Dude. I'm so happy. This is amazing. I just love these deep cut props, man. They make me super, super jazzed. I got the dials. I got the thing. If you can remember what kind of switch this is, I'd love to know about it.